Good morning. It is 6 a.m. in the big city, or just after 6 a.m. in the big city here in New York. Welcome to the inaugural Gran Premio New York City, along with the Michelob Ultra GFNY New York City Championship. My name is Chris Geiser. I am with Dan Schmaltz. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
It is the third Sunday in May, and what is special about today, Dan?
Today is GFNY Day. It's going down today. It's happening. Everybody's loaded up on the bridge on the lower level. They're out there shivering, getting ready, whatever they're going to be doing on the bridge, and it's going to go down.
And who are they with on the bridge today that makes it a little different?
I'm glad you asked, Chris. This year, there are going to be professional racers that you've seen, teams that you've seen all over the world coming to New York City, getting on the bridge, getting out on the roads that everyone rides around here and racing their hearts out.
So the big shift for this year is that the UCI 1.2 Pro Race, Gran Premio New York City, this is the first year that this is running, and we tested this course last year, the 135 or so kilometer course with about 6,000 feet or 2,000 meters of climbing. So it's not flat. And that was remarked upon by one of the pro team directors yesterday. He just said, not flat. And so with the course being not flat, it will be a challenging course for everyone. There are 100 pro riders from 16 different teams. We've got two UCI World Tour teams in Bardiani and Corratec Mini Fantini.
Yes.
We've got a number of Continental Pro teams.
We have development teams. We have teams from Belgium, Italy, Colombia. It's amazing.
So following the pattern of GFNY, this is a truly international race, and we've got riders from all over the world, from South America, from North America, from Europe. So we look to see some really exciting racing action today as they take the course, and they will do the same course as the GFNY course, the Gran Fondo course, which will start 15 minutes after the pros leave the
It'll be a 15-minute gap, and do we think that they're going to catch them?
That is the most frequently asked question that we have gotten at GFNY since the news was published about this race.
That 15-minute gap.
What happens if somebody catches the pros? Nobody's going to catch the pros. A 15-minute gap for the pros is probably a lifetime to most of the riders on the bridge.
It's true. I'm an optimistic guy. I'm a glass half full person. I'll never say never. But here's like 90% never that's not going to happen. It's such a huge gap, and the professionals, they're the grizzled veterans out front. You know, they're not going to be waiting. Because in the new era of cycling, the new days, it's almost like, since 10 years ago, there would be like, a little calmer rollout. Maybe the first 10K, 20K, you're just kind of getting in. Right now, the way cycling is, it's hammer down. As soon as we get out of there, hammers down.
And for all of the riders and the directors that we've been able to talk to here at the Expo during the week, most of the feedback has been, we're going to go from the gun.
Yeah. I would assume on River Road, once you get to Sheriff's Station, there's something's going to happen. Somebody's going to attack. Whether they break it apart or not, that's a different story. But I think they're going to try.
So do we think that we'll see, Dan, from your experience, like I love that you say riders and routes. That's what I'm all about, is riders and routes. So given what we know about everybody that's going to be on the course today, Do we expect to see multiple breaks? Do we expect to see a decisive break? Do we expect to see a sprint finish? I think anything can happen.
Anything can happen. The course is such that it's sort of a mashup of Liège and Flanders. And when I say that, I mean taller hills, lots of hills, power hills. So that always breaks things up because it provides opportunities for racers to use their power to get rid of other racers. So that's what these teams are going to be thinking about. Who's feeling good today? They'll be on the radios with each other, and they'll figure it out.
It's funny that you should mention that because talking to some of the gentlemen from Lotto yesterday, they had mentioned that it's very similar to the terrain that they're used to. In an interview with Uli Flume, one of the founders of GFNY yesterday, he said this is a one-day race. It's like an Ardennes Classic.
Yeah.
With a a leg breaking amount of climbing over a short 1 day course, right? I mean, short-ish.
It's short for some of those one-day classics are so long, but in another sense, some really long classics, like say San Remo. San Remo is 300 kilometers, but it's the best last 20K in racing. But before that, it's like, what's happening here? This gets right to the meat of it. This is like the last 100K. Last 130K of that race, and it's all opportunities for teams to put each other to the sword.
Right on. And so let's talk about teams that we have here. So UCI Pro teams, VF Group Bardiani from Italy. We also have from Italy Team Cortec Vini Fantini. UCI Continental teams, Trinity Racing out of the UK, Project Echelon Racing out of the U.S., Hustle Pro Cycling from Canada. Some interesting conversations with some of the boys from that team yesterday. Team Skyline Cadence Pro Cycling from the U.S., Team Novo Nordisk development team from the U.S. We've seen Team Novo Nordisk around quite a bit in previous big American races. Team Mito Q all the way from New Zealand. So
amazing.
Just imagine the jet lag that those guys have going on.
Yeah.
Canals Java from Mexico. Team Medellin from Colombia. Now we're going to talk about those guys.
We're going to have to discuss
I think
Team Medellin.
They could be. They could be the danger team in this group. And then, of course, Alpecin de Koenig development team from Belgium, and also Lotto Destiny development team also from Belgium. And then some regional club teams. Jameson Racing team from U.S., Team CS Velo also from the U.S., Team California from the U.S., of course, and Team GFNY.
Team GFNY.
Which takes us right back to 2023, where we saw that stunning finish from Mattia Gufori, who put 7 minutes between himself and the field last year.
Absolutely amazing.
Right? I mean, the SWAT Club team was about as close as we've seen to a pro team dynamic within the peloton at the GFNY NYC World Championship, the Michelob Ultra GFNY NYC World Championship, and the great part of this in bridging Gran Fondo to pro cycling, GFNY created a wild card team of the top 6 finishers of the GFNY World Championship NYC race from last year. So those top 6 are here with us today.
It's fantastic.
Including, we also have Raul Alcala, so the elder statesman of cycling at 60 years old.
I remember Raul, yes. I've seen him race. I remember watching him in the Tour de France. I'm like, and he's here.
And he is here. And he is on the bridge. He is on the start line as we speak.
Director Sportif Nelson Vales. I've got to wonder what was the teams meeting that they had over the computers? How did they find out what their how many continents are we talking about?
And that was an interesting thing. So it was a lot of WhatsApp and I think Zoom to get everybody together and get everybody on the same page.
Yeah.
They've been out on the course already, and Nelson feels like they can make a lot of noise today.
There you go. I am looking forward to seeing the early race dynamics because you have everybody still feeling pretty good, feeling pretty salty before the day starts. So maybe some of these amateur teams are just going to throw down. What do you have to lose?
I think in speaking with Team Hustle, 2 of the guys from Canada for Team Hustle, they actually said as much. They said, we want to animate the race, we want to make some noise, get our sponsors on camera, and get to the front for as long as we can hold on.
Sure. And for some of these teams, this is one of the bigger events of the year for them. For the GFNY team, this is the biggest event of the year. So why not send Raul Alcala off the front? Just let him go. Take off. See what happens, you know? It's a
Yeah.
bike race. Never say never.
Exactly.
You know? Get off the front, who knows?
So we'll have a new Team GFNY next year from the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship.
Fantastic.
And returning for this year are Ricardo Paqueta, who was the champion in 2017, Mateo Grazon, who won GFNY Quito in Ecuador in 2023. We have Emma Drab, who won GFNY Miami just last month in a pretty exciting finish. And then we have some of the other GFNY races from around the world and around the U.S. Olivia Wichter from USA from GFNY. She won GFNY Rockford in 2023. I was at that race. I'm sure I finished about 3 hours behind her.
3 hours behind. All right.
You were bringing up the Lantern Rouge, the laughing group, so to speak. Cecilia Calavier, GFNY Colonia, 21, 22, and 23. So someone that could really be a contender in the women's group. Mariana Rojas, GFNY Cusco 2023. Diana Cano, GFNY Manta 2023. And Ariela Sotero, GFNY Puerto Rico 2023, GFNY Dominican Republic 2023 and 2024. And
Amazing.
probably coming to a race in Puerto Rico near you, GFNY Ponce, coming November 2024. I
Wow.
would bet that we will see
what a lineup
that
of
racer
places to
on
go.
the line, ready to stick a flag in another one.
The handlers at the airport had to have been wondering about themselves, like, why are there so many big boxes full of bikes coming off of these planes? Because it had to be just descending upon them this week. Hundreds of bikes coming off of planes this week. Right?
Hundreds of
Amazing.
bikes, and just to watch at the Expo all week. The atmosphere of this expo is just electric. I always say that it's like running off and joining the circus for a week. So under the big top.
Yep, under the big top.
And,
We're in the tent here. We
making
have the
things
big
happen.
top tent, so we're ready to roll. It's going to be exciting. I am very excited to see what the pros are going to do with this course. So we've always had, when we did the GFNY in years past, you've always had some sort of early move. It would go right as soon as they hit River Road, as they turn off and they go on the road that goes along the Hudson River, somebody would always go off the front. And, in years past, we've looked at each other and it's like, yeah, it's got no shot. It's going to be one person. There's 1,000 riders behind them, probably not going to turn out. This year, yes, you have a race of 100 racers, 100 pro-am racers. It could happen. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Speaking with Uli yesterday, I told him some of the comments that the Lotto team director had mentioned about River Road, and that they have to stay awake.
Yeah.
It's not a place to go out slow. It's not a place to lollygag until they get to the hills.
Yep.
It's going to be something where they're going to be looking for moves within there, and Uli, agreed with that and said, you don't win the race in Alpine, but you can certainly lose it in Alpine.
Yes, you could. You could get knocked off the back, and that might be the racer that gets caught by the other Grand Fondo if he just, 15 minutes behind, eventually you get caught up, I guess at that point you're a professional. Maybe you turn off and go to the hotel or try to find somewhere to go. But, yes, it's going to be very decisive at the beginning. So it's going to be interesting because 133K... I mean, the other day, Julian Alaphilippe was in a 124K breakaway. So it's in the realm of possibility, It's not something that's unheard of anymore. So
yeah, and one of the Lotto directors that I talked to yesterday, I asked him, "Are you expecting a sprint finish?" And he said, 50-50. It could go either way because it's not flat. And so I think what he was probably trying not to tell me was that they have some climbing talent that they're hiding there, an all-arounder that can really make a statement on some of those hills. I mean, last year we saw Matteo Gaffuri. He made his move right after Gate Hill.
Right.
He waited, and then he caught Miguel Arroyo on Gate Hill, and then he basically made the statement, and they never brought him back.
Which was an amazing performance, to be honest. That was
it was
really
like watching
incredible.
it was like watching an 80K time trial.
Yeah,
honestly,
he was a machine, and he just kept grinding it out. And you look at it after a little bit, and you're like, that's a long way out. You're calling a long shot there, but he backed it up. there's no arguing with a win like that.
So, but with the field, I don't think anybody will get away like that. I find it very hard to believe in the pro race that anybody will.
The depths of the teams, 6-man teams, I don't think it's going to happen like that. And it's going to be interesting to see what Team Medellin does, because I would assume from Colombia more of a pure climbers team. That's just a broad stroke generalization, but they're used to long climbs out there. So they might run out of enough hill to make a difference on some of these hills. Well, they might not have enough hill to use their climbing strengths to get rid of everyone else. So we'll be looking at the middle of the races when the longer hills happen. Maybe Medellin's like sitting back like, all right, let's stay in a good position in the race. Let's find out. Let's be tactical about this. If anything goes on River Road, stay with it. You can't lose it. And then when we get to the longer hills, that's when we put the pressure on. And then we'll hope something happens after that. So there's going to be a lot of different, play your best strengths, see what your tactics are. It's going to be a fun race to watch.
So we've got, on our talk sheets, we've got highlights around all of the results that some of these riders have. And there are some really impressive results. And Team Medellin actually stood out for having the most results already in 2024. It's May.
Yeah.
It's the third Sunday in May, and they've already got some significant results. Stage wins. They've got general classification, placements, podiums. So as a team, they've been incredibly strong in the races that they've actually been, participating in. And so I think that they're probably arriving here with no less of an expectation that they're going to,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it could be intimidating to see some of the big names from Europe, but I think as the teams from Europe were looking around yesterday, they were probably looking over there and going, those guys.
Right. Yeah.
Those guys.
Yep. Make sure you know what their jersey looks like.
Yeah.
Don't let that get away. And they've got the directors in the team cars. I'm assuming they're going to be able to see our feed. I'm not sure. Usually they can see the race from within there. I'm sure they have some sort of way of seeing what's going on.
Several of the directors asked me if they could put it on in the car, if there would be a way to put the feed on in the car.
Right.
So I am quite sure that they have the feed on in the car, and they are.
Good morning, Nelson.
So, good morning.
If you're in the car. But yeah, they're going to be. That's the way bike racing goes now. They're watching from the car. They're in contact via radio, and they're involved in what's going on. Nobody's going to get too surprised.
And that's actually something that's different in Grand Premio New York City is that it, being a UCI 1.2 race, there is a different structure to it. There is a caravan. There are several commissaires that are out. Commissaires being referees from the UCI that are out there in cars, watching, and on motos actually that are actually watching, and they've got next generation walkie-talkies with them so that they can actually
they're going to be able to be
time gaps and
communications and
the
everything.
whole thing. So this is a real professional sanctioned race that counts towards UCI standing. So these guys will be looking to place. They will be looking to get the points. The teams are taking this very, very seriously. This is not pros showing up at a Gran Fondo. This is a professional bike race.
How exciting is that? That is so exciting, and I love the format. Let's talk a little bit about the weather today. Weather always affects a race one way or the other. The biggest things that affect any race are elevation and wind. I don't see any wind out there today.
There didn't seem to be any significant wind. I think it will get warm towards the end of the morning, but by the time it really warms up out there, most of the pro riders will be home.
Yes. And
most of the elite field in the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship will also be home by then. So we expect to see. What was your guess before?
3 hours and 15 minutes.
3 hours and 15 minutes.
That's the classic 40K per hour rule.
Okay.
Sometimes if they go faster than that, I wouldn't be surprised. But around 3:15.
3:15. Okay, so that would put us exactly at 10:15. So, if we're going to pool this, I suppose we should.
I would say, at 3:15, and when they're starting out, it's going to be it's wet out there. And River Road, right along the Hudson, covered by trees. There's going to be wet sections. So if you get caught out, you can slide out. It's definitely happened before. You see teams or you see riders that go off the front, and there's some descending that you go through going through River Road. So there's some 15%, 10% descents.
Right.
So stay awake.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Price is Right rules and say that you've overbid.
Oh, 315?
I think 309 is
309.
309.
I'm
So write
writing
that
it down right now. 309. You heard it here first.
309.
Okay, 309. All right, they're going to be 6 minutes ahead of schedule. So that will be our general schedule for the day. So that's averaging 315 is averaging 24 miles an hour, somewhere around there.
Right.
They can definitely do that. They can do 27 miles an hour, even with the hills that are out there. So if you want to compare yourself to what the professionals are doing, think about going up, River Road, all those climbs, and then going out Gate Hill and everything else, and averaging 27 miles an hour. Can you do that? I can't do that.
Well, I can't.
Yeah, I'd have to be attached to the back of the car.
I got to attend a meeting yesterday where somebody talked about what they refer to as the laughing group, or the group that's behind the peloton that's kind of gone off the back. They've done their job,
yes,
and they're finished for the day, and they're basically going to sit up and ride home. And he said, and they go slow, like 16 miles an hour. I turned to somebody and I said, I don't know, 16 miles an hour would be a pretty good day for me. I don't know if I can average.
You're like, that's
16
when I'm
miles
going
an
to
hour
remember
on
that
this
day.
course,
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, that's going to be, that's a personal record for some people here.
I'm going to take a minute to give a shout out to some of our sponsors. I know it's only 6:22 a.m., but Michelob Ultra is the official beer of GFNY World Championship New York City. It is the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship New York City. We have bottle sponsorship from Elite. Elite provides those great GFNY bottles that you get at the GFNY World Championship NYC. And BMC is the official bike. BMC is proud to be the official bike sponsor of GFNY, embodying high performance and premium Swiss precision. BMC designs bike for epic roads, dominating cobbles and conquering climbs. Visit their booth at the Expo to see the new road machine, and I actually have seen these, and they are like works of art.
Oh, fantastic.
I couldn't tell if I was in a bike tent or a gallery. So, and then also Ekoi are the official helmet and sunglasses and shoes of GFNY. So you'll actually see Team GFNY wearing those really well ventilated aero helmets that are made by Ekoi. And as you finish here today, there is a GFNY pasta party that's presented by Pasta Di Martino. So enjoy that post-race. We're getting some great footage now from the bridge. They're routing everybody around. You can see that these guys are not wearing green jerseys, right? So they are wearing their official team kits, and so the pros are making their way into the corrals.
They're corralling up, and it is going to be a little bit easier for us this year, Chris, to see the team jerseys and be able to differentiate between who's who. We won't have to look for numbers so much. It looks like everybody's warmed up. They're going to have their short sleeves and no leg warmers on because they're ready to go. So they're going to shiver for a bit, and then they're going to be off.
And there's Louis Lamus, who you can see is wearing that Ekoi helmet. And
Louis getting right to the front.
It's
we have
cold up
one
on
of the
bridge.
racers has. It looks like he's got a disposable sweatshirt there.
Yeah.
I've done that before.
Well,
so.
it was advised to all the team directors yesterday that the riders have something that they can wear, and that they'll throw that in either the lead car or one of the caravan cars that's actually on the bridge. Right now, the rest of the team cars are queued up at the deviation, and they're ready to follow as soon as the riders come off the bridge. You can see Lydia Flume there. She's managing everything as she usually does. And so we're seeing hustle out there. We're seeing, and when I say we're seeing hustle out there, I don't mean we're seeing everybody hurrying. I mean we're seeing Team Hustle from Canada.
Correct.
Also,
now look on
CS
the bridge.
Velo.
And we can see the flag flying on the bridge. So the wind is coming out of the north. So that's a headwind to begin the race.
Yeah.
So up River Road, they're going to be hitting a headwind. It looks pretty. It's always windier on the bridge.
Yeah.
So it might not be as windy inland, but that could be an affecting. And you were talking to Team Hustle
Yes.
And I don't know if maybe the other directors shouldn't be listening right now, so they can put the earmuffs on. But I think that Team Hustle was going to try to go with something early.
They're going to try and go with something. They want to get in the break. They want to get their sponsors on camera. They want to be seen. They want to be heard, and they want to animate the race. I mean, you have to respect that attitude. It's we know we're up against really big competition here, but we're going to throw the kitchen sink at it, and why not?
Sure. And in a way, they're already on the feet, aren't they? Because in the corral, they found their way to the front. They're ready to go. So,
and this will not be a neutral start. They will, like we said, they will go from the gun. Vini Fantini coming on. Jameson, one of the local club teams.
Jameson, shout out to the New York City
and
team.
And there they are. They're signing in. So we're capturing the sign in.
There is a local photographer, Marco Cazada. It would not be a race without Marco out there in New York City. Hello, Marco. He'll be on the moto today, some way. So we get the sign in. We have everybody. It's good to see that the pros are having the same experience as the Gran Fondo riders are, with the getting on the bridge and having a little bit of a shiver time.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be the same if it didn't start on the bridge. So that's one of the defining features, I think, of the GFNY experience. So get them out on the bridge and let them find out what it's like.
The George Washington Bridge is, I think, the busiest bridge in the world, and GFNY is the only event that actually gets the bridge closed on the lower deck for the
amazed
start.
Every time that this happens. I just cannot believe that they're able to get this bridge closed. It's just so astonishing.
It was something that Lydia Flume was able to accomplish. They put every challenge they could in front of her, and she just kept going back and asking and asking and asking until it finally happened.
That is a true accomplishment. Getting the bridge closed. You've got 2 states involved. You've got multiple municipalities. I can't even imagine the complicating factors.
Yeah, so she can always say to anybody that gets in her face, she can say, "How many bridges you get closed this year?" So
I closed the George Washington
I
Bridge.
closed the George Washington Bridge this year,
exactly,
and every year for the last 10 years.
The sign-in is still happening. Everyone's getting ready and getting queued up. So exciting to see these pro racers out here in the Pro-Am race. It's going to be very exciting. It looks like everybody's huddling for warmth. That's a classic move. I see over to the left, just off camera, I see a pack of pros just kind of getting together and kind of making the wind less.
Oftentimes you'll see folks will sit down, just like that rider is sitting down from Koratech.
Yep.
He's sitting down and just kind of taking some shelter from it behind the barrier.
Yeah. And the pros, they're not so different from us, are they? They get cold too. So.
Actually, having seen a couple of these guys ride, I will say that they're very different from us, Dan. But
yeah, in some ways, very different, right?
Canals Java from Mexico, Alpine, of course, from Belgium.
Yeah, we're getting the full sign in, and then I guess that's going to probably get rolled up, and maybe Uli and Lydia keep that somewhere.
That's a collector's item for sure. Mito Q from New Zealand. I wonder how they are feeling today. What time is it on someone from New Zealand's body clock right now?
I think it's Friday. I think it's Friday right
Friday.
now. Yeah. I don't know how that's going to work out. I don't know whether they just flew in yesterday. There's 2 ways of thinking about that. Fly in real quick and never adjust, or get there really early and try to adjust. So
you had team presentations on the podium yesterday. All of the teams got to speak a little bit to what their goals are and to what they're hoping to accomplish. I was taken by Team CS Velo, one of the smaller teams that's here. They said that the CS actually stands for combined strength. And
combined
that
strength.
they all achieve more when they work as a team. So I look forward to seeing what they can do in this race. Team California was in the registration area for a while with us yesterday, and I think one of the things that I noticed, and I mentioned it to Whit Raymond, who's the announcer on the bridge right now. They said one thing you can tell about professional athletes is that they know how to relax and turn it off. The guys just plop down in some chairs, and they just kind of, you can see that they were just, I'm not wasting any energy the day before a race. So.
Yeah. Why stand when you can sit?
Exactly.
Why sit when you can lay down? So We have the Jameson rider here with the pullover, so I think that's going to complicate things when he gets into the race later. So he doesn't have a zip sweatshirt.
I'm sure he's going to pull that off as they get ready to go.
Mm-hmm. There was a race we had at Grant's Tomb that was in March, and it was so cold at the start line. Do you remember the slankets back in the day, Chris? That was like a big blanket that had arms on it and a hood?
I do.
Before that race, I had a slanket on at the start line. It was so cold. So I would recommend a professional slanket in this.
So we talked a little bit about 2023. We talked about the miraculous run of Mattia Ghafouri. So we're going to take a look back, and they're going to roll some video so we can take a look back at how he got here in 2023.
The race was faster and more competitive than ever. Pro and amateur cyclists leapt off the starting line on the spectacular George Washington Bridge and zipped through Fort Lee and into Palisades Interstate Park. The sparks flew again on the climb at Alpine as Italian Mattia Ghafouri, last year's second-place finisher, casually tested his legs. He jumped to the front of the race, taking the sprint preem at the top. But once there, Ghafouri sat up. There was plenty of road left, and he was happy to let his SWAT Club teammates do some of the hard work controlling the race. The first serious attack came with 100K still to go. Colombian Jaime Vergara was quickly joined by Miguel Arroyo from Mexico. But SWAT Club wasn't going to let them get too far. A pack of nearly 30 riders with all the race favorites was close behind. Ghafouri bided his time while teammates like Davide Minotte and Francesco Zantedeschi helped keep the gap to the leaders to less than a minute. Arroyo dropped Vergara, and then it was him alone against the peloton. American time trial champ Ben Wolf launched the charge that finally kicked Ghafouri into action. Seeing an opportunity, South African Alexander Worsdale briefly jumped on Ghafouri's wheel and then hung on for dear life. But by the summit of Cheesecoat, all the challengers had faded from memory. It was now just Ghafouri on a long solo drive to the finish with the disorganized chase group somewhere down the road. Mattia Ghafouri dusted the field in a time of 3:27.32, nearly 7 minutes faster than the second and third place finishers. In the women's race, it was a similarly dominant performance. Italian Chiara Doni, also from SWAT Club, led from start to finish. Obviously, SWAT Club came to win. But coming in second and third was still a cause for celebration for the Italians Annalisa Prato and last year's champ Samantha Arnaldo. They finished the way they started, together with big smiles on their faces.
At 2023, and Mattia Ghafouri I just referred to him as Machina, the machine, as he just made that move that got him to 3:27.32. So your prediction of 3:15, that's really interesting. These were the top 10 finishers last year. You can see the top 6 make up that team GFNY. Right, and then from there, Kenny Neeson, Ricardo Piquetta, who is in the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC, Jamie Vergara, Leon Santamaria, right? So that was the top 10 men, but 3:27 plus 7, essentially, for that top 10.
Yes.
Right? I mean, look at that. They're all within 3 seconds of each other. So it was a bunch sprint for that top 6 honor. And those guys that are on the bridge right now, Francesco Di Candido. We also we have several. We have a substitute for Mattia Ghafouri. He's not riding this year, so Philippe Allure is there for him, and then Raul Alcala has taken the place of one of the other riders.
And so you did see the Ghafouri's effort last year was just phenomenal. He just stomped this race just last year, and you did see that he's not the build of a classic pure climber. There's a lot of power coming out of that guy.
Well, and when we talked to him after the race, his whole strategy was be alone at the end. That was his whole deal, was be alone. Don't get pipped at the line like you did in 2022.
7 minutes alone. That's amazing.
7 minutes alone.
That's a lot
for that
alone.
Field.
Yeah, he can sit at the finish line and wait a long time before they show up.
So we're going to take a look at the women here as well from 2023. Chiara Doni, 4:43.09. She was with the men's first group right up until Mont Farm Road last year.
And a great strategy, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that SWAT Club group protected her as well as protecting Mattia Ghafouri in the early going. And it's funny because as I interviewed some of the SWAT club guys, they said, "Oh, we tried to protect Yaradoni as well, but it's hard to protect her because she can outride us all." So
you're not protecting anything if it's getting away.
But the Italians dominated the women's field last year, and Giuliana Cipriano from Brazil, Kai Lagun from USA, Erica Soares from Brazil, Odetta Bertolone from also from Italy, Diana Cano from Ecuador, Marine Quinoa from France, and Paulina Allen from Canada, who is very well known to us here at GFNY. Just somebody that's been racing GFNY for a long time and just a great all-around athlete. So, I mean, an impressive top 10 field there. And and
then it's one of the minor controversies in mass start events like this, and especially the gravel races, is that some of the women will race with the men and get a gap. But that's just the strategy of how these races work. If you don't like it, then maybe you should adopt the same strategy.
Well, it's available to you. I remember racing classified races years and years ago where if there weren't enough women in the field, that they would actually say, you guys can ride with, and they would assign, 2 classifications of men that they could ride with. It was usually, us older guys.
Yep, usually the Masters racers.
But they would put them and say, if you want to work with the Masters, then great. But I've also been in races where I've been pulled over to the side because the women's group started later and they were coming through.
They were coming.
So
there was no stopping them, right?
So we're back to the pros, but we were able to see some of the Michelob Ultra GFNY New York City Championship riders were starting to move up in the corrals, but the pros, I mean, just look at the calm, right? So generally when I'm lined up on that bridge, when I've been lined up on that bridge in years past, I can tell you that I just had, butterflies like you wouldn't believe, but and maybe they feel that way, maybe they feel that same way, but it's just part of being a professional is being able to handle the off moments where you just have to keep your calm and it's just part of the job.
Lions at the zoo, Chris.
Exactly.
When lions at the zoo have nothing to do, they're just laying around, aren't they?
Right. And as we were talking to Matthias outside, we were talking about all of the things that go with bike racing, right? The the risks you take and the speed you go at and everything that goes like riding with guys that are maybe a few steps ahead of you. All of that goes with the job. Being a professional bike racer is your job. That's all you do. That's what you think about all the time.
And in some ways, the composition of this race and being a pro-am is something that which you might not think about it, but is a lot like the World Championship road race. Because the World Championship road race, you're going to have teams from smaller countries, and they're going to be in it in the beginning of it. So the beginning of the World Championship road race, which is a long race, they will try to just put the speed enough to get rid of some of the smaller countries. It's, it's vicious, but that's bike racing. So they don't necessarily want to have these other teams involved. They want to winnow it down so they have it to teams that they can understand, teams that they know. So,
in looking at the Gran Fondo riders versus the pro riders, in that front corral of Gran Fondo riders, there are probably, aspirationally speaking, several of the elite riders in that front corral that are looking at all those pro jerseys that are in front of them and thinking to themselves, that could be me next year. If I can find my way to the top 6 this year, that could be me next year.
And it would be you next year.
Yeah, exactly.
In this case, it does actually work out. It is one time, you go from being in the tribute band to getting on stage with Bon Jovi, right? It's actually going to happen because if you do finish in the top 6, you're on the team. It's incredible.
Spoken like someone from New Jersey.
That's right. I have to represent New Jersey here.
So if you were to make it, I mean, this was one of the things that we spoke about. We've written articles for GFNY about the future of pro cycling, and what this does is it gives a chance for top elite talent to showcase what they can do on a real professional course, not in a criterium, not in a time trial, not in a circuit race, but but in an actual one-day monument type race that allows them to demonstrate that they've got the skills to go the whole way.
And a road course in the United States is getting much more rare these days. It's getting very rare to see this sort of long, meandering road stage. It's not point to point. It's out and back, but it's the same concept.
And I will say that, for the way that the road race is handled, I mean, both the UCI 1.2 race here that we're watching the pros right now and the Gran Fondo format both follow a fully timed, right? So it's not timed climbs, it's not stop and go, it's not a food tour, it's not one of those.
You can make it a food tour.
You could make it a food tour if you wanted to come in at 4:00. Sure,
get yourself a slice of pizza. There's nothing stopping you, but yeah.
So you can see the SWAT Club jacket out there.
I see it
from one of last year's top six.
Yeah.
So, but the nature of GFNY has always been to try and get it to, and they, the first year or so, it was, time climbs, but the goal was always to do two things. It was to get it to a fully timed, no stop, fully controlled course, which they did very early on, right? So within the first couple of years, that was made a reality, and then also to bring professional racing, to bring professional road racing to this format, so that we can start to develop new talent and actually do something to have a positive impact on road cycling here in the U.S.
Yeah, it's absolutely exciting that we're having this going today. You can just see the wind blowing on the bridge, and
now it looks like a crosswind.
Professional riders are like geese. They just understand the wind, and they get out of it. You see how they're all below the wind level of the signage on the side? They're getting low. They're getting out of the wind. So, can't fool a goose when he's out there in his natural element. Goose and lions.
And
geese
you see
and lions.
smiles and idle chit chat. They don't seem to have a care in the world right this second.
Yep.
So we are about 17 minutes from the gun, and I am so excited to see what this is. I mean, just the first 5 minutes are just going to be. I think that's going to tell us how it's going to go.
It's going to be very telling how they get through this beginning of the race. It's going to be very interesting. See who hits it, who's able to hang, and who gets knocked out right away. So,
it's odd. It's odd knowing that Nelson Vales is sitting in a car on the team deviation route right now, and not in front of the crowd pumping everybody up like he usually does every year.
Got to be a different feeling for him this year, isn't it? But yes, everyone's assembled. Everyone's ready to go. Marco's got his helmet on, so he's going to hit the moto soon. And it's going to be go time. It's going to be very exciting.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the other teams. We've got Team California. Interesting. They've got some good results. One of their riders, Nicholas Narroway from Bermuda, actually has two individual time trial results, and also he was third in the national championship of Bermuda, which all of those in 2023, which it says to me that he could be an all-arounder.
Yeah,
he could be somebody that could do well on this course. Luca Haynes, second on stage 4 of the Tour of the Gila. Seeing a lot about Tour of the Gila here. A lot of people have results from there. So Alpecin de Koenig, one of the bigger teams that's here. They were supposed to have Axel Lawrence, who is the under-23 world championship. He wasn't able to make it. They substituted in Henry Ulig. But we've got some great results there from them as well. Leonard Bellman's 13th at Paris-Roubaix U23 this year. Paris-Roubaix, not for the squeamish.
Yeah. Tibor Del Grosso, World Championship Under-23 cyclocross.
For cyclocross.
It's sort of the Wout van Aert, Matthew van der Poel sort of option here, right? So we'll see what he can come up with.
And then Lotto Destiny has some great results. General classification, Camille Aymon, 13th at LBL, Liège-Bastogne-Liège, this year in the under-23. Liam Van Bielen was second, twice second at a stage in Tour de Bretagne. And Johan Adamitz, 4th in the GC for the Circuit d'Ardennes in 2024. So when you look at that, when you look at those results, we've got the Circuit d'Ardennes, we've got Tour de Bretagne, and we've got Liège-Bastogne-Liège.
Whenever I hear Ardennes, I think
I'm
you're going to go
kind of
uphill.
feeling like this course is going to be pretty familiar feeling to the lot of
This isn't going to be a surprise to any of those riders. Anytime you hear Ardennes, it's we're going to have some sharp climbs. It's not going to be a flat race.
And while we were talking about Hustle before, Hustle's got some results this year. Winner stage, Stan Morris was the winner of Stage 2 at the Tour de Bloom this year. Third at the Henderson. Daniel Kalikman was third at the Henderson Classic in 2024, and Evan Russell second GC at the Tour de Bloom.
No strangers to the podium, so that always makes things. Once those wins start coming, it seems that it makes it easier or puts you into a different mindset. You know, once you have that sort of success,
right,
it builds upon itself. So
out of Mexico, we've got. Efren Santos Moreno was 4th at Stage 5 of the Tour of the Gila this year. We've got a 4-time Ignacio de Jesus Prado Juarez was the 4-time national champion of Mexico in the individual time trial and twice in the Mexico road race.
Yeah.
So what's interesting about that is that we have got between Raul Alcala, Flavio De Luna, and Ignacio Juarez, we've got multiple Mexican national road championships.
Luis Lamas, too.
Luis Lamas, I mentioned, Luis Lamas also 2016 Olympics.
Yeah.
Representing Mexico. Okay, so Mito Q, we've got Josh Burnett, winner of the Gravel and Tar Classic in 2024, 8th at the National Championships in New Zealand in 2024. For CS Velo, combined strength Velo, Owen Wright of the USA, 5th at Stage 3 of the Tour of the Gila, 2nd in the general classification of the Redlands Bicycle Classic in 2024. Wow. What I'm seeing here is I'm seeing a lot of 2024 results. These guys are warmed up. This is not the first race of the year for anybody. They've all been going.
They've been knocking it out since February.
Jameson Racing, Christopher Prendergast from Canada, 2nd in the GC in the Green Mountain Stage Race, which, if you know anything about the Green Mountain Stage Race, that goes over some pretty significant climbs.
There's no jokes going on in the Green Mountain Stage Race. You get up north up there, it's serious.
The Gaps Ride is what they call it. So you go over App Gap, Lincoln Gap. Lincoln Gap is the steepest paved road on the East Coast. At 25% in places, I can tell you for a fact that I walked part of it.
It's a brute. I've been up that. You're not hitting the big ring any time on that ride, are you? Well, on the way down, maybe you don't even have a big enough ring.
Hit the big ring on the back. Okay, so getting to Team GFNY, we've got Flavio De Luna, who, multiple national championship in the Mexico road race, or fourth, he was 4th, and then 5th twice, and 4th twice, 3rd in the national championship once, and then 1st in the national championship in Mexico in the ITT in 2015. Luis Lamas, like we said, 3-time national champion in Mexico, and as well the 2016 Brazil Olympics. Raul Alcala, the maestro.
I say send it, Raul. Just send it.
Too many results to list, but let's go over a few of them. I mean, 2nd at GC in the GC at Tirreno Adriatico, winner of the Vuelta a Asturias, winner of the Course Classic, plus 4-time. He won 4 stages in that one. 2-time winner of the Tour de Pont, 4-time stage winner, 2-time first at a Tour de France stage, and first at Classica San Sebastian in 1992. And he is out there to.
What else do you say? Legend after his name.
Basically, just so many people posing for asking him for selfies, and people. I watched you, all those years ago. So
and still riding, still in shape, still ready to go. That's astonishing. It is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely,
it gives
astonishing.
All of us something to work for. I'm going to be Raul when I grow up, if I grow up. So we'll see if it goes that way.
Exactly right. I'm only 3 years away from being his age. I have no hope of being in that shape. Let's talk about Bardiani a little bit. Federico Biagini, 3rd in the Gran Premio della Liberazione in 2024, as well as a few other results. Lorenzo Conforti, multiple results. Second, GP Goriska and Vipava Valley in 2024. Second at Stage 1 in Etarske Prologic Istrian Spring Trophy in 2024. And Filippo Tacconi, 6th in the Eschborn Frankfurt U23 in 2024. So there's multiple other results for this team, almost too many to list. Their Palmares are pretty significant. Cortec, Christians Barkali, 4th at the GR Vorarlberg, winner Stage 10 Vuelta España 2015.
Yeah, that's...
That exclamation point.
Yeah, get ready. That's like a Grand Tour stage winner.
Let's see. Nicola Bonifacio, winner of Stage 5 Paris-Nice in 2020, 3-time stage winner, GC winner La Tropicale Anissa Bongo in 2019. Valentin Darbalaye, second in Stage 4 Tour of Taiwan 2024. And Lorenzo. Applause from the field. They are ready to go.
Done. It's time.
They are ready to go.
Wake up, gentlemen. All right, they're going to have that feeling that most riders get when you do a coffee shop in April or March and you get back on the bike and you have that big shiver for the first kilometer.
You can see them shaking out their legs.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be
a
little chilly.
Getting ready. So we've got 7 minutes to go.
Maybe some of the racers from Italy or maybe
boxing going on there.
From the warmer climates, whereas the Belgians are probably just laying around with no arm warmers and no leg warmers whatsoever. This is like summer for them.
That's interesting. You know, I mean, it suits them, right, from a weather standpoint and from a terrain standpoint. Reminder there to register now for 2025 at GFNY.com. Registration is open for all races. There are 27 races available to register. There are more on the way, more dates to be finalized, and then registration will be open. There's Uli and Lydia Flume on the bridge doing their typical jump with Max Flume. And so here we go. We are just about ready for the first ever, the inaugural GP Premio NYC.
All right.
Grand Premio
Let's
NYC.
Get ready. It's ready to roll. It's going to go out.
See, the motos are getting
excited.
ready.
Yes.
So there'll be more motos there. We'll have a couple of motos with cameras out there for the pro race, and we will have a couple out there for the Gran Fondo as well. So we'll be trying to give you coverage of both races as we go. But my guess is that there'll be a little emphasis on the pro race in the early going, as that's probably where the major part of the excitement is going to come from.
There will be that 15-minute gap, so we will have that action starting a little faster than the other race. They've got the barriers out of the way. We've got 5 minutes until it all drops.
They're all getting into the mental shape. Mm-hmm. Whatever your pre-race ritual is, There's our boxer there. He's rubbing his arms. He's got his jacket off.
Yeah, he is ready. He's trying to get whatever warmth he can find. So it's getting to be that time. All right, nerves are starting to move up here.
Team GFNY right up front. We've got Canal Mexico. We've got Cortec. We've got...
They're all there. Bardiani. It's going to be really interesting to see how this first bit on River Road goes. We'll see how that rolls out.
And just a reminder, we're gonna see team cars out there. So as they merge onto River Road, that's probably where the team cars will start to pop into view, and we'll start to see the caravan with the commissars, the doctor, and everything that you would expect to see in a professional race, because this is a professional race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I assume one team car per team.
One team car per team, and they've got multiple staff. So, and there's also a neutral support car that's been provided by BMC, and so they were out there assembling
the BMCs
neutral support
ready.
Bikes the other day.
Wow, that could be an upgrade. And it's going to be interesting if there's only one team car. You're going to have situations, and when they do get into a break, if there's over 1 minute, then the team car can come through if your riders are represented in the break. So if you're behind there and you have a mechanical, it might be a long wait. So it could be something that could kind of ruin your day if you're in the back and you have a mechanical behind the team car. So,
and the cars need permission from the chief commissar to be able to go with the break.
Wind is still up.
3 minutes to go.
Hoodies and parkas have been tossed off the side of the bridge or wherever they're going to go. I'm not sure.
They actually there was a plan in place so that they would be able to just push off to the side whatever they had, and then that would go into one of the cars.
Everyone's going to collect it,
and it would be collected and then handed back to the team cars. One thing about the team cars also is that at the end of the course, as the riders come up from River Road on that drag, right? They have the steep kicker before they get to the drag that comes up Hudson Terrace here at the finish line just to the left of us. The cars will actually deviate off onto Bruce Reynolds Boulevard, and they will go into the Fort Lee High School parking lot just behind us on our right.
Yeah, that's where I'm parked.
That's where you're parked.
Team cars
so
later.
You'll see the team cars there. All right, jackets coming off.
Yeah, it's getting to be go time. 2 minutes to the gun.
Any predictions, Dan? You have a favorite?
I want to say it's looking like it used to be Alpine. I thought that they were going to have, but they don't have their rider here today. So I don't know. It's so hard to. There's so many teams that have such differing styles and ways to go about this race. I want to say maybe we're going to get something from Lotto Destiny. I don't know. Medellin is strong, so I don't know if they have enough hill.
My predictions largely line up with yours. I would say that probably Lotto would be the favorite in my head. With Medellin as a danger team, and then the two Italian teams cannot be counted out.
Never.
And actually, neither can Alpecin. And then we may see a dark horse from one of the other teams.
That would be exciting.
It would be exciting to see someone from one of the smaller teams actually be able to have their day in the sun.
Yeah. This is such a Belgian-style race. It just seems like the weather, the amount of elevation, the way these climbs are configured, it's just like a home race for some of these Belgian racers. And they're coming from overseas, but this start time is actually the start time of when they start those races in Europe. So the early start time is not really that different.
And they're off. We are underway in Gran Premio NYC, New York City.
The inaugural. Yes.
So we've just seen 100 riders leave the start line, and you can see the Gran Fondo participants are lined up behind them. They're being held up by Lydia Flume, and the lead car is out on the bridge. The motos are on their way.
It's official.
It's official.
It's happened.
25 seconds in.
Yes.
No break yet.
No break yet. No, that would be quick. That's a long day out in front by yourself.
Okay, so they will come out of the tunnel here, and they will have several twists and turns through Fort Lee, and then out onto Hudson Terrace, and then down into River Road through Palisades Park. So this will be an interesting watching the peloton navigate the twists and turns. Will be probably a master class in bike handling and road racing, and that there are so many roads like this in Europe that would have these types of twists and turns. So it'll be sort of a magical masterclass to watch these guys actually navigate that.
Yeah, let's see if Tibor Del Grasso gets his cyclocross on and just rolls in front of everybody else. He's like, this is asphalt. I've got this covered, whether it's wet or not. It doesn't really matter. We are leaving the George Washington Bridge behind. You can see it fading in the distance as the peloton is coming up upon us. We are 1:35 into that's our unofficial race time that you're seeing there on your screen, as we are tracking through the highways of northern New Jersey on our way back into New York State. We are about 12 miles or 20 kilometers from the state line between New York and New Jersey, where the riders will cross into Rockland County. But first, they will see River Road, which, if any of you have watched us on our Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC coverage in the past, you know that River Road is usually a very animated part of the race, and that River Road is a place that that people will try to make moves. There's opportunities there.
And like we said before, you can't win it there, but you could definitely lose it there.
All right, I'm seeing the race is already stretched out.
Yeah, and so we have a few in the lead, and it's looking like they're going in kind of a long file.
I don't think anybody wants to sit and shiver today. I think they're getting the body temperature up a little bit here. So as they roll through, this is Fort Lee. They're going to be rolling through, and then they're just putting the race together. But that's the new way of racing these days. Put the hammer down. And I think all of them, have kind of confirmed that they're really not thinking about holding back. They're going to go from the gun. Mm-hmm. And we'll see it soon as the camera gets a little bit closer to the peloton. Yeah, we'll see who's putting the efforts in, who's making the race hard here. But it was a stretched out peloton. So either somebody's tired of being cold or somebody's trying to put a race together here.
We'll see if that group, if a group gets organized up front as they come down the hill. They'll make a right turn at the bottom of this. That's Bruce Reynolds Boulevard again, going right past the Port Authority, where that building right there is where we drive onto the bridge, where the vehicles drive onto the bridge, where the riders can ride on from if they're entering from New Jersey, or they can enter from the Bronx. And now, as they make this big right turn that's coming up, they'll make another fast left as they go downhill to get into the park.
Yeah, and it's a fast beginning to River Road. You're going downhill. You're going to be... Don't get surprised by the moisture there. It's tree-lined, it's wet. You're right on the Hudson River. You have some of that moisture there. You're going from one surface to another. It could be something that could catch you out. So,
There's the right turn, and here they come.
That is a shape of an angry peloton right there.
They look to be feeling each other out.
Mm-hmm. It'd be once we get a view of who's pushing the pace here at the beginning, we'll get a better idea. We're going down the hill, going to be fast, sharp turn, sharp left-hander. You're on to River Road.
You have to figure that Lotto and Alpecin and Vini Fantini and Bardiani have all seen each other before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But they're seeing new competition in some of the teams, maybe from South America, Mexico, and especially from the North American teams that they probably haven't seen as much in Europe. This is this Lotto squad's first race in America. They're very excited about to be here. They got to spend a little time in New York City.
Yeah, that's
which
great.
Always a highlight.
Mm-hmm.
And we are on River Road.
We're on River Road.
We're about to cross under the bridge, so there'll be some downhills, some undulation before they get to the Alpine climb, which will happen in about 13K.
13K. And you can see on the road there's patches of wet, patches of dry. That's pretty much the worst case scenario.
Pretty typical. Those rock formations that you see on the right-hand side of your screen often have runoff from, no snow this year, but runoff from rainstorms. We've definitely had our share of those. You can see the George Washington Bridge in the background, or
as you're going
up there in the Manhattan
right
skyline behind us. Just above the professional riders are the Gran Fondo riders that are getting ready.
9 minutes.
9 minutes from now to go.
Yeah. And we can see as they go down, see the pack in the distance. They're going to be seeing what's going on here. It's a descent. It's always harder to make time on a descent. It's kind of an effort that doesn't bear as much fruit as something going uphill. So they'll push it, but they're not going to really put a huge effort in because it's just so much harder to gain time on a descent.
Right. And they're going to come up now to what we all refer to as the Great Wall climb, which is a really, really short, steep climb that goes for, I'm going to say, 800 meters maybe. That's coming up in about, I'm guessing it'll take them another 45 seconds to a minute to get there.
It's a very familiar territory to local cyclists. This is a road that everyone rides on. We'll recognize. But as they get to this effort, we'll see how it's going to go.
Okay,
an opportunity here.
Exactly. Some communication between the motos. It looks like our camera moto is actually going to be able to get a little closer to the front of the peloton, which would be great because we'd love to see what's going on there.
The pack looks a little clogged as they go up to this
they're
first climb.
They're kind of stretching out horizontally a little bit now. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they hit the wall. No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Please don't hit the wall.
Hard. Yeah, this is not a course where you want to go off the edge. There's lots of rocks, lots of things going on over there.
All
Looks
right.
like we've got a move going on. We've got somebody off the front. So another stretch of the peloton here.
So now we've gone from bunched to vertical. Let's take a look at the Alpine climb that's going to be coming up in a few minutes at the end of River Road. Or we're going to get to Great Wall first. We might get to the Great Wall first. We're stretching out a little bit. There's one rider out in front. We're hoping we can get a look at who that rider is pretty soon.
Could see that this would be the teams putting pressure on the race right now. So this would be teams that are trying to get something to go away. They could be having somebody on the front trying to make the race hard, so there is something to counter. A lot of times you'll put somebody out front early, somebody who's not necessarily your team leader, to make the break, make the race split up. If they go off the front, then there's something for someone to jump up to. So that could be the tactic that's going on here. So we'll see what's going on, or maybe it's just team hustle trying to get out there and get their jerseys on the television feed. We're down literally at sea level right now.
Yep. Which we will be kicking back up, and we are coming in to what's called the Great Wall. Little kicker, like we said, about maybe 800 meters tops. But it does get up to 9 or 10%, so it'll be a little bit of a standing climb, I bet. And that wall right there is why we call it the Great Wall.
That is the Great Wall, and been paved since years past. Nice surface to go up. And that pack is stretched out. They are racing. It is kilometer, 4 or 5.
Probably 4 or 5 in there.
And they're just
racing.
going for it. I love it.
So this little climb can really kind of put, it can be a little bit of a leg breaker. Anybody that wasn't ready for it is probably spinning out the back a little bit. Okay.
And now we're going to have the descent here, which is a fast descent. It's sharp, it's steep. So it's another one where you're going to have to pay attention.
It's a little bit technical in here.
There's
right?
some rough asphalt on there that can definitely surprise you. So you will want to stay awake as you go through here. I have to think there's going to be some Strava segment leaderboards being knocked out today, as they have in years past.
That's interesting. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, some poor New Yorker who works every day to go out there and get that Alpine climb. KOM is going to lose it today because they've got a pack of so many pros going up here. So it's going to be a Strava bummer for somebody today. Sorry to hear it. Sorry, guys.
A lot of notifications going out.
Yeah. Somebody stole your KOM.
You've been pipped. Okay, Let's take a good look at the Alpine climb that's coming up, because that's the segment that's going to get blown up today. So we're going to roll some video here.
Alpine, the first climb at the New York City World Championships. We go through the stats of this climb. It's 1.6 kilometers in length with an average percentage of 6.4 with maximum ramps of 10.2.
Yes, it's not the longest climb, it's not the hardest climb, but definitely it's the first filter of the race. You have to win position. Concentration is key. You have a lot of emotion. You have a lot of adrenaline in this place. So you need to use all this energy, be ready, and always try to be in position.
I think for basically every prize that was on offer last year, Mattia Gafuri basically just said, mine.
Yeah, I'm going to take that. Yeah. Hopefully he shared it with his teammates, as usually goes in the world of cycling.
And I think we thought that was going to be the move, but then he sat up. Mm-hmm. He sat up. He let the SWAT Club guys take over. And we can see the field coming through. They seem to be back together, and they're sort of being patient. From what I can tell, it may be the size of the road. It may be that they're just feeling each other out. That they're spotting the undulation. But really, at a professional level, there's nothing until the Alpine climb that really means anything in here from a terrain perspective.
Yeah,
everything is just a roller or an undulating, small little hill. They won't even notice those. And you can see that the Gran Fondo looks to be off and running.
There we go. We've got all the green jerseys out there on the road right now.
The Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC is on the road.
All right,
just
making their way through
13
town.
minutes. I'm just going to clock that. 7:13, they are on the road. So my guess is, based on where I see them in Fort Lee, that they probably started at about 7:10. So they are literally 10 minutes behind the pro field. And so there's a chance for anybody, domestiques, whoever, that, do their job and fall off the back, that they may be standing aside for the Gran Fondo at some point.
And join the ride. Get yourself a banana,
Okay, we're back to the pros.
That is a clumped pro race right now, so it tells me that they've taken a couple swings and nothing decisive has happened. So some of the bigger teams are going to have their domestiques out there, and if anything happens, they're like, cover this, you got this. All the team leaders are going to be hanging in the back, waiting for the more challenging portions of the course to come up.
It would be great to get a feel for what the kilometers per hour might be like right now, to see how hard the group is pressing and how hard you have to work to maintain your distance.
What kind of power that's going to take to sit in the group. It looks like this is the shape of a peloton that's thinking about it.
Yeah, it feels like they might be pressing the speed, but if they're pressing the speed, they're doing it as a unit. Nobody's blinking yet. Nobody's flinching. So it's just we're playing a little bit of chicken. Until we probably get to the climb. And I'm guessing that's something that they talked about. But they can't fall asleep.
And there's a couple levels of awareness in this pack. There's all of the European teams who know each other, and they're like, oh, I got to go with them. I've got to go with this guy. I've got to go with this guy. I can't let that racer get away. And then there's the wild cards. There's the teams from the U.S., there's the club teams, there's the team from New Zealand that they've never raced with before. So, sometimes those riders will try to make an attack, and everyone in the field is just like, You know, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're capable of, and that's where things can get sneaky. Things can happen.
A reminder that there are radios in the cars so that the cars can talk to the commissaires, but there are no radios in the field. So the riders are not being given direction by their team directors. They've really been, you know, briefed on the course. They've been briefed on the race plan prior.
Yes.
And now they're relying on the cars for support pretty much only.
Living by their wits. I like it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's an old school way of racing. That's just riders reading the race themselves instead of getting directors.
I mean, but really, isn't that
car.
what road racing is all about? Is being able to use your wits and your skills, and you know, I mean, I guess it's fun to watch on TV sometimes to see what the cars are telling the riders, but really, this is what racing is all about.
This is sort of an acoustic, unplugged version of a road race, isn't it? You know, it's old school. Riders figuring it out, screaming at each other, telling what to do. You know.
I stand corrected. The commissars are the only person who can talk actually on the radios.
Wow.
The directors can listen, but they can't talk. So the commissars are in communication with each other about time gaps and other critical functions of the race, and the race directors are able to listen to that during this time.
It's one of those road racing situations where if you do get away and you get out of sight, then that becomes a big gray area. You're in a black hole, and you don't know what's going on in the pack, because if they are out of sight, it could be 30 seconds, it could be 5 minutes. You don't know. So, and many times you're going to have, as the old school races used to have, the cars and the directors kind of like coming up the side and screaming out the window unless they get something from the commissars as far as what the gap goes.
My guess is that there'll be some screaming out the windows.
Could be some screaming
today.
out the windows.
I would say probably in the neighborhood of Haverstraw we'll see some screaming out the windows.
So a little screaming out the windows, and bike racing aficionados will see that sticky bottle come out. Maybe we'll have like some of that.
I think
situation.
they're watching for the sticky bottle today, and the magic spanner, as it were.
The magic spanner. We've got another hitting through River Road here. So let's see if we can get a
coming
a
around
shot
some
of the
bends, and you can see the Hudson River there, and the George Washington Bridge is just getting further and further away. I believe that is one of the referees on the moto there.
All
so
right. The moto's winning.
So back to the GFNY, the Michelob Ultra GFNY NYC World Championship NYC, and those riders are making their way into the park now. They're coming down Hudson Terrace, and they're about to make the big left turn. So now, 10 minutes behind, there are thousands of riders that are hoping to make their have their best day on the bike.
Going to be their pro for a day today. Many of them have not had this experience with the moto going through the pack, through the field as they're riding. So get ready.
So making that big left turn into the park. And so probably we have about 6 or 7 kilometers of distance between the Gran Fondo riders and the pro riders, which might as well be an eternity. So here, back to the pro peloton. They are getting closer and closer to the Alpine climb, and it looks like they're still waiting for somebody to flinch. But we may see somebody go as we get closer to this climb. They're going to come up upon a roundabout. One direction leads to the boat basin. One direction leads back up the climb to 9W, and they'll depart from the banks of the river as they reach the summit of that climb and get back onto 9W.
All right. It's starting to stretch out. So there's some anticipation of what's going to be happening here. So the field is thinning out a little bit, so it's a little move. They're sort of dancing around here.
It's small undulation. They may, those who haven't ridden it a lot Team GFNY has a distinct advantage in that they've actually ridden this course multiple times. Most of the riders on that team have ridden this multiple times. They've all ridden it last year for sure.
Yes.
But there was course recce that went on Friday by most of the teams. I'm not sure if they did all, part, or... But
yeah, they've definitely been out on the course and checked out what certain areas are going to be like.
It was described as a 3-hour loop by one team, so that made me feel like they did the whole thing.
Yeah, there you go. 3 hours on a recon ride.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Well,
I would be back and I would be dead.
Okay, we see some signaling from the lead moto there.
They're waving us on and giving us a good view of the lead moto here.
We can see the field is we're approaching Alpine. There's going to be a roundabout coming up now. I'm guessing in about 30 seconds we'll see them get to that roundabout for the speed that they're going.
Yeah, at the roundabout is where it all starts to go down.
You ride this enough times, you start to recognize the rocks.
You pick out your favorites. All right, here we go.
And we are at the roundabout, and this is where the climb begins. And so you saw the profile of the climb. It's pretty short, but it's not nothing. It's a very Ardennes-like climb again, where it gets steep in places, 10-12%, but it never really relaxes below 7%. So this will go on for a little over, I want to say about a kilometer. So,
and it's one of those climbs that is steep at the end. There's a pitch at the end.
And like we saw in the video, we saw Mattia Gafori take the preem last year on this. The pro race won't have preems according at this point. But we can see there's a little bit of an echelon developing there, and one rider off the front.
Yep, one rider just seated, putting some power in.
Seems like he's got a few wheel suckers with him. And they're starting to form a single line as they come up. We can't see who's in the lead, but it looks like it's a red jersey.
Yeah, and it's still sort of the group has not split as of yet. They're still together. So we'll see if it gets decisive at the end here. A split here is you're looking at a 120-kilometer day out in front. That'd be 60 to 70 miles out by yourself.
That would be a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time.
That would be a long time, but it does give it does give each of the teams the opportunity to test each other and to see who's going to make a move.
Yeah, it gives a chance to knock out anybody that they can knock out. So
we're going to be saying goodbye to the Hudson River for about 30 kilometers. Once we get to the top of this climb, we will see the Hudson River again when we get to Nyack, and then again when we get to Haverstraw.
All right, here we go. We're coming up in real steep pitches.
This is the steep pitch. This is the 10% bit. This would be a time to stand and make your move if you're going to make your move. But it'll be, I wish we could get a view of the back because we could actually see if anybody's
being tailed
spinning
off.
out.
I would imagine that it's probably going to stay together here. It looks like there's not that. This is a pressure at the front. This isn't a vicious attack. So a vicious attack is standing, getting to the other side of the road, getting yourself some room, making a gap between yourself and the pack. So this isn't necessarily that vicious attack. This is pressure.
So one team has sent a rider up front basically to set the pace, right? Setting the tone to see who's going to hang with that pace and who's not.
Yeah. And it would be, if we could figure out which teams are doing that right now, that'll give you a peek into the strategy.
It looks like Lotto is on the front.
It does look like Lotto's on the front. So they're putting the pressure on. Sometimes more established teams are trying to get a gap going so they can see what's going on, or they can see who's got.
This is great. We're seeing. So Lotto is setting the tone. This is sort of an announcement from them. We're going to set the pace on these climbs, and you can either hold it or not.
Yeah. Let's see what you've got.
They are already to the ranger station.
And they do have the numbers. It is 6 rider teams. this year. So that's it's normal size for these sort of races. But the deeper and more talented you go, it looks like we've got somebody trying to make an attack right at the end there, and that looks like it's getting covered and smothered right now.
It looked like it was from somebody from Canel's Java that was trying to make the attack there, or from Coratec, based on the colors. So you can see the GFNY route sign there. For this is the way that they'll come back in as they cross state line again on the way home, and.
Next time through here is going to be more dramatic.
Next time through here is, we might only be looking at 10 riders, next time through here. So they're out on 9W, and we'll say goodbye to the Hudson River for a little while, as this part of the road will remain completely closed like we're seeing until the end of the race. Right. So
this is going to be rolling through here, rolling hills, nothing too steep. It looks like you can sneak away here. That would be, you could do a strategy of that sort. Would it be fruitful? Not necessarily.
It's sort of an undulating false flat until you get to the state line region, where there are four small descents until they make the final descent into New York and over the New York state border. That's when it might start to pick up. But that descent will be on a very wide road. And so, but they'll be staying to the right and obeying the center lane rule. And it'll be interesting to see if anybody makes a move. But this is, like I said, an undulating false flat.
There is a little bit there's some action going on at the front here. There is some pressure being put on the front of the race. Would I recommend it? Not necessarily. But, if you're feeling great, you get out there. We have a full closure here. We're hitting both sides of the road.
We're hitting both sides of the road. They are bobbing and weaving like Muhammad Ali here. Yeah. But you keep seeing that lead rider from Lotto. He keeps looking back. So I don't know if he's asking for somebody else to take the mantle here, or it looks like another one of the teams is taken over at the front. We have a rider stranded out there in no man's land. It looks like they're rolling off, and they're actually trying to get organized.
Yeah, and there's some going up to the front and pulling off, and just to see how much pressure they can put on this race. Again, like we said before, this is a race of pro-am. So sometimes the pros want to get rid of the am. So maybe that's the case here, or maybe it's just they're throwing punches, seeing what's going to land. But right now it's just stretched out. There's been no decisive break that's happened in the race. So they're testing the elastic, seeing what's going to break.
Yeah, I think the pace is starting to pick up, and you're starting to actually see a wheel or two of gap in between some of the riders, which is interesting to me, because that means that they're either deciding not to follow the pace, thinking that they can reel it back in, or but
it can be a situation of letting that gap go and seeing what's going to happen. If your teammate's pushing at the front, making it harder for everyone to go.
I think some of the team directors will actually be relieved that there were no big moves on River Road.
It really makes the day shorter. That's a long day to be out from River Road. So there was a slight testing. There was some pressure put on. I don't think it was decisive to any of the teams. It didn't knock anyone out the back, as far as we know.
Right.
So it seems like that's still a big pack that we're seeing through this section right now.
Okay, so we're seeing Route 9W here, which is heading north to Rockland County. So the riders are heading north. You've seen some instructions from the commissary there.
And there's still some teams you see riders peeling off the front, so that shows that they're putting an effort in, and then they're rolling off the front. So there is an effort to get this race going. So this is putting the hammer down, going for a 130K day. It's the classic. So they're rolling through the downhill here.
Looks like we have a little bit of a split. So I'm not sure how the split happened. If it's, we saw there was a crosswind on the bridge, so the wind is blowing.
They're headwind right now.
South, so so they're in a headwind. But it's interesting that you would see a split like that without a crosswind.
Yeah. This is usually not an area where you will see crosswinds. You will see either a head or a tail, depending on which direction you're going.
You never see a tailwind on here, Dan.
Yeah, there's never a
no such
tailwind.
thing as a tailwind on 9W.
Doesn't feel like it. Never does. So there are efforts being put in at the front. As you can see, there's fewer racers at the front, and they're putting in more of an effort. So they're seeing what they can get away with here.
Okay, we can see that the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC is rolling through Alpine right now, rolling through River Road, and they're probably down under the bridge already and fast approaching that Great Wall area that we saw before. So a lot of these riders, will have to actually get through that climb up Alpine. Looks like we've got a little bit of a
moto
issue here, and their riders are navigating around it.
Mm-hmm. If you're going to be a pro for a day, that's how it goes sometimes.
Yep, even motos get the blues sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But they will have to navigate that climb. So these riders, except for the elites, will do that significantly slower than the group that we just basically saw shred the Alpine climb.
You can see the pace of just the moto and the riders here is significantly different.
It was as if the climb was not there.
Yeah, and this doesn't bode for the 15-minute gap being breached. I don't think anyone's going to get across. Unless we have somebody out there that is just killing it.
So the key here for Gran Fondo riders is find a group that's going your speed, right? Never make a plan, but never make a plan with other people specifically, but to make a plan that you're going to ride with people that are going your speed so that you're not riding the course alone. Yeah. I've personally done the course as a little bit of a time trial by myself a couple of times, just not being able to, develop that skill. But when you develop that skill of being able to ride in a group, you really do make a much better day for yourself out there to be able to, shelter from the wind and also keep a pace and actually have something else to focus on, which is someone else's wheel. And then you take a turn at the front and they take a turn at the front. And really at that point, unless you're riding with your age group competitor, it's a great day out there, right? For typical riders.
Yeah.
Right? For the elites, it's a little different. They're out there watching each other. But for the typical Gran Fondo rider, you want to find a group that's going your pace.
That's the story you hear from people that do the Gran Fondo. They found a group and they stuck with it all day. It usually works out that way. And it's somebody you find. It could be somebody from like Belgium or Germany. You never know where you're going to find when you go out on the Gran Fondo. So it's always people that are the same pace. You get together and you have a great day together.
You make new friends.
Yeah,
I've actually met old friends. In the GFNY in Florida last year, I actually was pulling a group along and realized that the guy that was right behind me on my wheel, he yelled out, he said, "Are you Chris Geiser?" And I said, "Yeah." And it turns out that he was from up here, and we knew each other. We'd ridden together before, so I didn't recognize him for some reason, but he lives down there now. And
absolutely amazing. It's
all right, we're seeing the river roll away for the Gran Fondo and a little bit of moto leg there.
Mm-hmm. We can see the pace that the moto is going is pretty significant.
It's an odd shot. It's sort of Andy Warhol's take on it. We are back live now on 9W, and we are just getting our pictures back of the front of the group. It looks like things are spreading out and people are really still feeling each other out as we're working our way toward Nyack.
Yep, they're knocking at each other. It's definitely some moves going on, trying to break this race apart.
So at 37:52 into the race, we are already far down the road on 9W, passing through the town of Piermont on the way to Nyack, and this is something that was changed in the route in 2022. Instead of going along Piermont in the Hudson, coming up here and going through this section of Piermont, and then they'll go under Route 287 or 87, which is the thruway, and the New York State Thruway, and then they will pass into the town of Nyack, where there are two. I know we're overusing it, but there are two very Belgian-like little kickers in there between 4th Street and Old Mountain Road. Old Mountain Road gets very steep, and we'll see if anybody picks that point as a break, but really getting out of Nyack and towards Rockland Lake is all one big climb with varying degrees of difficulty.
Yeah, and as we can see the pack, there's moves going, and it's reassembling. There's moves going. There's no rest. Everyone's just kind of going after each other all the time. If we were a little closer, we'd be able to kind of eyeball those teams. I'm seeing some red on there.
It feels like Lotto is kind of putting a little bit of distance in between themselves and the pack. This is a really, really interesting pick. This is a really interesting look at things. I mean, an interesting time to make this break.
Yeah. It seems like they're putting the pressure on, and you can see Lotto has those distinctive light blue helmets with their red kit from the front. So that could be them.
So let's see if this turns into a break or if it gets reeled back in. But it doesn't look like the group behind them is really very worried about it. We see I can see some red jerseys in the mix at the front of the group, but we have two riders off the front. Two red jerseys. Tough to tell if it's, or three riders off the front. It looks like, and it's tough to tell if they are Lotto riders or if they are from one of the other squads. But my guess, based on what we saw the tempo through Alpine, is that they are Lotto riders.
Yep, it's a baby break right now.
All right, looks like some people are going with.
Yeah,
hey, fellas, wait for us.
Yeah, whether that fills in or not is to be seen, but this is, you had the 3 or 4 riders at the front, and then there's that gap where you still have that decision to make at the front. It's like, do I spend 15, 30 seconds of effort to get across that, or do I let it go? And
it looks like they're
not letting it go.
Yeah, it looks like with the rotation off to the right that they're actually sharing the work. So they do have a little bit of a working group, and it'll be interesting to see as we get through the town of Nyack if this turns into a group that could start to try and work together and see if they can create some kind of a break. But again, it's early days yet, so it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold it together.
Yeah, and
it looks like the group is really reeling back in. It looks like it was a try and fail.
Yeah, it was one of those put the pressure on and then get caught back again. But one of these moments when the pack has just done an effort like this is a prime time for another break to go away and have some success. When it's stretched out like this, everyone's kind of getting on the rivet. And then when the race tends to compact right back again, that's when you go, because that's when everyone's kind of trying to take a rest.
Does it tell you, Dan, that the race, that the pack, that the peloton is organized in that they're not letting these guys get away?
It tells me that they're still feeling good. They're not feeling any fatigue. It shows that everyone's still kind of sharp and is able to stay on the wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to have to take some more hits to this peloton before they knock some of these riders out of the race.
So we are fast approaching the underpass of the New York State Thruway. We're in Rockland County now and still heading due north.
We are out into New York State. It looks like we have an effort at the front, and might be a little bit of separation, but definitely an effort on the front.
And
right
not
now.
a lotto rider this time, for sure.
I thought I saw blue. That could be Alpine.
Okay, let's see who we got here.
that
could be Canel's Java.
Definitely an effort going on here. And then, is that your car, Chris? We've got the car out front. So we're going over this little rise here.
So this is the overpass to the New York State Thruway. And we're making that turn, and we're gonna start rolling in through the town of Nyak, and that is not my car.
This is a big group going through Nyak. People of Nyak haven't been used to this sort of crowd coming through this quickly before. They've had the Grand Fondo come through before, but they haven't had this sort of experience. If we could just sneak that Saab out of the way, we'd be able to see what's going on.
I believe they're on Broadway in Nyack, right through the town, residential area.
And we're at 43 minutes, so once we get the first hour, that's the first third of the race is going to be finished. So the beginning of the race has been some sort of searching attacks, seeing what would happen, trying to knock out any dead weight and seeing if they can split the race apart, but that has not happened.
They are definitely coming upon a time where they could knock out some dead weight. So coming through Nyack, you have the sort of triple threat of 4th Street, followed by Old Mountain Road, followed by Hook Mountain, which those three hills really, again, for the way that we watch them shred Alpine, really won't mean anything to this level of cyclist, except that it poses a chance for somebody with the legs to get away, right? So one of these Ardennes climber types, or one of these, they could use it they could actually treat it like an extended climb, because there's really no descent in any of that. So they're going to make the sharp right turn here, and then another sharp left before they turn onto 4th Street. And 4th Street gets really steep, but really short. They'll level out. Old Mountain Road, really steep, back up to 9W. And once they get onto 9W, Hook Mountain, which is, again, it's not none of these little kickers are long or terribly difficult in and of themselves, but the trilogy of that, the triple threat of that, actually allows somebody to maybe use it to their advantage.
Yeah, that's it. If they decide to make it that way, it can happen that way. It's definitely, to state the blatantly obvious, if it depends on whether they're going to put an effort in. This rider's up and out of the saddle, so that tells me that somebody is definitely putting an effort in here.
We are on 4th Street, and we're about to turn back onto Broadway, and then the next left turn will be Old Mountain Road, which much steeper.
He's got a gap
and a little longer, and he's got a little gap. Just remind you now, if you want to be part of this action, go to GFNY.com and you can register for this race next year, or you can register for any one of almost 30 races around the world. Registrations are open at GFNY.com right now. You are watching the GP New York City, Grand Premio New York City GP NYC, and the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC, brought to you by Michelob, Elite, BMC Bikes, and Ekoi helmets and sunglasses.
The inaugural GP NYC.
The inaugural GP NYC.
And we're seeing a lot of action. That rider has been collected up, but that pack is stretched.
They are starting to feel it out.
Yeah. So packing up a little again, so that move is kind of getting collected. Everyone's kind of getting bunched up again.
We'll be on Old Mountain Road any second now. You can see the road closures there, the marshals that have closed the road. And we are at the back of the race. We can see how strung out it is now from the back of the race. So almost a single or double line as they pass the Nyack post office on the left.
This is the view I recognize of this road. I never ride looking backwards. So But yeah, it's ganging up at the back.
I thought you meant the view that you recognize the back.
That's
the view that I
too,
recognize.
right? Yeah, exactly. I see a lot of riders from the back on 9W. Yeah. So, but it's grouping up. So these riders they're cruising at the back.
This left turn could be interesting. It's left and then steep to start, right? So 10-12% to start as they kick up Old Mountain Road.
Yeah, they're putting some efforts in. They're not sitting and waiting for Gate Hill. They're putting some stuff in, some efforts in at the beginning.
Here we go. Slowing into the corner. You can see some Team GFNY jerseys on the back. And we've got some standers. It looks like somebody's out at the front trying to create a little bit of separation, or maybe they're just trying to get up and over that really steep bit.
Yeah, we see Lotto out front.
It's going to start to level off a little bit, but it doesn't level off very much. It remains a climb until you get to the next segment of it as you cross this next road. So they'll be coming to the top of this segment, and then there'll be another short climb, but not nearly as steep as this one.
Mm-hmm. Got a little bit of freeze up here, but it's an effort, but it's not bombing the race apart.
Right. Well, actually, I'm seeing a little bit of fragmentation.
There's a little split there, yeah. But
we've got some cellular service stuff going on here, folks. Please bear with us. And it looks like we've got one Team GFNY rider off the back.
And at this point of the race, that might be part of the strategy of some of the bigger teams. Just winnowing the race down. More about shooting people out the back than shooting people out the front.
Yeah, so he's off the back behind the neutral support car. You can see there's the Team Skyline car. They actually drew first. Skyline did. In when they drew the numbers for what the caravan order
They won the
would
caravan
be.
race.
It looks like we're hearing that it's Coratec that's making the move on the front. It's Coratec Vini Fantini, the Italian team. Mm-hmm. They are the UCI Pro team, or one of two UCI Pro teams. So we're at the second segment of Old Mountain Road. They are going to turn right back onto 9W, and then they will face Hook Mountain, which, again, not terribly difficult, but a chance to create a little separation before a big descent to Rockland Lake. And actually not a big descent, short descent, but fast descent. And once they do that descent, then it'll be sort of steady on, small inclines until they get to Haverstraw. And then they'll go downhill into Haverstraw, and they'll be back along the river.
Yeah, there's a bunch of searching attacks here, seeing if they can get any sort of split going. And, if it's Coratec up at the front and Bardiani pulling, it seems like they're trying to make the race as hard as possible. Whenever they get some elevation, that's an opportunity for them. So they're taking it, seeing if they can slip away from this race.
So when we get to Rockland Lake, we will be about 35 kilometers in, right? So that's about 22 miles. So we're going pretty quickly here. We're in kilometers 27 to 35 right now, running through Nyak.
The attacks are fast and furious, so that is fantastic. There's no letting up. Every chance that they get, somebody's shooting off the front.
Yeah, and to put it in boxing terms, it's jab, jab, jab. Nobody's really doing any body work yet.
Yeah.
It's mostly jabs to see where everybody's at.
We're getting a better view of here. It looks like Lotto and Alpine are near the front. So is Coratec. So they're just watching, seeing what's going on.
And we've got another move.
Novo Nordisk.
Here we go. Medellin.
Oh, is that Medellin? And we've got Lotto right on it immediately.
I mean, just watching like hawks for Medellin to come out make some trouble.
Yeah.
But Medellin now on the front and creating a little bit of animation on Hook Mountain here as they go up this hill.
And that's Lotto basically saying, we're taking your hills away. So if you're trying to get any sort of elevation, things going on here. You're trying to get tricky on the hills. We're going to take that away from you.
Yeah, so one of the reasons that we have the moto so far off the front is for safety, as the pack is big. So while the pack is still this large, the motos will be keeping their distance to make sure that they keep the race safe. And then once the breakaways are established, the motos will actually go with them.
Yeah, and in this case, objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. That moto, just because of the camera not being zoomed necessarily, is a lot closer than it appears.
And that's why you may have seen shots of the commissar actually waving the moto with the camera forward, just to make sure that they keep everything safe. So we still have Medellin. They are setting the pace in front. They are animating this a little bit. We are on the downside. We are coming into Rockland Lake. The Rockland Lake area road can be a little rough here sometimes. A little. It's a very well traveled road by trucks, and so you'll see the odd pothole here and there.
Yeah.
Don't
go over the line too. Go far here again. Everyone, don't go too far over the line here.
Yeah.
We got traffic in the opposite direction.
So
keep it safe here, everyone.
It looks like they are stringing out a little bit as they take this descent, which doesn't last very long, and they will start to have a set of gentle climbs as they pass Rockland Lake State Park right there. A frequent stop on GFNY group rides.
Absolutely.
And we still have not seen anything really resembling a break as we're approaching the first third of the race being in the back.
It seems like we have Medellin pushing whenever we get a little bit of elevation, and we have Lotto covering. And then from just those brief moments that we did see the race, that shows what their initial strategy is. So we'll see as it goes along what the other teams are going to come up with.
But as we saw those three kind of sort of combined small hills, nobody really. I mean, Medellin used that to get themselves to the front, but really nobody made a significant move other than what we're seeing with Medellin trying to take Lotto to task, it seems, right? But Lotto right on them, watching them like hawks.
Yeah,
so,
and they did, Medellin did burn a match there. So that's to the advantage of Lotto and the other teams. Making another team go out there and put that effort in, use up one of their domestiques there, that means that if they are able to cover that, they essentially neutralized what they did. So that will play towards Lotto and Elbison.
And we'll see if it comes back to haunt Medellin in the next few kilometers as we get through Haverstraw. It'll be interesting. They'll have to shelter from the wind a bit, right? So we may see odd formations, echelons as they go past the Hudson River again. But for right now, they're climbing into Congers and then through Upper Nyack, and they'll make a right turn to head on 202 into the town of Haverstraw, which is just a really kind of fascinating town in New York State.
And I think that the Colombian team they're just trying to knock out these big Europeans. They're like, what do we have to do here?
Or at least make them work for it.
Yeah, make them work for it. They have to find a way to, because you have to play the cards that are most advantageous to what you can do. So if you're Medellin, if you're used to these big climbs in Colombia, then you've got to use that every bit of elevation that you can.
So we're seeing that the smaller teams are sort of sitting on. They're sort of sitting on. They're waiting. At what point do we see a move from one of the smaller teams maybe to see if they can make a difference, make an impact on the race?
Well, I could have definitely seen the team directors last night when they got everybody in the hotel room saying, we're going to be at the mercy of the race for the first half. Whatever happens, happens. Let's save our powder for when we get to Gate Hill, when we have the big climbs in the middle of the race, and then let's see what happens. That could definitely be something that would have happened. That would be something that I would recommend to some of these teams. So if you're not the biggest and the strongest or the deepest team, then, let the first half of the race do what it's going to do, because you're not the Lotto, you're not the Alpine team. You're not that team that's going to get out there and, split it apart. So let the other teams kill themselves and then see where it goes.
One of the things I discounted earlier, just because we're usually we're usually calling Grand Fondos, was that it looked as if somebody had drifted back to the car.
Yes.
So that GFNY jersey that we saw and one of the other teams that we saw may not have been them, drifting off the back. It may have been them just looking for the car. We see Hustle looks like he's looking for the car.
Yeah.
And we've got CS Velo and someone from Lotto coming up, and now the Hustle rider is heading back to the pack.
Yeah. This is a classic time in the race where it's like get a bottle. In Europe, you'd be getting a bathroom break. I don't know if they're going to need that today. So
there is a feed zone at kilometer 103.
103.
And so they will be allowed to take on food from the cars at kilometer 103. But that's regulated by the race organizers and by the commissaires. And this is sort of the final incline that we're going to see, right? So for a Grand Fondo rider, this is kind of hurts a little bit, but for these guys, it's just another piece of roadway where they're going to make a right turn up here and be back on 202 and heading into the town of Haverstraw.
Looks like there's a split in the group here, but it's a big split.
Look, a big split, yeah. It looks like, to put it bluntly, haves and have-nots.
Yeah.
But it looks like there might be one team that's up there getting this organized. So
we have an orange helmet up there, working their way through. And that's just teams picking up the pace. They're not going all out here right now. It got bunched up a little bit, and somebody gets a little jumpy.
There's some looking back. There's
Lotto
some
right
checking,
on the second wheel again, though.
Lotto has been a presence. Lotto and Medellin have been a presence the entire time.
Yeah, and you see that Lotto rider pulling off after he caught that rider at the front. That just tells that they're covering.
Yeah, and
they're not pulling through.
That rider's heading back to the pack, and Lotto has really done a lot here today to try and control the pace.
Mm-hmm. So far, at this point of the race, anything that goes to the front, you'll see Lotto sitting second or third. That just means, the domestiques are keeping track of what's going on at the front.
Yeah, and the teams that we're seeing work the hardest, Medellin, Mito Q, CS Velo, they're all working very, very hard to maintain and be in those front groups, those contender groups.
Yeah.
There we get a view of the commissaire.
Commissaire keeping everything nice and safe.
Nice and safe.
Nice and within the practices of the rules.
We are 1 hour in, plus minus 11 seconds. At 103, according to me, we will be a third through the race.
According to Chris's
according
plan,
to you, we will be a third through the race.
It could work that way. We'll see whether it's a 306 or a 315.
309.
309.
309.
They
and
are
remember,
moving
Price
fast.
is Right rules.
Price is Right.
Closest without going over.
Closest without going over. Okay, gotcha. It looks like they're hustling out there. They're really not. There haven't been those big collections where we just saw it where everyone was kind of slowing down, but that's only been once.
So now we've gone through some valley in Rockland, right? So the wind may have changed from what we were seeing on the bridge, right? That north-south wind may actually make a little bit of a difference in Haverstraw. We may see some odd splits as they go along the river. So I'm really interested to see how that's going to go. And that's really the flattest place on the course. It's like the only flat place on the course. But everything is up and down. One of the directors from Lotto said to me yesterday, he said, everything is up and down.
It is.
So we are at 26 and a half miles right now. That's about 42 kilometers. And so
they're hitting your pace there, Chris.
Marathon distance here.
Yeah, they are hitting the pace. Looks like we've got feeds by the side of the road.
Well, we've got people trying to.
Yeah. Is that just people just offering bottles from out of the goodness of their hearts?
But,
I don't think I saw any sort of soigneurs with the team jerseys on.
So
first hours was 26.5 miles per hour.
We're on 202 right now. There'll be a large right turn or a sharp right turn onto Cloplat Road, I think is what it's called. I don't know the name of it. I only know that we call it the Helix, which is very twisty downhill into the town of Haverstraw.
I do know that. That pack is stretched out again. You can just tell that there are teams that are just probing, seeing if they can get anything away. I would imagine from what we've seen that Lotto has been covering and smothering.
42.5 kilometers per hour average in the first hour.
They're
which
booking
is
out there.
putting it closer to 309 than 315.
It is.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak out of school.
We've got my big hills coming. So.
We haven't done any climbing. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
We'll see how those climbs go. But
we've done some climbing, but we haven't done the climbing.
Yes, this is the speed of a pretty fast crit in the United States, and they're going over some significant elevation here. So. There's your comparison.
It's just a different class of racing.
Look at your KOMs and despair, you Stravaites. It's not going to go well today.
Here come the Gran Fondo riders into Nyack. They're approaching 4th Street. And so there's some significant distance now. You know, for anybody that was worried that one might run into the other, there's some significant distance between the amateur and elite race and the pro race.
Yeah, those pros haven't taken a break.
It's really, I mean, you know, and these guys are moving at a good clip as well. If this is the front group of the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC, then this is moving at a pretty amazing clip.
They're getting their cruise on.
So we are at 8:03, which means that they are about 47 minutes into the race.
Mm-hmm. And then they're hitting their climbs through here also.
It's a big group. It's a big group we've got up front.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see who comes out of that group and who will be the top 6. Who will be Team GFNY as we move into 2025, which you can register for 2025 right now at gfny.com.
Prices go up.
And there's a Lotto rider. Looks like he went back to the car.
Number 15.
We're about to hit the helix. This right turn. Looks like he's taking on a little something.
We've got another bunch up here, so.
And we're at the back right now, watching them hit the helix. Reminder that we are using cell phone technology for this. So from the front, keeping it safe, especially on a descent like this. This descent is twisty. It's technical. It's windy. Oftentimes you have to do the, brace your top bar with your knees to keep the bike from shaking through here. It looks like somebody's gone off the front there, but, it's hard to tell at this point if it's a move or if it's just setting pace.
That's a courage split right there.
Yeah.
That's somebody just being able to bomb down it, have it their own line, and not have to worry about anybody being in their way. Usually you'll kind of squirt off the front when that happens.
It's just complete side note while we're watching the town of Haverstraw roll by, that this is just one of the most interesting places in New York State.
Haverstraw.
It's where New York State started making bricks. It's where John Andre was captured. It's where they launched the attack on Stony Point. The American forces launched an attack on the British in Stony Point. And now, speaking of launching attacks, we've got folks.
That seg was so smooth, Chris.
Oh, it was so good.
That was some broadcasting right there, my friend. Nice stuff going on there.
The roads are very narrow. It's kind of a European setting there. It's just a fabulous little town.
And we're using cell coverage to do this race, so wherever the cell coverage is, we'll see the pictures. Right now, they're going through a small town. They have small roads, so that is an opportunity. If you push it, you have all those turns going through there. You can get like 10, 15-second break, and that's an opportunity. That's definitely not something to sniff at if somebody wants to go for it there. It seems like the bigger teams are treading water until we get to Gate Hill. So that seems like there's been a lot of covering from what I'm seeing at the front, and they're like, let's get it on the hill and let's see what happens.
I'd be interested to see if there'd be a move on Mont Farm.
Yeah.
Or is that just too obvious?
Sometimes the obvious is what you need to do, right? It's obvious because that opportunity presents itself. So if you're another team and you know that that's a pretty obvious way to go about it, and then you come up with a counter strategy. If somebody's stronger and can do that, then that leaves you no other choice but to try something else.
Right.
So that's what we're seeing here with these early moves and people putting
true to his word. Kurt, the team director from Lotto, is not letting anything go. I mean, they are just watching everything. They are maintaining their place at the front. They are setting the tone. Medellin is there. I think probably it's going to be body blows between Lotto and Medellin for a while, and then where Dove the Italians. Where
Yeah.
are they? We have not heard from them yet.
We've seen a little bit of Bardiani on the front, so it's hard to say. You're going to, and first off, whoever's working for Lotto in these early, they're right on top of everything. Whether it's one or two riders, it might be just one or two that are covering all of this, and God bless them, they're going to be done for the day pretty soon.
I just got a message from the truck that says never try to speak Italian on the broadcast ever again.
I'm not even going to try. I know better that I have this Midwestern mouth that's just not going to pull that off. But they can try. Lotto seems to be very active in covering everything. Haven't seen Alpine.
Well, it's interesting. The few people that we've saw with big time trial results, this would be a time to maybe put one of them at the front. On the flat, in the wind.
Yeah.
Let them carry the group a little bit until you get to the hills. So it'll
if
be interesting to see that strategy.
And if you're not a real sharp climber, that's a strategy you can go for. You can get off in front of the pack if you're a big, strong, time trialing type of racer. Get that gap and then sort of nullify the advantage of the bigger hills. So you're out front, you don't have to worry about somebody flying by or attacking you on the hills because you've taken that away because you're out front. You've got like maybe 30 seconds or a minute, and then you just kind of power over the hill at your own rate, and then you don't have to worry about one of these little tiny guys flying by you.
Yeah, we've had several minutes go by without the pictures being available to us. So it'll be interesting to see how close to Mott Farm Road we are when we come back. There'll be a kicker out of Haverstraw. That would be another chance for somebody to see if they can make a little bit of a move, but it's not long enough for them to actually hold that move.
Yeah, and that's classic GFNY announcing, right? The feed comes back and we're like, oh, we were completely wrong. It's always like, oh, I had no idea that was going to happen. Oh, look at this. There's like 5 Colombians off the front of the race. You know,
they are still in Haverstraw, I'm told, and so here we go.
Back.
We're back.
All right, so
off the front, we're passing some of the parkland in Haverstraw and past the marinas. So we are getting close to where they will be right on the Hudson River. So close you can actually smell the brine from the Hudson River.
Yeah, we got that.
And there's the basin. So as they pass this marina, the road will curve around to the right, and then around to the left. We'll actually see the river in full view past the marinas. Then they'll climb back out, and then we'll be getting close to Mott Farm. I firmly believe that Mott Farm is going to be animated. I think it's going to be animated.
We're seeing some animation here. We're seeing some teams. There's definitely teams putting pressure on the front. The shape of this race is the shape of dreams dying because somebody's out there trying to put a move in, and you've got, it looks like Lotto is sitting third there, just, covering this. Look at the effort that's going in on the front, and everyone's looking back saying, oh, is this it? Is this it?
They're trying to pick it up
Yeah.
and see if anybody will follow. So
Yeah.
we've got a 2-man break followed by, some hopefuls. And now we have a one. We have
two off
we have
the front.
2, 3
One
off the
coming
front.
across. Yeah.
See if you can make the gap.
It's just a baby break right now. It could grow up and turn into something. You never know. But
It'll
now
be
it's,
interesting to see if the wind plays a role.
Yep.
As they round this corner.
Yep. That little baby giraffe is wobbling on its legs right now, and we'll see if it'd be able to run away from all these lions in the back.
We're a long way from the George Washington Bridge now, as you can see, because you can see the river, but you can't see the bridge anymore. So there's a lot of landmass between Haverstraw and the bridge. So it just shows you how far we've come in an hour and 11 minutes. We're still having a little bit of in and out with the cell.
You get to see us, which is always a treat.
It'll come back. Well, it's a treat to see you, Dan. I don't know if it's a treat to see me. So.
Oh, it's a treat to see everyone today. And I'm just going to keep going with my zoological metaphors today. And like this baby break, maybe it's going to happen. They're just getting up and wobbly on their legs, but I just see all those predators ready to pounce from behind. I don't know if that's the time.
I think I'm just going to come back to it. I think the Italians have been exceptionally quiet, and I think that speaks volumes about something that they're saving.
Some experienced racers back there too.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
Bonifacio and Genie.
There's no gap that we've seen that's been longer than a few seconds. So anything can be, just about anything that we've seen at this point can be reeled back in.
From the coverage that we've seen, it seems like Lotto is definitely very concerned, or they're wanting to keep this race together at the moment. So that speaks that they have goals that are going to happen later in the race, not now. So they're getting all of that worked out and seeing what's going on. We're seeing that Mito Q is in the front. I'm wondering if that's a chase, if that's a break, or what we have going on here. Once the pictures come back in, we'll be as surprised as the viewers at home. We'll find out.
They were one of the teams that was that we were told was working very hard, and so it's going to be interesting to see what we come out of Haverstraw with. But it's been interesting so far. It's been interesting in that nobody has really flinched. It's been a chess match so far.
And it is to give credit to the smaller teams. They haven't been knocked out of this race.
No.
So they're still in the group. There's still hopes are still alive. Dreams have not been smashed yet. But so far, so good. We're going to see what happens when it comes to the hills. So
yeah, the interesting piece with the smaller teams is that they could just be waiting to make some kind of move, and we're back.
We've got pictures again.
We are past the river now. We're making a left. We're going to go uphill. There's the car for Team Skyline. Again, luck of the draw. They're the first car in the caravan. And we've still got a 2 to 3 man break.
More animators at the front.
But it is tight. It is. I mean, it's not more than just a couple of wheel lengths.
You would want that gap to be
pack.
A lot larger at this point. This is not the break that they were expecting to have happen. The effort that they put in. So and sometimes you put that effort in and you just get committed and
So right hand turn coming up back onto 9W. This will take us to Mott Farm Road. I know I've been on and on about Mott Farm Road. It's like, would you shut up about Mott Farm Road already? We get it.
We know.
It's a hill.
Something's going to happen. It's hills right in the name.
So Mito Q out in front, and they're the ones that are supercharging this break, or charging this break at least, as we're heading towards the town of Stony Point.
Yeah. And again, this is not a bunched up pack. So bunches, attacks, bunches back up, and then attacks. So some of these teams are playing their cards and trying to split this apart early. That's not been very successful so far.
Right. And so just an idea of what's in front of us. They will go another 3 or 4 kilometers to Mott Farm Road. They will bear left at Fork in the Road. 9W would continue on the right. Mott Farm Road starts on the left. They'll start the climb of Mott Farm Road, which is steep in places up to Buckberg Road, and then once over the summit, just past Buckberg Road, begins the section called Cedar Flats. Right. So actually they continue Mott Farm Road, make a right turn, and then they're in Cedar Flats. That's sort of the last respite that they're going to have before Gate Hill.
Yeah.
Right. So they'll climb, they'll have respite. There's rollers through Mott Farm and Cedar Flats all the way to Gate Hill, but once you make that turn off of Cedar Flats, it's all climb all the time.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing that. That's an area of opportunity.
Yeah,
that's the way I would describe it. A zone of opportunity. One
of the significant things about the gap, and I'm jumping way ahead here to Cheese Code even, right, where we saw Ghafouri make his move last year. So as you get to the top of Gate Hill and you make the turn to descend towards the climb for Cheese Coat, that descent for as fast as it is and sharp as it is not long. It gives you maybe these guys 30 seconds to catch their breath before they have to start really putting in an effort again. First the false flat, then the drag, then Wolf Road, which is steep, and then finally up to Overlook. So
Who do we have on the front here that's pushing it?
Yeah, that could be.
I see
That
blue.
could still be Mito. That could hoping that the pictures straighten out before we get to the climb, but it looks like it could still be Mito out in front.
Yep, we have some bike races with some digital expressionist paintings in between.
We're really starting to get spread out in the front there. It looks like a pack of about 7 to 8 riders that are starting to create a little bit of distance. I feel like I see some magenta in there, which means that Lotto is in there. I see some white, which could be Medellin. I see some blue, which could be either Decunic or could be Mito. So interesting. The gap is starting to widen here. We may be establishing a breakaway group here.
Yeah, once the pictures come back in, we'll have a better idea of what's going on. But there is some pressure being put at the front. Again, teams that need to get out front or need to get... Their strategy is where they have to get out way. They have to split this race up. They can't bring these bigger, more powerful riders to the end of the race with them.
Right.
Or it's a bigger, more powerful rider trying to get away before the hills come in, before the bigger climbs come in.
You can see that the group is trying to. It feels like they're trying to get organized and catch back on, but there's some very stubborn young gentlemen that are out front.
It's all one big line right now, so there's a lot of pressure being put on the race, and this is where the cracks in the armor happen.
I'm seeing a lot of turning necks, Dan. So we're on to Mott Farm Road now.
Here we go.
I'm seeing a lot of turning necks, which means that they're either looking for somebody else to help do the work, or they're looking back to see who's behind them.
It's the do I have a gap look, right? It's has killing myself right now really come to any sort of fruition? Is there any good has any good come of this movement here?
So very gentle grade here. Tough to tell from the pictures, but very gentle grade here, and then it gets a little real in the next few minutes, probably the next minute or so. But just such a beautiful part of Rockland County. And this is as if Paul Cezanne had painted it, so it's great.
We're getting some digital art going on here.
Some impressionist work here.
Yep. It's from his, 9W period. All right, we're going to get this picture, and we're going to get an idea of what's going on here.
We're just passing into where Mott Farm really starts to get steep, so we'll see if anybody makes a move here. I'll be honest with you. I'm hoping for a move.
Somebody's going to make a move. Whether it works or not, we're going to be unsure of. But somebody will try to do something. It's just too great an opportunity.
I think if the group stays together the way that they have, and if a move doesn't have significant time to get away, we're looking at a sprint finish. One of the directors from Lotto yesterday told me he feels, because it's not flat, 50-50, it could be a sprint finish. And 50-50, that somebody could get away.
Right. And a sprint finish with a finish at this race, it's a different than maybe your classic sprint finish. Because you take that turn off a river road and you get back onto the road leading to the start finish. That is such a steep little climb right there.
Yeah.
It is not a sprinter
right.
finish. It would be a group sprint from like some powerful racers who have managed to stay there, managed to not get dropped.
It feels like we've got Medellin on the front now, doing some of the work, setting some of the pace. So this could be, we've got the gap widening. It looks like about 5 or 6 riders, one coming across, and it looks like the grade here is starting to create a little separation. The trouble is for this group that's out front is that it doesn't last long enough for them to really hold on. If you have some good descenders that have some confidence and some great bike handling skills, they're going to get caught very, very quickly.
Yes. It seems like it's not a decisive move yet, obviously, because there's no huge gap going on between what have going on there. There's a little bit of effort going on, but it hasn't made it yet.
I think what it is telling us, though, is that anybody, one of those guys, is looking for a climb that's long enough for them to make that move. I think I think the Gate Hill could just be that climb. They probably would have had to get out in front further at the beginning of Mott Farm Road to have it make any kind of a difference. But where they are right now, already probably passing Buckberg, there's really no chance that they're going to be able to make it stick.
Yeah. That would be optimistic. We still have a big group here. I don't know. We haven't been able to see who's been dropped off the back. But from just seeing the size of that group, it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of attrition.
No weeding out. No.
Not to a significant extent. So I think that it seems if I would not be surprised if they get to Gate Hill and they just decide to blow this race apart.
Yeah.
So that would not surprise me. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. So if they get to Gate Hill and they don't blow this race apart, then it's more likely that you're going to have a bigger group coming back. So that's going to be more tactical as you have that whole group together. When you get into a smaller group and there's like 5 or 6 of you, you just go all out and you just grind it to the finish. So,
but considering the skill level of the field, considering 42.5 kilometers per hour for the first hour, maybe we see some attrition in the hills. Maybe that's where
when you have
that's where they finally have to give up a little.
That's where some explosions happen, so to speak, right? You will have people just reach their end and they're done. A lot of times, a fast race without a lot of sharp accelerations means that a group finishes together. So because without those sharp accelerations, there's not the change in pace that'll drop a bigger rider on a hill or a smaller climber on the flats.
I don't know that we have a clear favorite for a sprint finish. I mean, a sprint finish in a group that size could be very chaotic. So
yeah,
and here we
and
see
fun.
The Gran Fondo is approaching the helix to turn down into Haverstraw, so they are...
That looks like a group of 50 to 60 to me.
They are a Haverstraw to Mott Farm gap away, so again, I don't think we see any problem with the Gran Fondo running into the pro race at this
Unless
point.
somebody jumps into a Prius, they're not getting to the front of the race. It's just not going to happen.
I don't know that they could. I don't know that they could do it in a Prius. They might need something a
need
little zippier,
a little faster than a Prius.
But it'll be interesting to see who makes a move in the Gran Fondo. I mean, Ricardo Paqueta last year just missed. Right, we saw that he was in the top 10, so he missed by 2-3 seconds being on Team GFNY.
Yeah,
he could be the captain of Team GFNY next year.
We've
seen him win this race. We've seen him come in second in this race. We've seen him we've seen him dominate from year to year.
Yeah.
He was down in Miami. He's in great form.
Wow.
I mean, just a great guy to be around.
Yeah.
Just somebody that always brings a smile to people's faces, and
you just talk about somebody who knows the tactics of this race. He's done so many of them. He's just become the old man in the sea here. Nothing goes on without his knowledge.
He had some of his Officini teammates with him in Miami that did very well in the race, and so I'm not sure if any of those riders are with him today, but Paqueta with a group, with a team, that could be something.
Yeah, absolutely.
That could be something.
But this seems like a group that is working together. There's not anyone really pushing it at the front. This group has kind of come to a settling point until we get through and start getting into the higher elevations.
Yeah. And then you'll hear the stories later on. I was with that front group until Gate Hill, and then I just couldn't do it anymore.
And then it all went pear-shaped, yeah.
Yeah.
Would not be a surprising story to hear.
So they are passing Van Houten in Haverstraw, and we're hoping to get pictures back from the pro race any second now.
Past the Millhouse.
Past the Millhouse, Van Houten.
So let's see what happens when we get back to the pro race. It's going to be interesting. So we'll see how this is playing out, who's playing what sort of strategy, and how it does end up.
I can tell you right now that they're probably on Cedar Flats. And if they are on Cedar Flats, then the next the next time we join them, if they're on Gate Hill, that will be a significant time to see what opportunities they avail themselves of.
If they're on Cedar Flats, my guess is we see a pack that's lightly stretched out but mostly still together. It would be a good guess going with the percentages, but you never know,
I can't see an opportunity to make a move on Cedar Flats.
Yeah. No. It seems like it would be a lot of effort for not a lot of return at that point. But, you never know. Smaller teams. The thing is, when they are professional teams like this, they've done so many races together and they've been through so many scenarios like this, they know how this story ends. So if you know that it's not going to be a great ending for this sort of thing, these races always end up the same way because they know what they're doing. Because they don't do these wasted efforts that are, I'm not going to try something desperate because I know how that's going to go,
And it's funny you bring that up too, because we did talk about this yesterday with Lily Flume, just that this could be anybody's race, right? And same for the Gran Fondo as well. The Gran Fondo being so open, anybody that's 18 years or older can race in that. Right, it becomes anybody's race, which is a little different from what we see on TV regularly with bike racing, where it's like, oh, great, I got to sit through another year of Tadej Pogacar, or
Matthew Van Der Poel is going to be away for
exactly.
80K.
It's like, okay, so I know who's going to win this race before it starts, and it kind of takes a little bit of the excitement out of it. Whereas in a group like this, it's anybody's.
Could be anybody. Yeah.
There are so many stories that could unfold here in the next, let's see, we're 42K in, or we're more than 42K in now. They're turning on to Gate Hill now.
All right.
And this is it. We're seeing the back of the group. We're seeing the front of the caravan, the neutral support, as the back end of the peloton is turning on to Gate Hill.
It's stretched out already.
And you can see those cherry blossoms out there. They're getting there late. We've had kind of a...
It's not been the normal schedule.
Spring. Yeah. So,
yeah, we've had a lot of rain, so we did avoid the rain this year, which is great.
It doesn't look like we've got a breakaway group unless there's something we don't know, which is entirely possible.
We could hear back. If we're talking about the weather, then I think that we're not having a lot of racing going on right now.
Yeah.
But it's going to happen.
So this base part is deceptively uphill. Actually, it looks like we do have a little bit of a break up there. It looks like it's about 7 or 8 riders, like it was, and then the rest of the group are just sort of hanging together. Hopefully, thinking to themselves that they could be needed as reinforcements later on. But it looks like a few might be struggling to hold wheels here.
Everyone at the back of this group is just thinking survival to make it to the end, or survival to put in an attack later.
Is he going to the car, or is he? Yeah, he looks like he's looking for help with something.
Is the magic spanner?
So he's okay.
Seems to be staying
let himself
away.
go. He's gotten what he needs, and they're off and going.
Yep, going back to the team cars.
So
not
we've
a
got
race in jeopardy
up front. Evan Russell from Hustle Pro Team is up front, number 91, and they've got a 12-second advantage. So,
as promised,
the
Canadian team has decided to put themselves out front to get that TV coverage. We'll see if we can try to get the TV coverage of them out there.
So bib number 64, Wilmer Andres Zapata, Team Medellin, is out there. Leonard Bellmans from Alpecin is out there. He's somebody that I think we predicted would be one of the ones that would make a difference, especially on a climb, right? So we've got
top 20 in the under 23 Paris-Roubaix this year.
We've got 7 people in the break with a 12-second advantage right now.
Okay, 12-second is not an incredible amount, but it is something right now. So they've managed to knock something off the front here.
Yep, we are in the meat of Gate Hill right now. Victor Giraldo from Medellin is also there. So we've got two in the break from Medellin, and we've got Federico Biagini from Bardiani. There they are.
All right. they're starting to put the efforts in and getting everything off the front.
Come stai, Federico? Oh, wait. Sorry.
Oh, don't
I
speak
broke the
Italian. Yep.
Okay.
That's against the rules.
All right. Noah Ramsey from Team California. So the small teams are out there. They're animating. They're getting in there.
And in every UCI race, your team leader is designated with a number that ends in a 1.
That's correct.
So we've got a number 1 rider out there in Biagini.
And in Evan Russell.
Evan Russell.
From Hustle Pro.
We got 2 number 1s out there.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we're seeing the chase from behind here.
It feels like we might be behind the breakaway, and looking at the peloton from
So
the front.
if the break is still away, the moto should be coming by. If they're about 12 seconds, we should be seeing them shortly. And there's definitely work going on behind. You can see that group is either chasing to get to them. They're still saying we have a 12-second advantage.
Same group with the 12-second advantage. I don't see any changes in the makeup of the group.
Well, whatever's happening, the race is on right now.
The race is definitely on.
There are definitely a lot of activity going on here. So,
and this is where the climbing starts in earnest. So that they're making this move, that they're getting this breakaway together now, means that they could have a chance of putting more distance. It'll be interesting to see if the advantage grows or shrinks when they get to Cheesecoat. But just judging by the way the camera is rolling right now, it feels like they might be developing more of an advantage. We'll stay tuned to our race comms to understand how the gap might be proceeding, but it feels like it could be growing.
it looks like we have 2 Medellin at the front. If that gap is what we've heard it is, and it looks like Lotto has missed out.
Lotto has missed the break.
So Lotto did all the work of keeping everything together throughout the entire race, and then they're caught without a rider in this break. So that's significant. That means Lotto's going to have to put the effort on. If that's what I'm seeing at the front of the race here, that means Lotto is trying to pull this back. We've got 2 Medellin racers at the front, so we have 2 climbers. We are assuming off the front.
And I mean, who knows how long the Hustle and California team members can stick with it.
Sometimes you're just glad to be mentioned. Sometimes you're just glad to be in the front. So they've raced. These are racers, so they're out there in the front. They're not going to be surprised by the circumstances. They're not going to be overwhelmed.
Evan Russell has had GC results.
Here we go. Here goes the Lotto rider.
Lotto and Medellin.
Number 84. That
Medellin,
is Milan.
So Milan Doni from Belgium.
Okay.
So with 12-second advantage or something close to it, they feel like they can bridge across to the gap.
And he's bringing another Medellin to the front.
Number 62 from Medellin.
Yep, not optimal. Javier Ernesto Jamaica Maia. So number 84, Milan Doni, has been in the mountain classification for the Settimia Internazionale Cape I Bartoli. Yeah, I mispronounced that, but he's a climber. So he's powering up this, and he's actually getting a gap on that Medellin rider behind him.
And we've got one more member in the front group now, or 2 more members in the front group now. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 riders in the front group.
So we're hitting the descent now.
Yep.
So the gaps should stay consistent. Whether the information that we're getting is still correct, that we have the break off the front and then this Lotto rider is in between, or if this Lotto rider is just off the front. Either way, the race has gone off on Gate Hill. It usually does. It's such a prime opportunity to be able to put some.
So Laurent Gervais from Echelon has joined the group. So
a lot of teams represented.
Yeah.
So is this a desperate move off the front, or is this a desperate move to get to the front?
I think it's a desperate move to bridge the gap because we're not seeing any. We're not seeing any Lotto representation in what we're, So Biagini is still leading the group, from what I understand. With Laurent Gervais directly behind him. Evan Russell still there, hanging in. But clearly, you called it, Dan. Lotto has missed. They have missed the boat.
Yeah, Lotto
and
caught
actually,
sleeping.
Frankly, has Alpecin missed the boat?
I've not seen any Alpecin mentioned. So there's missing the boat from not being aware, and there's missing the boat from not being able to do anything. There could have been just such an attack.
Alpecin is there. Leonard Bellman's is there. So Leonard Bellman's, who came in 13th in Paris-Roubaix this year for the under-23, is there. So the big teams, right? So Bardiani, Alpecin are in there. Medellin is in there in force with 2 riders. And Lotto, it looks...
And no Koratek.
And no Koratek.
So you could have Lotto and Koratek working together. Doni right here is trying to get across. He's going to want to get across in like the next 2 to 5 minutes.
He's running out of time.
Yeah, because that group's going to get their act together and just be off in the distance. So for Lotto, this is like not the best scenario for their day.
He's at the top of Gate Hill right now. He's about to make the left. Oh, he's on Cheese Coat already. So he's on Cheese Coat. So that means that the front group is already climbing the steep kicker at Wolf Road, and he's going to have to bridge that.
Mm-hmm. That's not going to be easy. He can't even see them in the distance from what I'm seeing here. So that's even more discouraging when you can't see what you're getting to. Maybe there's a little bit...
He's actually, I've just been corrected. He is in front.
Ha!
He is in
Completely different scenario than what we were thinking
okay,
of.
Lotto has not missed the boat. They are the boat.
They are the boat.
They are the boat.
Look at how the script just flipped right there, huh?
So he is heading to Wolf Road on Cheese Coat, and this could be fairly
We've seen
decisive.
this story. We've story before, haven't we?
We have seen this movie.
Yeah, Gate Hill seems to squirt someone off the front that's willing to put a big effort in. He is he doesn't look to be struggling. He looks to be putting the power down. So it's so funny. We were looking at it before, like 2 minutes ago, when he was trying to get up there. Like, oh, he's never going to make it. Look at this poor guy.
We thought he was bridging, but he's making the left. Steep kicker, and then, I mean, the rest of it gets much easier to the top of Cheese Coat from here.
Yeah. This is not a fun little moment.
That, most riders have to approach in a very low gear. It's so short for him. I can't imagine he's gotten out of his 53 at this point.
Yeah, he's still in the big ring.
So, just, we froze up there, but I'm guessing that he's turned the corner at this point. And here comes the rest of the break.
We've got somebody groundhogging out of the team car there.
And they are approaching Wolf Road very shortly. But Milan Doni is now solo leading. We don't know what the time gap is, but we can say probably it's got to be 20 or 30 seconds, maybe not that much. But he is probably halfway up to Overlook Road by now.
Yeah. So from the story that we had before, where it was like, what happened to Lotto? It's like, what Lotto? Now it's like, what happened to everyone
Now we know
else?
what happened to Lotto. What happened to Baby Jane?
Yeah. It wasn't a case of, oh, no, Lotto missed it. It's like, oh, no, Lotto just put everyone to the sword here and just went off the front. So it is fantastic. This is... we were completely wrong. Sorry, everyone.
But let's talk about that group though. That group has force. That group has, it's got some cachet in it, right? The two riders from Medellin and Biagini, they could take that group to bridge the gap.
It's true.
This may not be the time to do it. But if they let him get away to the top of that climb, they could have a very tough time bringing him back in if they don't climb together. They will have to work together to catch him now.
It's going to be interesting to hear what the time gaps are now, whether they're going up, whether they're going down, and whether the group behind start getting those time gaps. whether they know, because he's probably out of sight by now. So that is the area where you don't know what's going on. Is it 2 minutes? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 30 seconds? So that's where everyone back has to try to gather themselves together and figure out what they're going to do.
We're more than halfway through our projected overall race time. I mean, no matter whose prediction we're going with, we're even past Mattia Gaffori's finishing time from last year as far as halfway is concerned. We're over, or at least Milandoni is over the biggest climb, and the group is probably just approaching the biggest part of that climb right now.
Yeah.
And the whole dynamic could now, with a breakaway established, the whole dynamic of this thing could change.
And right now, in the group behind, whether it's the smaller group with a couple of Medellin riders in there, or it's the larger group behind there, now it's like, well, it's time to, let's make a deal time. Are you going to work with us? Or are we going to work with you? You know, there could be just some discussions happening back there, especially when you have the teams involved like this.
And we're just hearing that Milandoni is still solo in the front. Just going to try and see if we can get a gap. So, but the gap from what I could see, from where he was on Cheesecoat to where they were on Cheesecoat, is actually sizable.
Yeah, could be about a minute
it's
at
sizable.
this point.
I don't know if it's Mattia Gaffori sizable. Not that we named time gaps after him now, but
the 7 minute mark, the 6.5 minute mark.
But it's a sizable gap, and if that team if that group does not work together, it can be trouble for them.
Yeah. Well, Lotto's got a great scenario going on. They've slipped someone off the front. No one else behind has to work anymore. So, all right, it's up to you, Alpecin, Medellin, Bardiani, Koratek. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and actually hustle. You know, how long can Evan hang in there, right? And so now we've got 3 riders in the breakaway. So we've got a Lotto teammate up there.
61, 81. We have Johannes Adamians
from Germany.
Yes.
Yeah, and he is so he's up there now.
And Zapata's back up there. He was there before.
From Medellin. So now it's the Lotto Medellin show for a 15-second gap, it looks like.
Wow. All right. So that composition has changed quite.
So they caught him.
They caught him. Or they jumped up to him, more likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would think that it was probably number 64. Zapata jumped up, and then Adamants would have just followed him.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that's pretty uncool.
Right.
You know, for Adamants to try to jump up to his teammate, that's not something that would happen.
No, I'm guessing he was marking him so that if they can get away, if they can shake the Medellin rider, then he has a chance to actually do some work for Milandoni, or vice versa. Actually, Milandoni may be doing the work for him based on the team numbers.
Yeah, they could have put Doni out front and said, "All right, tread water."
And we're gonna get Johannes up there to win this race. So Johannes wearing the 81 means that he's the captain of that team. Yeah. So
Zapata being in the Lotto Destiny Sandwich is not the best position to be in here.
No, but he's in a position. And it but the thing is, with 2 of them, they're in force.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what?
It becomes theirs to lose.
What happened to Zapata's teammate? I guess that break kind of fizzled back to the larger group. Medellin was up there in force. They had at least 2 riders, I think 3 at one point.
Yeah, we almost have to just to make up the scenarios and imagine what happened. We can use our minds to wonder what happened there. Maybe there was because it was probably a second break behind, and I think that Adiaments was not in that second group. So either he jumped up to the second group and then Zapata jumped and then he covered that. Could have happened. Or it all came back together and then Zapata jumped again and Adiaments covered it. There's so many scenarios that could have happened, but that's the most likely. So, and our reports from the road are saying that it's still 3 off.
3 off, 15-second gap to the remainder of the group. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody in the main peloton.
And it's not a huge gap. 15 seconds is still bridgeable. It's still within the realm of possibility that somebody could get across
with
that
three
gap.
with 3 riders doing work, though. It makes it easier for them to create a little stir.
And 2 of the big teams aren't chasing.
Yeah.
So
And where is Koratek?
where's
Dove
Bardiani?
Koratek.
Yeah. You're speaking Italian.
So
again.
sorry, I did it again.
Okay.
We're out now? Okay. Sorry. Sorry, folks.
Yeah,
Just,
we're just
communicating with the truck here. So 15-second gap. We've got, as of now, we've got Zapata from Medellin, we've got Adamets from Lotto, and we've got Milondoni from Lotto. We're not sure who's leading who on the Lotto squad, but we're guessing that Doni is working for Adamets based on the numbering. And
the day's been kind of the Lotto show. They've covered everything. They've kept it all together, and Gate Hill happened. You had Dome go off, and they've got 2 in the front. So that's a party back in the team car. They're thinking this
I'll
is great.
just say that the hills are alive with the sound of Lotto. And now we've got somebody else in front. We've got a move by Tibor Del Grosso from Alpecin de Koenig now is out on the front.
This is your world champion of the cyclocross racing, junior champion, under 23 of night.
And just to show that he's not a one-trick pony, he was also second in stage 2 of the Tour de Bretagne this year. So we're talking about a pretty well-rounded athlete. So they have 4 in the break now.
Yeah.
4. So Alpecin has joined the party. And really now, with Del Grosso in there, I think that
leaves one less team to chase, one less strong team.
Yeah,
so
I think it's a disadvantage for Zapata, and he's the only one that doesn't speak Dutch.
I know. He's got all these Belgians ganging up on him,
Well,
right?
one German in there, but
that's true.
But probably it's an easier leap from German to Dutch than it is
true.
from Spanish to Dutch.
None of which I'm going to be able to
Still
say.
a 15-second gap, so we'll say Willkommen, Tibor Del Grosso, to the front group.
If it's still 15 seconds, this is the opportunity for Bardiani and Koratek to get somebody across, like Alpecin did.
They've got to get organized because they're the only big teams that are missing out on this.
Train's leaving the station right now.
So, I'm guessing that the guys from Hustle and from Mito and from Team California all went kind of back to the pack.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens.
And if you're on one of those smaller teams, getting across it's jumping across to jump on the dance floor and get punched in the nose, right? It's just not the greatest of situations, but would be great if you could get across there. And you can get across there and, you can play like, oh, it's a little baby team, help us out, you big, strong Europeans, I'm just going to sit on the back here.
Yep.
You can try to pull that off. you pull that off once. You don't get to do that in more than one race. But, it's bike racing. There's no rules as far as saying you can't do that. But the Italian teams at this moment seem to be caught out.
They're caught out. So we've got Alpecin again. We've got Lotto. We've got 2 from Lotto, 1 from Alpecin, 1 from Medellin. So it's Netherlands, Germany, Belgium in the lead right now, contending for that top spot.
And we've got the Colombian Zapata in there too. It's I see as it comes into the end, if this group of 4 is like it is, Zapata's got to try to get rid of these guys.
Yeah, he absolutely. Okay, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back with more from the Pro Race and from the Gran Fondo, and we hope that you are enjoying the day as much as we are. We're delighted to have you with us.
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
We're being told that we have a 30-second gap now of that same group of four. Mm-hmm. That is the two teammates from Lotto, one from Alpecin, and one from Team Medellin. Right?
They're putting the hammer down. Yeah.
I mean, they've only made this gap bigger, so it makes you wonder with almost 2 hours of racing under our belt, right? We're at an hour 57 unofficial time that we're able to see here. With almost 2 hours in, it makes you wonder when that peloton is going to get organized. You can bring, with the terrain that they've got ahead, you can bring a 30-second gap in. But you've got to get organized. And again, where are the two Italian teams?
It seems like the Italian teams, we haven't seen the front of what's going on in the peloton. Looking from the back here, it looks to be kind of stretched out, so that tells me that somebody's working. You can work at the front, but if you've got 2 hammers, 3 hammers, 4 hammers out there, and they're all going all out, this is a pro race. These guys are only going to be clawed back. They're not going to blow up.
They are already through the town of Ramapo now, and they're heading past the Palisades International Park or Interstate Parkway, not international, Interstate Parkway. And so as they're
look at how strung out that pack is.
Yeah,
We've
they're
got
going into
riders
a
in
downhill
the cars.
stretch.
It's getting pretty spicy in the peloton.
We're going
here.
into a downhill stretch here that will take us over to South Mountain Road. Right, so this is basically as they pass. The riders are going to pass through the town of New City in Rockland County, and as they get through there, wow,
that was
a lot of
Medellin
attrition
mechanical.
in the back.
Yeah, it seems like he was looking for the team car. So,
but we are. It could be because we might be in the feed zone right now. The feed zone was at 103 kilometers. We're at about. We're getting closer to that as we've come through the town of Pomona. And Ramapo, which means that they've gone past the baseball stadium. I mean, really, the major league climbing is finished.
We're coming down to about 30K to go then.
Yeah.
30K with 30 seconds.
They'll navigate South Mountain Road they'll cross Little Tour Road at the end of Buena Vista here, and they will be on South Mountain Road. They'll take that to Ridge Road. I mean, there is really, literally zero climbing, of note.
And we're seeing from the report that they've got 45 seconds now. So they put another 15 seconds into the pack. That's a group that's hauling. So they're putting time into them as they're going through. It doesn't seem like there's been any sort of concerted effort at the front from the Italians or anyone else to be able to bring them back.
What it does tell you, though, is that group of 4 are willing to work together. Right, so you may have one hanger on in that group, but everybody else, I mean, 3 out of the 4 at a minimum have to be working. Otherwise, I mean, if it's anything less than that, they're not putting time into the group.
I would say that you probably have Zapata is biding his time for when he's going to attack on River Road somewhere, because that's the only option that he's going to have if he's a climber and he's got these big, powerful European riders with him. That's his option to try to get away. Is it a great option? Probably not. But, if that's the only card you have, that's what you've got.
His other card might be Leonard Bellman's.
Yeah.
Right, because they are the only 2
non-lotto
guys in the break, and so as those 2, they could make a little bit of a tontine or a last man standing agreement to do something to ditch the lotto guys.
Ditch the lottos. This is lotto's break to lose right now. If neither of them win this race, that would be a pretty big disappointment.
It would be interesting to see what's going on at the front of the peloton, to see who's controlling the pace of the bigger group. Is that group actually slowing down based on a strategy?
Here we've got live pictures of the front group.
We've got Leonard Bellman's, there's Zapata.
So looking at Zapata, that does not look like a little lithe Colombian climber to me. That looks like somebody who can probably put out some power. So maybe, I'm not sure what sort of results he's got here. Let's look at Zapata's results.
So they've rounded onto South Mountain Road now. This will be a very fast, slightly undulating road. It's a beautiful road. It's one of my favorite parts of the course, actually. But there's a little bit of a mental toughness aspect to this part of the course because it becomes a little tough to focus. But it looks like everybody is working. It looks like everybody is in for the win.
Yep.
So 2 hours and 1 minute in, or 2 hours and 2 minutes in, just coming up on that. It looks like we're forming something that could be trouble for the rest of the peloton now.
Yeah, at this point, it's in everyone's best interest to work together to get that gap going as far as you can. You want like a minute, 2 minutes, and if you get like that much time with like 10K to go, then games can start happening. But they can't start playing right now. They've got to just do equal work. And just looking at Zapata's results, he was first in the mountain classification at the Tour of the Gila, third in GC, so strong all-arounder with sort of a bent towards climbing. But this finish is not a classic sprint finish. You're not going to be doing 70K at the end of this. You're going to be going up that hill, which is pretty steep, 5 to 10%, and then it kind of levels off, and then there's a little kick at the end. So there's going to be... it's not a sprinter. It's an uphill sprinter.
So we've got 53 miles, or somewhere around 84K that are now in the bag, a 42.4 km per hour average, 42.4.
You're scooting out there.
So they are going 26 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And they went over that range of climbs at 26 miles per hour.
That's very impressive.
I mean,
like I said, all the KOMs are just dying today.
Frankly, in some of those towns, they were actually speeding. So they could have been given tickets for that.
Local riders know how that feels. So, I guess if you do have the police out in front closing the road for you, it's you don't have to worry about that speeding
Let me
ticket.
tell you something. Any local rider that gets a speeding ticket on a bicycle is having a good day. So
it looks like this group at the front is working well together. The two Lottos are there. So far, so good.
So
mission accomplished.
84K in, that means we have about 50K to go. That's about 30 miles. So as the time gap, if it creeps up with 30 miles, Dan, where do they run at a time? Where does the peloton run at a time?
That's a great question. If we had an idea of what was going on at the front of this peloton, if this group has a minute with 10K to go or 2 minutes, with 20K to go, that's the classic like gap math.
Yeah.
But this is more of a classic style race where there's more undulations and more challenges going on. So a 30-second gap, 45-second gap is more significant in a one-day race like this. These pros can hold that gap longer. So
at the back of the race, we could actually see one of the team cars moving up. So you kind of wonder what kind of gamesmanship is going on, or what might be going on in the peloton that's influencing the positions of the team cars to the point that that one of them felt that they could or should jump ahead of the neutral support vehicle. So that could have been one of the cars for one of the teams that's in the lead. It could be because we're approaching the feed zone pretty soon. It could be for a number of reasons. So interesting to see what's happening here. But that team, that break, none of those guys have their head down. None of those guys feel like they're digging deep just to stay with it. Though they all seem as though this is just kind of another day on the job.
Yeah, and it is.
and it is, but
they're professionals. They're going to get out there, and they know their body so well that they're going to be able to kind of set that pace. And let it ride.
So now we've got three riders in front. So maybe one of them was digging a little bit.
Is that
deeper.
the GFNY with the three riders in front that we're seeing? Maybe that's the GFNY.
GFNY, the Gran Fondo, is on the top of Cheesecoat with three riders in front.
That sounds about right.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
So top of Cheesecoat. So the gap remains for the Gran Fondo. So I think we're answering everybody's question with the show of force that we've seen in the pro race. I mean, 42.4 kilometers per hour over probably what is out of the 2,000 meters is probably 12 to 1,400 meters of climbing already in their legs before they get to West Nyack and they start to climb again over state line and then through the park.
Yeah, you'd have to be Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard in a 2-man time trial to hope to catch the back of the stragglers. It's just not going to happen. So,
and in which case,
next year
you'd be in the other race.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back at the back of the peloton now. And we can see that one commissar vehicle is, keeping pace with the back, but that seems to be a pretty good group that's gonna come all the way through and finish.
Mm-hmm.
They are approaching the turn to Ridge Road. They're on South Mountain, and it looks like our gang of four, so to speak, is still together. Alpecin out there in front taking his turn. Leonard Bellman taking his turn on the front. Actually, I am not entirely sure we've seen Zapata take a turn on the front yet.
Yeah, that wasn't Bellman's. Was that Del Grosso, though? Is that number 74 in the front? Or did I get that wrong?
That was Leonard Bellman's from Alpecin that was out in the front.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Del
it is
Grosso,
number 74.
Del Grosso, 74.
Mm-hmm.
My apologies to Tibor Del Grosso
Nope.
from the Netherlands. He is okay. So this is Zapata's
Tibor
turn
forgives
on the
you.
front.
Yeah, Tibor's a pretty forgiving guy, I think.
We hope so.
So, cyclocross dude must be laid back. So they're still working.
So everybody's
Tibor's calling back
working.
for the team
I mean,
car, it looks like.
we've missed some pictures. So I mean, this is the first time that we've seen Zapata from Medellin out in front. But everybody is sharing the load.
The pro field.
They've turned onto Ridge Road now. So
Still stretched out. So whatever they're doing, it's not bringing them back.
Right. And we see a Bardiani rider there off the back.
Mm-hmm. So this
And now back to the gang of four.
Yeah, they're cranking it out.
Zapata's taking his turn. Now one of the Lotto guys up front, but they are just turning and burning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they can tell that this is going to be a significant new move, if not the winning move.
So they will go around the reservoir now. They'll when they get to the end of Ridge Road, they'll make a left onto Sickletown Road or Strawtown Road, and they'll go past the reservoir, through the town of West Nyack and into West Nyack, and then up into Blauvelt over a really small rise that is a leg breaker at the end of the GFNY New York City Championship for most riders, but
yeah,
for them they won't even notice it.
We will start to see what's happening as the race gets closer to the end. It would be most likely that the Alpecin rider and the Medellin rider are going to try to attack Lotto to get away, and the Lotto riders will take turns covering those moves. That's the most likely scenario to work out here at the end. And then it's basically you have to overcome the Lotto armada up at the front here. You have these two riders here, which is a big advantage to have two riders in a 4-man break. So what
do you think the other 4 riders from Lotto are doing in the peloton right now? Are they?
I'd be having a sandwich, baby.
Are they setting the pace? Are they sitting up? Are they trying to spit people out the back to create a little bit of attrition in case the peloton regroups? We see Zapata going to the front to take his turn. Is he taking his turn or is he going for it?
I think he's just taking a turn. That doesn't seem to be an all-out attack. Back in the group, the Lotto riders, they're chilling. They're probably sitting about 5th to 10th place, and if anything goes, they fill in the cracks. So that would be the way to go about it. They can be diligent at the front. In case anybody tries to make a big attack and get across, they're just going to tag on to the back, much like Adaments did earlier when Zapata went across. That would be the same sort of tactic that they would use again. But the job's kind of done for them for the day.
This group is being very disciplined about taking turns. Mm-hmm. I mean, very disciplined. The change, the rotation was not actually a flick of the elbow by Zapata in that case. It was Lotto coming back to the front.
We've got a team time trial coming through
to take their
here.
turns. So,
and at this point, when you're in a 4-man break like this, and somebody starts, skipping poles, you notice that immediately. So, if anybody starts sitting on the back, or usually what happens is somebody pulls off the front and the guy in the back pulls off the guy pulling off the front and he misses a turn that way, that's a sign that somebody's not working. If somebody were to stop working here, everyone else would be very aware of that.
So I've noticed that Milan Doni is sort of in time trial position, right? Does he have his head down? Is he kind of the one that'll
Is
fall
he the
off?
one today?
Did he? No, I'm thinking the opposite. I'm
Yeah.
thinking is he basically, doing the work for his teammate.
He would be doing the work for his teammate.
And eventually he will be falling off.
But
right?
he's going to be doing the work to keep the break going along. I would think that Adiaments is saving something for the end.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's got to not nuke himself out of the break.
Right.
So the main thing right now is not to get dropped out of the break. You've got to make sure you make it to the end. And he's got to be available to cover these moves that are going to happen near the end, too.
And there's
he's got to fill in those cracks for Adiaments.
Here we go. A little conversation.
There's a little discussion. There we go.
What do you say we ditch these guys and go win a prize?
Yeah.
That's probably not what he said, folks.
Yeah. You and me, Milan? He's like, yeah, me, you and me. Depends on how it goes.
So we're approaching, this is going to be the end of Ridge Road, so there's going to be a big left turn, and the left turn will take us onto Sickletown Road, and that'll take us up past the reservoir and into the town of West Nyack. Mm-hmm. So we've got...
And West Nyack is going to be about 40K from the end? What are we looking at as far as kilometers to go here?
So we're looking at it was 53 kilometers to go earlier, so hang on a sec.
We're doing this with maps and paper the old-fashioned way here.
We're basically probably at this point, we were 53 miles, 82. Sorry, I don't mean to do math in my head here.
Out loud math?
Okay, so we're just also being informed that the GFNY race actually has a breakaway of 3 riders, so we're going to get you some more information on that ASAP.
Both races are kind of turning out to work in the same sort of scenario, and they're telling the same story today. Sun's out right now, so no significant wind to worry about. In a group of 4 like this, even if there were significant crosswinds, they're going to be able to handle it. You wouldn't be able to just go across the road and form an echelon that nobody could jump to. But that's not the case. They don't have the wind that they have to worry about today. But everybody pulling through, taking their moves. So nobody's not working right now.
So we've got Mattia Magnaldi from Italy is the front of the GFNY. We've also got up there Bruce Bird from Canada is also there with Mattia. Mm-hmm. And Elvis Knoll from Puerto Rico. Elvis has entered the building and is it's Elvis with a Y.
Yes.
So Elvis has entered the building and is in the break. Elvis Knoll from Puerto Rico is in the break for the GFNY. So we've got 3 riders out in front, and
it is Elvis Noel.
My apologies. Bruce Bird is from California, not from
Bird
Canada.
From California?
I saw CA and I thought Canada because I'm thinking internationally. Did you know that GFNY is the largest international peloton that is out there? Usually
doesn't
from
shock me in the
about
least.
100 countries. The top concentrations this year are from the USA, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, and European countries, Great Britain, Europe. So
the amount of events are just astonishing.
Yeah, I mean,
amazing.
North America, South America, Europe, everybody comes for GFNY NYC Championship, the Michelob Ultra GFNY NYC World Championship. So, but back to Gran Premio New York City, we've got 4 in the lead. We're waiting to hear on what the time gap could be for these 4, but it looks like Johannes Adamants is staying right in there, and they are just taking a journeyman approach.
They're grinding it out right now.
It's just So
this is the calm before the storm at the end. I would be shocked if they were losing any time, but anything can happen. We don't really know what's happening behind, and these riders don't have radios, so I think that they're going to do that sort of like maximum sustainable, effort that they can do, and they've spent a lot of time in that zone before. They know where they're at. They know what they can do, so they're just gonna sort of set it right there and just kind of cruise along.
Not mental note, but Bruce and Elvis are both GFNY champs. Bruce was the champ in Cambridge, Maryland in 2023. I was there. And Elvis in República Dominica in 22 and 23. So big doings out there with former GFNY series champs out there. We're going under the tunnel here, we're
going through the graded road section too,
right here, and that's going to take us into West Nyack.
Going through the graded section here, this is a little mini rumble roubaix that they have. That we have the road grading that happens every once in a while during the
freshly
summer.
milled.
Yeah, freshly milled. So just watching to make sure that nobody, fingers crossed, has a mechanical in this area, because that could definitely cause trouble. So you have those raised manhole covers, so they're going to have to dodge all of those.
But we've got the under 23 cyclocross champion. Champion.
He's just going to be
so
floating over this stuff.
Pretty good, I think, right now.
He should be just floating away from these guys. It's dirty and it's bouncy.
I wish I had my 32s, one or the other. I can't tell.
He wants to take a right into the woods here and drop all these guys like a bad habit.
So, one of the motos told me about the milled road last night, and I said, is it in Blauvelt? And he said, no, it's not quite Blauvelt. And I said, West Nyack. And he said, no, I don't think it's West Nyack. I said, well, it's not quite Blauvelt, and it's West Nyack. Then it's West Nyack. So they're about to make a big left turn here. They'll go about 800 meters to the next turn, and the next turn will actually take them out of West Nyack and into the town of Blauvelt. Yeah. Difference between the pro course and the GFNY course is that the GFNY course will follow the Joseph Clark Rail Trail back to Oak Tree.
Mugging for the camera there from one of the Lotto guys. Okay. Milan's feeling friendly today. So we'll get the report after the race from Milan. I'm sure he'll be available.
There's something special about knowing that you're doing your job right.
Yeah.
And you're in the break, you're helping your captain, and you're keeping pace with two outstanding riders right now.
I have to think that this was probably the scenario that Lotto had planned out earlier today, kind of keep everything together at the beginning and see if we can get somebody away. Gate Hill area.
Yeah, you saw the GFNY balloon there. That's the home of the West Nyack aid station where they used to serve pizza years ago. Which
I've got no qualms with that.
I'm just saying it's a questionable decision at this point in the race to have a slice of pizza. I'm sorry, it just is.
If you're any of these four, you're not going to want to pull over.
Then again, I was made famous for stopping for a coffee in the middle of GFNY Italia in 2017.
Well, what's wrong with a coffee in the middle of a ride? That's just being civilized.
Hey, I figured the guys in the broom wagon were probably going to stop anyway. So,
Yep, the broom wagon would be stopping there.
Yeah. So,
but these riders, it's pretty metronomic right now.
Okay, we have a chase group. The chase group is forming. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders in it. And we're just getting some news on who those are. One of them is Gus Van den Agen, who is part of the same team, the Alpine team for Thibaut de Grosso. And we've got someone from standby. Please give us a minute as we work analog for just a second.
We've got Christian Spag.
So somebody from Coratec has finally made.
And that's number 21 from Coratec.
Okay, so number 21 from Coratec, and
number 34 is going to be.
34 was in the break earlier, and
if you hear the shuffling of
34,
papers,
Laurent Gervais from Canada was in the break
Team
earlier.
Echelon, yeah.
And from Team Echelon, and 93
is going to be Chris Ernst from Canada, from Hustle, 93.
So I would say for Hustle, mission accomplished today.
here we go. We have all the names that are in the chase, and they're at 40 seconds. So we do have Christian Spargali, Lauren Gervais, Debbie
Gona,
Vasquez,
Gus Van Den Eggen, and Chris Ernst.
So
and Josh Burnett from Mito Q. So we actually have a pretty international group there. Field, the peloton, is at about 110 from the lead group, and the chase group is about 40 seconds. So 20 seconds is ahead of the peloton for the chase group, and then they are 40 seconds behind the lead group. So that's, Dan, at this point in the race, do you feel like those are achievable time gaps to get across? I mean, anything's possible, but...
Yeah, well, that tells me that this
Can
group
these
up
guys
front,
stay away?
This group up front obviously does not have race radios because they've lost seconds to the chasers. They used to be at 45, now they're at 40. If these chasers get their act together, they do have an Alpine coming up, so they'll bring an Alpine up to the front. Kind of odd that Lotto, from what they've been doing all day, didn't get anybody into this
into the
mix.
chase group. That is interesting.
Yeah, they didn't. They're not packing that chase group, so maybe they were not able or just unaware of that this group was going. But this could be significant. This is a chase group of we have 8.
Yeah, and we have Coratech.
We have a group of 6, so it's 6 on 4.
Yep, Coratech, Project Echelon, Team Skyline from Great Britain, Alpecin, Hustle Pro, and Mito Q from New Zealand. So, I mean, Josh Burnett with the jet lag and everything is up in that chase group. So, I mean, that's really something.
Yeah, good for him. It's going to be a tough one to get across because that team, the group at the front is working, but they seem to be slowly getting clawed back. There's 5 seconds less as far as what we know that's on the road. So, if they get up to them, then there's going to be 2 Alpecins, there's going to be 2 Lottos.
They're working, but they're not working hard enough.
Yeah.
They're not working hard enough to stay away, in my opinion. I think given that they're in Blauvelt right now and they're heading to Oak Tree, as they make their way towards what would be, for the GFNY riders, what would be the end of the rail trail, and where they'll make the left onto Oak Tree to head back towards the state line climbs, they'll have one kicker there on Oak Tree proper, and then they will actually have to start climbing again for about 5K. The state line series of about 4 small hills goes on for about 5K, and
it's an opportunity.
It's an opportunity.
It really is.
I'm not sure if we're looking at the field or if we're looking at the chase group there.
That
based
might
on
be
the fact
chase
that the pictures are breaking up just a little bit for us here.
And we're at 2:24, so we're looking at you have about 30, 40 minutes to get your time here.
So that is a commissary vehicle right there. That's not a team car. So that leads me to believe that it might be the chase group.
We will find out as soon as we get pictures back in. So let's see what that chase has. We've got 6 racers chasing 4 at the front. The 4 at the front have been away for probably 20K longer than the chase has. So they might be a little less fresh. But I don't know whether we have commissars at the front giving them the time gaps. I don't know whether the front brake knows that the brake behind is coming up on them. So, since there's no race radios, you don't have your director sportif in your ear saying they're coming up to you, or in Alpecin's cases, your teammate is coming up to you.
Right.
So, maybe sit on the back, and then we'll have 2 in this group of 10.
And it's hard to know if the Alpecin teammate is going up there for support or if the Alpecin teammate is just trying to pull the chase back in. Right. We don't know.
Well, it would have been a bad day back at the team hotel if that brake had got away and he hadn't jumped in there.
Yeah, exactly right.
So I got to think that, and some of Bardiani has just not had anybody involved in any of these moves. So they seem to have moved. They've missed everything. That's
Coratech has found their way in. So that's Vini Fantini heard from. So now as they're turning out of Blauvelt, and they will head via Greenbush back to Oak Tree. So we are getting closer and closer to the finish line here. But the gap feels like, and we don't know, but it feels like it's coming down.
Yeah, between this group and the chasers behind.
And the chasers. So there could be, so that could create two scenarios. That could create a savage burn on this front group. Where the chase groups, if they claw them back, that they sort of take over, or it could lead to a big bunch sprint.
Yeah, group sprint from 10.
I mean, if we end up with 12 riders, right, 8 and 4, if we end up with 12 riders, in the last 20K, that could be pretty crazy.
Yeah, the reports are a group of 4 and then a group of 6. So we've got 10 split off.
Oh, 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
But 10 or 12, it's kind of the same scenario. And what these lotto riders have to figure out is, are we better from a group of 4 or are we better from a group of 10? Because they're kind of the captains of this front group. And again, they might not know the composition of the group that's behind them.
Right. As they roll on the Kings Highway, a little bit of roller territory here, and then they'll head through Spark Hill, and then, frankly, they're in the home stretch. They're in the last 25K of the race at that point.
Well, the exciting scenario here is that if this group of 4 stays at the front, there's no way that they're all going to roll to the line together. So there's going to be some sort of attack some point. So just at what point that happens, we're not going to know. But the Medellin rider or the Alpecin rider is going to have to take some sort of risk. So risk it all to win it all.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. I think on one of the state line climbs he goes.
Alpecin.
No.
Toro?
I think Medellin is going to go.
Ah, okay.
That's my bold prediction. I think Zapata has been behaving in the group.
Yeah.
He's
doing enough.
He's doing enough. He's taking his turns. He's cooperating. But the taunting, I think, ends for him at state line. I think that's where he knows that he's got 5K of undulating, climbing.
He's got opportunities
that he can make a difference on. And
yeah.
He's also, let's remember, he's been with these guys for the last hour, and he can feel them out. He can see, who's huffing and puffing and who's not. I mean, if you look at Tibor on the back, Tibor Del Grosso on the back, he's got a,
It's. I think I agree with Zapata's got to. I think he's going to have to take a swipe at it. Yeah. But what I think is he's going to get latched onto by one of the lottos.
Yeah.
He's going to end up with a lotto on his case.
Oh,
yeah. It all depends on the fury and the effectiveness of the attack. If he can put down, throw all the wattage out of the cottage, right, and see what he can do on that hill. If he gets a gap, he's won. He's been in the mountain classification. He's been won in the GC. That tells me he can time trial too.
Right. Well, so that puts us into several scenarios, and then what does Alpecin do at that point? Does he just accept it as
Yeah.
It's not my night.
Mm-hmm. It's for Zapata and Del Toro, who is the Alpecin.
I mean, frankly, if it was Adamants that goes,
Del Grosso.
If it was Adamants that were to go, and he were to go with Zapata, then it would be interesting to see if Milamodani sits up, and considers his day complete, or if he goes with.
Yeah, the scenario where the Lottos attack is that they would trade attacks, and they would hope to split it off. And to be honest, they would have to probably attack each at least once, if not more.
Okay, so we've got 1 minute 5 seconds ahead, 30 seconds ahead of
the chase group.
Of the chase group.
Chase group's
so
catching them.
They're making time on the chase group. So here they come to 9W. And of course, full disclosure, folks, this is total speculation.
Oh,
we are not inside their heads. We're just having some fun.
Well, if you can't speculate, why are we even here, right?
Exactly.
If you can't guess. But those Lotto riders, they could trade attacks off the front and try to get a split and finish solo one way or the other. If this quartet stays together and Lotto doesn't win, that's a bummer for the Lotto team. That's a bad day.
So we are on 9W, and they are gonna start to grind soon because it's basically uphill for the next few miles.
And this is a test of these riders' knowledge of the course also, because they've done the recon, but do they remember? Do they don't have a team director in their ear saying, here's the time to attack.
Right.
This is just all basic, their bike IQ from the recon and what they can remember. If they remember the scenario, if they went on these hills and they're like, all right, if I'm in this situation, this is where I'm going to attack, this is where I have the best chance.
I'm predicting that these guys are long on bike IQ.
Yeah, I would say. You would think.
Judging by their effort today.
But then there's been great bike racers like that Oscar Ferreira would always forget his shoes before a race, you know? He was like, kind of, I wouldn't say head in the clouds, but not necessarily always the most detail-oriented. Yeah, not the most detail-oriented person in the world. So you never know.
We're having a little cell breakup, but we're hoping that the picture gets better and better the closer we get back to the finish line as we're getting closer and closer into town. We are right now out of Blauvelt on 9W. We're riding up above the village of Piermont at this point. Mm-hmm. Right, so the village of Piermont is just down a short hill and close to the river, like right on the river. And these guys are now riding directly towards. Oh, they're past the golf club already. Mm-hmm. And so they're going to be hitting the state line climb in probably less than a minute.
So all the moves that happen from now on, being this close to the end, they're all becoming more important, more desperate.
First leg of state line averages about 6.5%. Mm-hmm. And it goes on for literally 1 kilometer. Mm-hmm. And then there's a short downhill followed by about a 10% grade on the second segment, and then a 7% grade on the third, and then the fourth one is just a really short, maybe 200 meters long.
Yeah. Coming home on 9W, these are always the most murderous.
Pick that head up, Tibor. You're slouching. He's looking behind. He wants to see where that chase group is. Am I alone here?
This is not a long bit of road where if they're at 30 seconds, they're probably not seeing them. But behind, they're probably seeing the commissar cars.
Yes.
So
we probably have I'm guessing about a little over 22K to go at this point, just judging by my own riding of this course, about 22K from here.
22K, it's going to be tight between this group and the group that's behind.
For those playing along on the Imperial system, that's about 13 miles.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So 2 hours, 34 minutes. How are we feeling about that 3:15 there, Dan?
There's no way.
Yeah.
20K to go.
Yeah.
That's about 30 minutes. So it's going to be 3:05. What'd you call? Did you call 3:06?
I called 3:09.
3:09.
3:09. But remember, it is Price is Right rules. So
Price is Right.
We forfeit the entire purse.
If they come in ahead of that, right? Okay. I think that it's going to be
Would
fast.
you like to place a secondary guess?
A secondary guess. It's 2:35, and they've got about 20K to go. I would go. If they're going to have to, they're not going to play around at the end. So it's a matter of minutes. It's like 3:02.
Oh my God! You pulled a pen out to do math.
3:02. They're asking us how many more Ks to go. We're saying about 22.
Yeah,
20-ish.
I'm saying 2022, just based on my own anecdotal knowledge of the course.
And at that pace, it's about a half hour, so that's why I'm saying 3:02. But
3:02,
yeah, 3:02 is that's a hedge.
I now know.
Remember that I was tremendously wrong.
I'm going to go with 3:04.
3:04. All right, without going over. Okay.
So Price is Right rules in effect. Chasers are at 30 seconds. Field is at 105. So not a lot of change happening. Everybody seems to be
holding
with the status quo. Either that or they just don't have the gas left to lay it on.
At this point, it's most likely it's going to come out of this group of 4.
We are on the state line climb.
Without that chase group catching them soon, somebody's going to have to jump across to get to this group.
Right.
And you're jumping across just in time to get punched in the nose.
And they're going to have to climb to do it.
Yeah.
So that's
and
the
this
thing.
group's still working together.
They're still working together, even on the climb.
I think in this sort of scenario, they're thinking, let's get onto River Road, let's get onto one of those climbs, and then...
I'd have thought I'd see one of them go and test it.
Detente's over on like 10K to go.
Well, it's funny. It's now it's like a case of not wanting to show your hand.
Yeah. And, you can get too tricky at this moment, and then you're caught by the 6 riders behind.
So my prediction, folks, completely blew up there. So if any of you are if any of you are placing bets at home based on mine and Dan's predictions, we'd just say bad idea.
Don't do that. Never bet on what the announcers say.
Yeah.
We've got the Saab wagon coming through. That's a
all right.
Classic vision going on right there. Somebody's been doing some mechanical work on that
the commissar's vehicle coming up.
Yeah.
And it looks like Zapata's he's gonna peel off and and he is gonna let Adam Entz take his turn, and so that's Adam Entz on the front and Milandoni hanging in with his teammate.
Did Del Grosso miss a turn there? Because Zapata was coming off the front, and Del Grosso's behind him.
He may have missed a turn.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be noticing that. That's going to be something that they're going to take note of.
At the top, where the state line piece ends, they're now back in New Jersey, right? They've crossed over state line. They're now going into some of the other 3 segments of that 5K climb or so. And what's going to happen is right as they get to the summit of all of that, where 9W finally tilts downhill, they'll head into the park.
Yeah.
So right back to River Road. We saw the sign earlier, and we're at about 2:38. So our predictions are sort of holding up because it's about 16K from there, about 10 miles to the finish line from there. So it could be body blows in the park, or it could be an all-out sprint at the end. I mean, they might be betting on themselves as the top sprinter in that group at this point.
Yeah, I've got to think if it comes down to a 4-up sprint, you probably have Doni leading out Adam Entz.
Here's the peloton. We haven't seen them in a while.
No.
So
still a big peloton back there.
I mean, but they are stringing out in a single line, and
these 4 at the front are
line.
just able to put the hammer down. They've just had such a strong showing at the front today. I mean, that's not a peloton that's, given up.
They're just passing the sign for Palisades, so they are actually a little further back than I had anticipated that they would be. So if that's what a minute 5 looks like, they might be really losing time at this point. They're just passing the old IBM facility right now, which means that they haven't even reached the state line climb yet. So it's actually a little bit further back. So I don't know if that's the laughing group at the back, or if that's the whole peloton.
Yeah, and Bardiani missed out on the party today. So.
Wow.
That's very surprising.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have been one of my top picks to just control the tempo of this thing overall. But Lotto really
ran into that Lotto buzzsaw today.
We don't know how this is going to turn out for Lotto. Actually, right? Yep. We don't. But Lotto really imposed its will on the group today in a lot of ways. Medellin stayed right with them, but Lotto just was really careful to not let them get away. And then Alpecin said, well, us too.
Yeah. You got to think that Lotto is feeling the best about the way that they executed today. That seems like that was definitely a plan to cover everything early and then see what happens as they go through Gate Hill.
And we've just confirmed that this is the peloton, so they are a little further back. I can't believe for a minute that's a minute 5 that they're back. They are actually, they have to be close to a minute 45 or close to 2 minutes at this point. Since the breakaway the four-man breakaway is actually well over state line. They might even be in the park at this point.
Yeah, most likely scenario is it's going to come out of the group of 4 at the front. You could have the group of 6 catch them if they play around. If there's a lot of watching each other and not being serious about this, end of the race, it could happen.
So let's math this out, right? So we were in 1:05 with a 30-second chase, right? So that means that puts them 35 seconds ahead of the peloton.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, which means that they're maybe not that close to the lead group. I really feel like the lead group is further afield.
They could
from
be
the
putting
peloton
time in
than what we see in our report. What we see on the camera is telling a different story.
Yeah, and at some point, the lead group is looking to finally get the gap established to the end. They're like, it just comes to the point where it's like, well, we have to put this effort in. Let's make sure that it's the 4 of us. And then the knives will come out. So when that happens, it'll be hard to say. But they're definitely working on getting it done. It's like,
whatever's happening in the park right now, man, I would love to be a fly on the wall for that.
Yes, once we get pictures,
or a
we'll
TV
find out.
camera on a motorbike for that.
Yeah, let's get the
that
TV
would work
camera
too.
on the motorbike and let's see what's happening.
And here we go.
Oh, we're
okay,
at Kiku.
So they are not as far as I thought. They're at Kiku, so they're finally to the downhill piece. So
local landmark for cyclists in
yes.
Kiku. Yes.
Don't stand in front of Kiku, kids. It's dangerous. Go to the Boy Scout camp instead. Anyway, they're about to enter the park, so you can see them. They're going to start veering left here as the traffic controls will be on the left-hand side as they re-enter River Road.
And they're still working.
And they are still working together. It seems like the détente is holding out.
Mm-hmm. They're going to want to. It looks like they're racing to make it a 4-man race. So I would think Lotto, especially since they do have 2 in the group, are going to want this to come down to the composition of the break as it stands right now.
Right.
So that's their best interest.
So, if Lotto is sitting up in the peloton, they're probably sitting up at the front of the peloton and maybe controlling that pace. Keep as many people away from the chase group as possible.
Yeah, they're going to be gatekeepers at the front of that group. They're not putting in any work, and if anybody tries to slide away, they slip in. But they missed the second group, so maybe not.
Yeah.
If they were doing that before, they would have been in the second group, and then they'd have a Lotto coming up in that 6th group. So maybe they got caught napping, or it was just too much of an attack for them to be able to hang in with.
Indeed, and we'll hold out for an update on the chase group to see if they're maintaining that 30 seconds, if they're gaining ground, if they're losing ground. I gotta think that they're losing ground. I feel like the peloton has lost significant ground over the last 5K.
That could definitely be the scenario that's playing out here today. So, and we have all the teams involved except for, Bardiani. And they all have representation in that second group. So it could be like, all right, we're cool with this. Let's get our guys in the second group and see what can happen. If I were Koratek, I don't know that I'd be too crazy about that composition of the second group.
Right.
Alpesen's fine with that. They've got Alpecin who can get up to the front, and now you have 2. You have 2 on 2. So interesting scenarios going on.
And chapeaus.
We can make up all kinds of things going on the road here. You never know.
Chapeaus for Project Echelon, for Team Skyline, for Hustle Pro, and for Mito Q for hanging in with the big teams.
Yeah, they're right there.
I mean, they've hung right in with the big teams and have joined that chase group. Anything can happen from something like that if that gap comes down. I don't think that it is.
And I think that second group is going to keep working because those lower echelon teams, a top 10 at this sort of caliber race is a great result.
It's a great result.
Yeah. So there's no reason for them not to race, not to get involved, and not to work to make that go to the end also. So, maybe everyone's become satisfied with their lot in life as they go to the end, and it's going to be 4, 6 in Peloton, so we'll see.
So we're getting close to what we're looking at in time, right? We've got 2:45 or 2:46 on the unofficial clock. and we will see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be, as we get closer to the end, this is when the tactics start to become evident, and this is where the attempts to win the race are going to happen. So whether they're successful or not, we'll find out. That all depends on what's left in the legs, but it's definitely going to happen.
And there will be 2 cameras at the finish, so you will see the finish.
Fantastic.
And we may have some gaps in there with cell coverage and with the deviation.
Mm-hmm.
Just something about the deviation. What will happen for all of the team cars and the caravan is they will turn off at Bruce Reynolds Boulevard as the cyclists come up the hill, as the riders come up the hill. They will turn off at Bruce Reynolds Boulevard and they will head back to the parking lot at Fort Lee High School. And that's basically to control the finish line, right? So cyclists only through the finish line into the chute, safety first. And the best way to do that is the team cars will, provide whatever final instruction they have, or whatever they'll get whatever final word they have from the commissaires about the gaps, and they will go back and let the teams work it out. So,
and I've got to wonder if these 4. It seems like there's going to be a great opportunity as you get to the end of River Road and you take that sharp right-hander, and that's right as you get onto the road towards a finish. That's a great opportunity to attack there.
Absolutely. You're climbing from the moment that they pass under the bridge until the finish line.
Yeah.
So let's talk again. You mentioned this earlier, Dan, about a sprint finish that's actually uphill.
Yeah.
Well, who does that favor?
If I knew more about these racers, I would be able to tell you what kind of finish that they have. Just from the way that they're racing this, it seems like Adamance is going to be Lotto's guy. So I would say that, and this is just pure conjecture here, that Donny is going to keep things together or try to keep things together. And then Adamance might counter. Say, for instance, that Zapata, they get to the corner, Zapata goes. Donny fills it in. And then as they go together, it's Zapata's stuck on the front, Donny's behind, and then Adamance is third. Then Adamance will try to take off. So your wild card here is going to be Del Grosso.
Yes.
Because he will have the ride that's going to be behind Adamance.
Yes.
So you can play it where, all right, so Donny is going to lead out Adamance. I'm just going to follow Adamance.
I had best get my Kentucky Derby voice on for the end of
for the
this
end
one.
of the race. You're going to be coming to the wire here.
This is going to be a horse race.
It is going to be a horse race. So it's when they go through that corner, that's going to be a big opportunity to see who's going to take, or who will try to take that opportunity when that steep portion happens. So it's definitely an opportunity. We'll see if it's decisive or not. So it's always fun when you have like 4 racers coming into the end of the race like this, because it's pure tactics. It's pure, whatever somebody has left at the end of the race.
We're probably getting very close to the end here.
I know. I want to see those pictures. I want to see what's happening. I want to see who's sitting on the back. I want to see who's missing a pole. So this is when everyone starts looking at one another. You might hear a little bit of chirping between each other. Why'd you miss that turn? Get yourself out here. This race isn't done yet. We still have somebody chasing. So,
and it's probably really gonna. I think you're right. I think that as soon as they cross under that bridge, they get to where the turn for Dykeman used to be back in the old days of the race. When they get to that point, that's probably where it's going to animate quite a bit.
And if they have the 6 riders behind, if they look back and see them, they have them breathing down their neck. That's a different scenario entirely. You have to play it cool, but you also don't want to get caught by the 6 behind you.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be fascinating, and hopefully we're correct, and, somebody hasn't attacked already and has, a 10, 15-second gap on the front. That could happen too.
Something tells me we might have heard from the lead car in that case.
If there were a gap, they would probably send that back to us.
They would probably
let
say
us
that
know.
somebody is gone.
Yeah, as we stare at the phone waiting for the updates, as you are staring at us waiting for updates, we'll let you know as soon as
We're
we
using
know.
every piece of technology we have to bring you everything we can about this race, including pen and paper.
Pen and paper.
Dan was doing pen math for his time prediction.
I did math.
earlier.
Yeah, it was did I do a 302? It was 302 and you have
302.
304. So we have approximately 11 minutes for me to be correct about that one.
We notice how I always let Dan make his guess first. That way.
You let me lead out. I see what we're doing here.
Exactly.
Devious sprinter type behavior. All right. Okay. I see how it is now. So let's get those pictures back and let's see where the scenario is going to be. So I think we're going to be... the pictures are going to come back, and then we're going to try to catch up and see what's going on.
This is a fast stretch, so we could be getting extremely close, dangerously close to the end of this, because that stretch is really 85% downhill.
Yeah, it is. And there are the rises that are coming through here, but for riders of this caliber, they're not decisive rises.
No.
So that's you could make an attack on there, but you'd have to have a lot of power to back that up to get to the end.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be a Red Hot Chili Peppers finish that will start from under the bridge.
Under the
See
bridge.
what I did there? Okay.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Not my favorite song either. So
it's a classic of the 90s, isn't it? So
if there could be such a thing as a classic from the 90s.
Yes. From the 90s. More of a, I'm too sexy my shirt guy from the 90s, to be honest. So, need to have that come back. I think they're playing it over in the village today. I hear some booming going on, so there could be a little right said Fred
If it
going
moves to Tub Thumper, we know it's going to.
We'll get up again. So, hopefully we'll get the feed up again. How's that for a broadcaster segue from Right Said Fred? From Tub Thumping. So, we'll see what's going on here. So, let's get that feed. We're hoping for it.
So we're hoping to see an exciting finish. We're guessing it's going to be those four riders. Tibor Del Grosso from Alpine.
Here we are.
Here we go.
We're still on River Road.
We are on River Road.
It must be a little bouncy on River Road.
It's a little bouncy, and guessing at this point in the day, wind, not a thing.
Wind's not going to be a big factor.
So we seem to be in the with the moto that's behind neutral support. So that's the caravan that's in front of us. So we're at the rear of the peloton and the rear of the caravan. So I'm guessing that they maybe have just entered the park. And
here we are at the front.
Here's our gang of four still
all right.
together.
Chess game's on.
From
We're
what
all
we
together.
Can see from the Paul Cezanne edition of the breakaway.
All right, they're
1,
down.
2, 3,
they're
4.
down at the bottom down there, down near the.
So this is coming to the decisive moment that we were discussing, which is that stretch that starts under the George Washington Bridge. They're about to go down that section that we referred to as the Great Wall earlier, and that will bring them to the point where it's all uphill from there. And so it's going to be interesting to see what we favor. Again, we know we've cut in and out with the cell technology here. We will lose picture as the deviation comes because we won't be able to keep the moto with the pack. But we will have cameras at the finish line to show us what the sprint is looking like.
It's just going to build the anticipation, Chris, really.
So, well...
They'll appear from the mist, and we'll be able to find out what's going
right.
on.
So is that... So the team car is just making their way.
We're at 2:54. I've got a 3:02er here. They might be under.
We might
3 minutes.
might have both over
3 hours.
Dan.
Yeah,
I think they might be under 3 hours.
All right, they're going up that little climb.
So this is sort of the. I'm wondering now, based on these pictures, if the peloton has made up some time. But I don't think it's enough distance for them to close the gap. Even if the gap is only a minute, they would have had to have brought it down to less than 30 seconds in order to actually bring them back.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to find out.
It is hard to predict based on the back of the team cars here, but
so yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out what happened to the chase group, how that evolved, or if they just sunk back to the peloton.
Together. Looks like they're
but
coming
we
up to
are
the
uphill
bridge
now.
Yeah. I thought I saw the bridge up there in the left. So we've got, I see Del Grosso at the back.
Tibor.
So, no, don't count Tibor out.
They are on the Great Wall.
So as it gets closer to the end, and if it's in the bag, if they can't see anybody behind, Tibor's like, hey, Lotto.
That's
not my job to lead anything out here.
Both Del Grosso and Zapata are alone, right? Essentially,
yeah.
Right. So the tontine ends here.
Yep.
And now it's all
down.
about the last man standing.
Yeah, it's perfectly legitimate for them to say, hey, Lotto, it's yours to lose. And we're back
we
to
wouldn't
the other,
be we wouldn't be the first New Yorkers to say I got a feeling about Lotto. We just might be the first New Yorkers to ever be right.
Yeah, well, if they can swipe it away from if Medellin or Alpecin can swipe this away, that's going to be quite an accomplishment, to be honest. So, and these are pros, but these are younger pros. So occasionally, enthusiasm gets the best of them.
Everybody can make a mistake by being overzealous or over enthusiastic, but then again, it's they are professionals, right? Everyone in that group is at least a UCI Continental Pro, so they're going to be prone to knowing if they've got good legs at the end and knowing if they can do the sprint. But at any rate, with the distance left to cover, why not go full gas? I mean, what have you got to lose? You've got nothing to lose by going full gas. It's just a case of if you go too soon.
Yeah, it is. Misjudging it would be bad. All right, we're still seeing the back of the team car, so that I guess it tells me that the brake has not caught them or the Peloton has not caught them. So
they have just every time
all kinds of things could be happening here.
Every time we've seen the breakaway, they have been, from what I can tell, alone. So we hear some motos rumbling in here, so we're getting close. Those are GFNY motos.
This picture might just pop
outside,
up. All right, we've got the four. We've got the Lotto at the back. Tibor in third. And we've got Zapata second. So, all right. So that we have the Lotto in the front, leading it out. And then we have the Lotto in the back, ready to pounce.
Is it a lead out? Or is it just the regular rotation? It's tough to tell. So
we've got 84 there. He might want to keep it.
Zapata is in second wheel.
If he keeps the pace high enough that they can't attack, then that is essentially a lead out for his guy.
There you go.
Yeah. So if he keeps that pace high and they can't attack him, then Adamance can just follow wheels, and it's essentially a lead out. He's in the best position right there. So Lotto's kind of got this where they would want it.
They're going to be turning the corner onto Hudson Terrace very soon.
So if he pulls off, if Doni pulls off, and then Zapata goes and Del Grosso is able to hold it, then Adamance has a lead out to the end.
Well, from the way that you described it, I wouldn't. If I was Doni, I would go for as long as I could. I would go until my legs told me no more.
Yeah, that is the scenario right now. Doni's kind of been put into the lead out position here. So.
But he's got Adamance now sitting fourth wheel. From what we can tell, it's tough. It's tough for us to tell the difference between an 81 and an 84 as we're.
That was definitely Doni at the front.
Okay, yeah, if it was definitely Doni at the front.
Yep.
Then they are coming up.
And this is also, you got to put the win in the bag. You can't get caught from the racers behind. They don't necessarily know where that other chase group is.
We should see the bridge any second now.
But you are going to see a jump from either Del Grosso or Zapata, and then you're going to see Adamance cover.
Yep.
So the main thing is that Adamance can't let a gap go after that turn. So any gap that goes there is going to be pretty hard to overcome.
Yeah, it's so hard to live inside their heads and figure out when's the right time. Only they know.
Yeah, and
only they
nervous.
know what the right time is.
Yeah, you'll see that some sprinters will jump really early, and sometimes you almost think that it's because of nerves, So sometimes it just gets so anxious to get to the front.
We can't predict from here what the right time to go is because it really depends. It depends on the four of them, what they know about each other, and
3 even.
oh
So
boy.
Fernando Gaviria has been going really early in the sprints at the Giro, and it seems whenever I see it, it's just like, Fernando, what are you doing? You know, it seems like he just gets so anxious for the line. He jumps and then he just gets swarmed at the end and ends up like a permanent, like 5th place. So they can make those sort of rush decisions at any level of the sport.
Yep.
So Gaviria is a well-known, well-established sprinter, just not getting it quite right.
Timing is the thing.
Absolutely.
We are at 3:01 and counting
3:01.
down.
They're going to go over.
We are beyond the team cars,
Yeah.
behind the team cars.
You've got 3:04. I've got 3:02. They're not going to finish this one in 30 seconds. All right, it's coming. It's getting to the end here. It's getting to the sharp end of the race.
I'm hoping that our pictures come back as we get to Hudson Terrace. Yep, we're rounding up to Hudson Terrace.
Adamance is still playing it right at the end there.
And Del Grosso still sitting third wheel.
Yeah. It's going to come down to power on this hill. So whether you can get that gap and hold it to the end. Oh, there's a move.
Here's a move. We're on Hudson Terrace, and it's Adamance going.
Adamance is going early. Zapata's right on it.
Marked by Zapata. Adamance trying to create a little separation, not quite getting there. Zapata is holding the move.
As soon as Doni pulled off,
he's holding the move, and he's starting to accelerate. So we can assume that Milan Doni is done for the day.
Look at Del Grosso there.
Del Grosso is trying to hold on, but he's, the Colombian has a little bit of space.
That is not an all-out move yet.
I can't believe it. It almost looks like they've settled down. They're back in the saddle.
They're biding their time now.
And now here goes Zapata. Is this a move? Is this a move? It's tough to tell,
Zapata's
but they're out of the
Adamance is
saddle
on the back of it. So Adamance has put himself right in the best position to have a lead out. Whether he has the legs to go, that's a different story.
We've got our finish line camera here, so hopefully we can see enough to be able to bring you the story.
Zapata on the front, Del Grosso behind, and then Adamance in third. I would assume that Doni has been left behind at this point.
Doni is done for the day. He has done his job, and he's done it really, really well.
Doni pulled off, and then Adamance took a shot, and it didn't work. So, does he have enough left to follow the two in front of him? It seems like he put Zapata on the front. Zapata's on the front, followed by Del Grosso. So it's probably going to be obviously between those three.
Be between those three, and who knows what Del Grosso is holding back on the other two.
All right, here we go.
All right, and here we go.
Adamance is right on the back. So,
is he letting them do the work to the finish? Is he letting them do the work so he can spring out, or has he already burnt his match?
Exactly. We'll find out in about, 500 meters? Zapata is in the worst position. Somebody's gonna jump him, whether he
in
can
8 seconds, I win the prediction, by the way.
I saw that.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to point that out. All
right,
here they come.
Oh,
we've got Zapata on
Doni's
the front.
back.
Del Grosso has moved up. Doni is still actually close. It's going to be tough for me to see. I can't believe it! Del Grosso takes the win! Del Grosso for the win! Alpecin has taken it!
Boy, oh boy.
Wow!
Lotto made the race.
Tibor Del Grosso, whose name I got wrong before, he just bided his time with the two Lotto riders and with the Colombian from Team Medellin, Zapata.
Here's the 6-man up for the finish.
I can't believe it. And here comes the chase group. They were there.
Looks like they're down to 5. And that's the Alpecin rider.
Wow.
That was a group of 6 behind.
Wow, so the 6-man breakaway has come in. And what a finish.
Alpecin ate Lotto's lunch.
What a finish.
Ate the lunch as it was going through.
Amazing to see Alpecin quietly, just so quietly working along, no teammates.
Mm-hmm. Tibor snuck his way in there and just got away with
had a detente with Zapata to help them hang with the Lotto guys, and then just pips it.
I was kind of surprised that Adamance took the initiative to make that move at the end, but maybe he was not feeling confident in his sprint against Del Grosso or Zapata.
Wow.
So I would think that would be the scenario for
an
that.
amazing finish. I'm flabbergasted. Not that I doubted that Tibor could win it. It was just out of the whole group, he was the quiet one. He was the George Harrison of that group.
Mm-hmm. He was just he played it smart. If he had confidence in this sprint on the uphill at the end, that was the way to do it. When Adamance made his move and Zapata covered, that put him right in a good spot, and that put Zapata out front. And then Zapata went. Del Grosso was able to come around Adamance.
Actually, Adamance's move could have won it for Del Grosso, actually, when you think about it.
Yeah, that move at the corner, I was actually kind of surprised by that.
Because he made the move,
Mm-hmm.
Zapata marked him immediately, and that might have bled out Zapata in that case.
At that point, Adamance he could have just stayed third and gone around that corner and see if someone else had taken the jump, but he took the initiative himself, which means he probably wanted to, get out ahead of those two. So, oh wow, what a race! So
crazy good race, and by the way,
Lotto set the table and Alpecin ate the dessert, right?
Friends, neighbors, relatives, countrymen, 3:04 on the dot.
3:04
on the dot. 3:04 on the dot.
Congratulations, sir. That was some good prognosticating.
So now with our Peloton, right? We predicted. We said they can't be that close, and they're not.
Yeah, they're 3 minutes behind.
They're not.
Yeah, at least 3 minutes behind.
So we're still waiting for the Peloton to come in here. They should be in any second now, any minute now. Sometime today, they'll be here.
I don't think they have a moto back with them, so they'll probably have the other camera.
But the chase group was reasonably close. Mm-hmm. The chase group actually was, a threat to them probably until the last 5K when there was no chance that they could make up the ground.
And that last move by Donny was basically to put the finish to be a 4-up, to put that in the bag for everybody that was at the end. And Del Grosso has to say thank you very much in that case. So.
Yeah.
Is this someone from the Peloton? Oh, there's one of the Hustle Riders.
So, the Hustle Riders, chapeau.
Yeah.
Chapeau to Team Hustle. Tibor Del Grosso, everybody. Number 74, the Dutch rider. World champion for cyclocross U23 in 2024. Second at stage 2 of the Tour de Bretagne 2024. Fifth in the Youngster Coast Challenge in 2024. Second GC Flanders Tomorrow Tour 23. Sixth in the GC at the Kreitzbreich Elites in 2023. So he's got Palmares. Now he's got GFNY on his Palmares.
Yeah, it's about time one of those cyclocross racers did well in a one-day race, right?
He really it was a master class in patience for everyone in that group, really, but especially him, because I think probably I deluded myself into thinking that Zapata was going to make some kind of flashy move. Mm-hmm. I don't know why I thought that.
Yeah.
But I thought state line somewhere Zapata's going to make a flashy move. He didn't.
Mm-hmm.
He let the group work him to the finish line. Donny did his job.
Yep.
In bringing Adamance to the finish line, but unfortunately, Adamance third step.
Here's another group coming through. Look at how decimated this peloton is. That's not a lot of riders coming in the main peloton. That's only about 40 finishing right now. So it's blown apart behind there.
Yeah. Whatever
they were doing to each other was not kind.
And we're a good 5 minutes, folks, behind that lead group. So so somehow that gap really turned into something as they got past that 1 minute mark. We were getting reports of 1 minute 5 seconds behind at about 20K out.
Yeah.
And it looks like the field is just blown up.
Yeah, the lead group was just riding at a pace that was just not going to be brought back. And obviously they were able to stay away, but just putting a lot of power into that.
Where did the group form? The group formed Cheesecoat.
Mm-hmm. At
right?
Cheesecoat, yeah. Gate Hill was when we had the first attack from Donny, and then they did eventually get across. And you had Zapata come across, and I think Del Grosso was the last to make the party. So That's kind of the way you want to do it. This looks like our finishing group of 3 for the GFNY.
Indeed.
So that looks like...
Oh, no, so this is the...
They might be out
the
on...
lead group for the GFNY race. I don't know if we were able to see any numbers.
So from our communications from way back when, we have 3 off the front. Mattia Magnolfi, Bruce Bird, and Elvis Noel would be number 80. 316, 73, and 80. So let's see if that's still the way the scenario is.
We still haven't gotten clarification on second and third. We know Tibor Del Grosso took the win. Then I think my guess is Zapata and then Adam Entz.
It was close. So
we saw. I mean, hats off to Donny. He was still there at the finish line. He still crossed fourth.
Yep. He's the one that got the party started all by himself.
He did the work,
mm-hmm.
and and came in with the top 5 finish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really a yeoman's work for him today, putting in a lot of effort out there today.
I'm hoping that we can get an interview with Tibor Del Grosso. Here comes the rest of the peloton. We're seeing the wide variety of jerseys from the 16 teams. Another Lotto rider, job well done.
Yeah, Koratek just not really... Koratek and Bardiani not having a huge effect on the race today.
So we're at 3:12. I'm hoping that we'll get to talk to at least our podium group very soon. They may have to go through anti-doping, so we may be waiting on that. But we'll wait to hear from the truck what the situation is, and hopefully we'll get to bring you some thoughts from Tibor Del Grosso.
Yeah, what a race
from the Netherlands, who is the GFNY champion.
The first GFNY champion.
The inaugural GP. Too many G's, too many N's, too many Y's. The inaugural GFNY Grand Premio New York City champion.
From the results that we're seeing from Tibor, I don't think this is the last you're going to be hearing of him. I think there's going to be a lot more to come from this young man in the future.
I think we will be seeing Tibor on televisions worldwide. Here comes our group of 3. Our group of 3 coming through right now.
Elvis, Bruce, and Mattia.
And so if anybody wants to ask if the Gran Fondo could catch the peloton, here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is your final answer.
Here's your proof. The green machine is not bringing back the pros today.
And we want to be really clear that these 3 riders being where they are in 3 hours and 14 minutes is a very incredible achievement.
Yeah, well, they're actually at 3:05, right? Did they start 10 minutes later?
That's right. They are at 3:05 because they started at least 10 or 12 minutes later. So
yeah, you got to give them their time gap.
They are having a knockout race. These 3, so it's going to be. We could have another great finish here. Well, we could have another great finish.
It's going to be another knives out finish here, and this is going to probably. I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't know. Just looking at, you tend to generalize with cyclists. You see 2 riders that are riding like probably a 53, 54, or 52-inch frame, 52-centimeter frame, and you're thinking climbers, or powerful climber types. And then you have the larger rider. It looks like the 2 riders might attack the large one. Like when you see a couple of little baby birds attacking the bigger bird, it's going to be that sort of scenario.
Or a Bruce Bird.
No, Bruce Bird.
Which there is one there.
And 316 is in the back. That is Mattia. So that is in the back, and then in the middle, I'm not sure. Bruce might be the big one, the big Californian in this case, but it's hard to be sure.
They are coming up to the final approach from the state line climb, and they are about to head into the park. I mean, this is sort of a banner day for these guys. I mean, they are literally that 10 minutes behind the leaders of the pro race. So I mean,
and I would be
give
curious
yourself
to see
a
what
pat
kind
on
of,
the back here.
I would be curious to see what kind of gap they have to the rest of the race, to the rest of the Gran Fondo. But yeah,
I don't think we have communication with the lead car in the Gran Fondo, but it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Will this be a sprint finish? Will somebody make an attack somewhere in the park? What kind of a finish will we see from these guys? There's Elvis on the front. All right, Elvis took his turn. Now,
yeah, this is a
Bird coming to the
classic
front.
GFNY finish. We have to look for the shorts and figure it out from there, right?
And here comes more of the peloton. See a GFNY jersey in there, maybe two.
Yeah, that is a.
I'm not
3:15
entirely
is still
sure
pretty.
what the time cutoff would be, but it looks like the majority of the peloton has finished the race.
Okay. All right, I'm excited for this 3-up finish here.
Yeah, this will be a great one.
We might have the same scenario where we do have a little bit of mystery as we go through River Road with some pictures dropping out. So we'll see. So we'll see who's playing for a sprint. I have to imagine that I would think that the two climber types, and using a broad generalization there, are probably going to try to get away.
Let's look at the races that they won, right? So to win in Puerto Rico, you had to do 2,500 meters of climbing.
Okay.
Right? So Elvis, strong on the climb. This we know.
There you go.
Right? To win Cambridge, not so much. Not so much. But to win Cambridge, you had to have the power.
Right.
Right? So Cambridge is the flattest, literally well, actually Miami might be now, but as of last year, Cambridge was the flattest GFNY of the 30 or so GFNY races out there.
Right.
And it was a tough day out there. It was windy. The second lap was all about the headwind.
Oh, wow.
For the majority of that second lap around the Chop Tank Bay. And so, beautiful location, by the way. The Cambridge race, October 6th. If you're up for it, you can register now at GFNY.com. But as far as this Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC is concerned, my money, my thinking would be around Elvis. Because he's got the climbing skills, right? He's got, the Dominican Republic race, probably some climbing, not as much, not as short, not as sharp. So we'll see how it shakes out in the park.
Yeah. Once they get through River Road, and we'll see what happens. I have to think somebody's going to take that opportunity. Or if, you can climb, you've got some power, just wait till the end. Hit that corner and get a gap and hold it.
Just keeping an eye on the finish line here. See if anybody else from the peloton comes in, but we're probably 20 or 30 minutes, maybe 20, 25 minutes away from that group of three coming across in whatever fashion that they come across. I don't know that it'll be a sprint. I don't know. I just looking at the composition of that and the Palmares that they have in GFNY races, my thinking would be that the strongest climber. But for Bruce Bird to hang with this group for as long as he has shows that he can climb as well.
It's true.
So
yeah, it's true. If he can hang in and get it to the end, he might be able to put out some more power going up this hill. So we'll see. We'll see whether he's got the attacks coming after him, trying to work his way through that or not.
Right. Just going to see. We're at 320, so our champion crossed somewhere in the 304-ish, and the group of four right with him. I mean, just to summarize what we saw today, we saw a peloton that really didn't go all out. It seems, or went together. Through the majority of the beginning of the race, and then outside of that, didn't really ever show an interest in catching the group.
There was not a lot of at the beginning of the race, the first half. There were moves, and then there were just covering moves from probably Lotto that we saw, probably some of the other bigger teams too. And then Gatehill just presented the opportunity to lay down those watts and get a real split going, which did happen with Donny. And he was out there probably about 10 minutes by himself.
Right.
Would you want to say?
Right.
And then the group did come back to him. It was Zapata, and that brought up Adamance. And I do think that Tibor came up probably by himself later.
Yeah.
So that's from the standpoint of what Tibor's day went like. The move got away. He missed it, and then the second move got away, and he kind of missed it, and then he just kind of motored across.
I think that's a question. I'm going to step outside for 1 minute if you could cover for me and see if we can get Tibor in here so we can find
Absolutely.
out.
Let's get it straight from the Tibor's mouth here. So we're still waiting for the pictures to come through of the group of three that are off the front. We've got a group of three. We do have the group of three. They're on River Road right now, and they're still together. So they're going through these rolling inclines, and it's just going to be very interesting to see how this goes. I believe Bruce Bird from California is the larger rider, and then there's Mattia Magnolfi and Elvis Noel, who are the smaller riders. So they're probably more climbers than Bruce is. So probably the scenario where Bruce can put out a lot of power, but he might be a little... They might be able to put out a bunch of that little climber power or that powerful punchy climb stuff and drop Bruce, but that does not seem to have happened yet. We don't know how far behind the peloton is, so we'll have to see whether this group has to play nice to be able to get themselves away and put a top three in the bag, which is always a temptation. But it looks like we've got an attack going here. So, all right, Bruce is covering it so far. That's the first sort of attack from one of the other riders. So it looks like putting some pressure on the top of the race, and then that is someone dropping. I believe that is Mattia dropping air. That is number 316. He's getting gapped a little bit, but he might bring it back. So Elvis has put in the first move here, and it seems like Bruce is covering. So Chris is back. We're on the hill here. Elvis put in a little move. Bruce has still covered it, and Mattia he's got like 2 bike lengths behind them. So that's just a scenario where you just have to crawl back. You just have to claw that back. It is one of the most hard things to do when you have this sort of pressure getting put to you. And to close that gap right now is just such a mental and physical strain that he is just dying 1,000 deaths while he sees the front of the race and the win for the race moving up the road. We're still going through River Road here.
Not how I pictured it.
Not how you thought it was going to go with Bruce hanging on. Elvis has been putting in the move. He's putting in the pace on this hill here. So, but is definitely knocking Mattia out right now as it stands. Maybe he can get back on the descent, but we'll find out. Boy, that distance seems to be gaining. So it seems like Mattia is having some trouble here. So Elvis putting more power in. I think that gap's growing as where we have the last pictures going through. So we have...
This is as I pictured it.
This trio, yes.
Well, I did picture that Elvis would be the one that would put in the move. I mean, it just made sense based on,
what he's done in the past, right?
But the only piece of it that didn't make sense is that these two guys that have won largely flatter races than Elvis has won were hanging with him.
Yeah.
And that may have been by design. Bruce is a big guy, so maybe he's great. I'll put a big body in front of me and, let these guys do some work, and then I'll just run away with it when I know they can't climb anymore.
It looks like Elvis has a little more snap than Bruce does right now. He was able to get on that hill and put the power down, and then Bruce did claw him back, but there's so many clawbacks you get at this point in the race.
You can only do so many chases, exactly right.
Yeah. So we'll see how it comes near the end here. I don't think that they were under the bridge yet.
So we think that our winners, our GPNYC winners, are still probably going through doping control, and so once they're done there, hopefully we can see one of them for an interview. Got a few stray members of the peloton coming back in, right? Finishing up. There's a Skyline, a few riders done for the day. One from Skyline walking towards us with the sunglasses.
Yeah, you do get to get done early if you go out in the pro race.
Yeah.
All right, it's got the data done.
Got to turn the computer off.
Got to make sure you get that lap down. Yeah. There's priorities to be set here. So we'll have to see what's going on with I think it's 2 leaders now, Chris. I'm not sure if Mattia is going to be able to make his way back. He looked to be struggling as they were going away. So, and as they were going to get over that hill, you would probably have the power of Bruce coming to the front on the downhill and the sort of flatter sections as you go through there, being able to solidify that lead. So
we're at about, judging by what we saw as the start time for GFNY World Championship NYC Michelob Ultra, we are about 3:15 right now, which would mean there's a chance that one of these riders could potentially beat Mattia Gifori's time from last year.
That's pretty amazing. So they must have been working really well together today.
I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, when you have everybody just getting out and deciding to haul it. It looks like, do we have the 3 together here?
Looks like we've got 2.
Yeah.
2 in the moto.
Bruce is out front putting the power down so he can make sure that Mattia doesn't get caught back.
So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if Elvis has the kill move at the end.
I think he does. It looked like Elvis did the move on the hill. Bruce was able to hang on. Bruce was like, well, thank you very much. Mattia's gone. Let's make sure that stays the way it does. So I'm going to crank it through here. And he's like, hang on. Here we go. But from Bruce's standpoint, he can't just be on the front the whole way through here if he wants to get this race won.
If he feels like he's in control of it, he probably isn't at this point. This has got I got pipped at the line written all over it.
It does. Yeah.
Or I got pipped 500 meters before the line.
Yeah.
written all over
we turned the corner, he took off, and there was nothing I could do.
So they're on the way to the Great Wall.
Yeah, they're by the picnic tables.
They'll be over to the Great Wall. We might have we have somebody seeing if they can get us Tibor Del Grosso for an interview.
Fantastic.
Which would be great to talk to the inaugural champion of Gran Premio New York City. How exciting is that you were here, we were here.
That was a great race
to see this.
It was one of those races where it comes down to the end and it's that chess match. It's that, chess match at 180 BPM that everyone kind of does. It's nothing better than seeing a race come down to like 4 racers that have to race to the end to stay away from the chase, to stay away from the peloton. It's fantastic. So, and deserving winner.
Right.
So Bruce put Elvis on the front. I don't know that he's getting a lot of draft off of that, but
Yep.
that's really what he should do.
Well, both of these guys have gotten themselves a spot on Team GFNY.
They do. Yeah, they'll be back next year.
So we will see them at GPNYC next year.
So we see them going up to the climb here that goes to the Great Wall. There's a descent, they go under the bridge, and then the rest is climbing up with a
So
sharp pitch near the corner.
Where does Elvis make his move? I mean, he is just so cat and mouse right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is...
If I were to bet, I'd say as soon as they turn onto the finishing straight.
Hey, taking a turn. We know we're not making a deal.
No, there's no deals now.
There's no deals. He's going. He knows
Yeah.
he's got it.
Any deal there was is off the table.
Let's see if Bruce can match him now. If Bruce can match him, he's over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce is going to try and go. And now the descent.
And now they're going to hit down
This
the
is
Great
a
Wall.
fast descent with a quick turn, back uphill.
Yeah, we're a couple of minutes away from the finish here.
So down the Great Wall.
All right, buckle in.
Fast descent. They'll
Yeah,
go.
Bruce
They'll
goes out
bend
to the
around the
front.
traffic circle to the right.
And I'm wondering how well Bruce knows, because Bruce has probably been with Elvis for a while now. So
Yep.
he knows kind of what his capabilities are. So he's either, I don't know that I'd go to the front. At least not like this to the front. If I were to go to the front, if I were Bruce, I would put it all in now, get a gap, and then hope that Elvis can't catch him on the uphill.
Well, he can't keep an eye on him. He
Yeah.
doesn't know what he's thinking when he's behind him.
And it's
Well,
he's
we
not
know what
going to
he's
get a lot
thinking.
of draft being his size and Elvis's size. There's a bit of a discrepancy there in draft as far as between the two
I mean,
riders.
if he's in front of you and he makes a move, you can follow the move.
Yeah.
But if he makes a move from behind him, he's gonna have to hesitate to understand that there's a move happening.
Yeah.
And you can see it. He's bouncing out. He's looking for a spot.
Yep.
He's looking for a spot. And why is that car so close?
Yeah, they've
Okay,
got a
so-
car really close there. There's no reason for that. All right, put him in front,
Okay,
Bruce.
so he just went out in front. Did he make a move?
That looks like Bruce is still out in the front. I guess they had to let
lead
that car
car
go
just
by.
passed. And he's back behind.
Yeah.
He's
Elvis has put him on the front, so
this is-
Elvis is going to jump him.
This is straight out of Itchy and Scratchy, straight out of Tom and Jerry. It's just pure cat and mouse at this point.
I think they get around the corner. I think Elvis, he's going to hop him. He's going to try to hop away here.
So we're coming to the traffic circle pretty soon, where we'll be able to see the bridge. They'll go under the bridge, and then just like our pro teams before, they will kick up, and then it's a climb out. It's a climb out. It's a claw out. It's
Yeah, it's very mano a mano, kind of trade big punches up that climb. All right, so Elvis is on the front now. All right, Bruce is looking back, making sure that nobody's back there. If I were Bruce in this situation, I would put Elvis on the front.
yeah, because he can mark a move.
Mm-hmm.
But from behind, I think Elvis would
Yeah, that's a
Elvis
that's
would be
a tough
able
place
to
be.
shred, and then Bruce would be caught out.
Elvis can shred, and we are resisting all of the Elvis puns here.
We are.
I'm kind of proud of us.
We are for now.
Yeah.
I mean, we already did Elvis has entered the building, so
That's right. All right, they are coming through. It's getting to be few minutes left. They're coming up to the bridge. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're rotating through to keep Mattia at bay.
I think
You would think
Mattia
that if
has-
Mattia were able to catch back on,
Is
he
he
wouldn't
close?
have much left in the tank.
Is he close? I mean, could he be close? I don't think. I think the nail is gone in his coffin. Although,
Yeah.
you know, you can only hope for his sake that the rest of that the next group or that the peloton does not catch him.
Yeah, you hope that he can stay away. I think that balloon is burst. So strong cell signal here.
Where is Ricardo Piquetta?
Ricardo.
Dove Ricardo.
You spoke Italian again.
Oh, sorry. I keep doing that. I'm doing that to avoid Elvis jokes.
I know Elvis probably didn't speak Italian. All right. Oh, Bruce is on the front again. It's going to get you to the finish line, but it might not get you there first. All right. This is where the party's going to start.
Here it comes.
Mm-hmm.
Here it comes. All right.
All right. He's putting Elvis on the front. Yeah. So, I mean, that's probably the best that he can hope for. I don't know how well Bruce can climb. Obviously, he's been able to hang with these guys so far. So let's see how he hangs at the end. All right. Coming up around will be the bend as they get to the finishing straight. And there's a sharp pitch there. We might lose picture here because I think that the lead moto might have to go. And camera moto might be leaving with it. All right. They're watching each other. Bruce is taking the lead. Whenever you're in the lead at a scenario at the end of a race like this, there's always the chance that you get jumped. And we have like a group behind. Did I see more than one racer back there? Do we see some other racers coming up from behind? We might have a group that might catch it. All right, they're going to have to look. They're going to have to make sure that they're racing for the win and not going to get caught. End up in 8th place after a day off the front. Here comes the corner. They're coming through. They're coming through to the corner right now. We have Elvis on the back, Bruce in the front. I saw a group of 6 within sight.
Group of 6 within sight. So this is going to be really important for the Team GFNY designation, the top 6 finishers. We are out on the Hudson Terrace, and there goes Elvis.
There goes Elvis. There's an attack.
And this is the attack.
See if Bruce can hang.
He is marking,
Ooh.
but the gap is going.
Boy,
the gap
boy.
is wide.
Oh, we've got Mattia behind. We've got
Mattia. Do we know that it's
this
Mattia?
race is not over by any
but
stretch.
Elvis is slowing down.
Oh, we've got a group
of 10.
It's
a giant group.
If Elvis wants to win
now.
this, he's going to have to jump.
This is a giant group.
We could have somebody bursting out from inside of there. We don't know if there's any teammates, whether there's a lead out, or whether it's every man for himself. But that looks like a group of 10. Elvis jumped at the corner, and it just wasn't enough. He's been out front all day, as far as we know.
Now, the question is, who's saving what back there out of that field of what looks to be 8? And, here comes Bruce.
Bruce is off the front. No, that's not Bruce.
Is that Bruce? No, that's somebody else. So we have someone new.
Coming out of nowhere.
What is the number?
Boy, the numbers are a little small for us to read from here. That's a pretty good move. He's got the downhill here. So, going to go down under the bridge, and then there's a final pitch with about 200 meters to go. And we've got a moto behind him, which is not best if you're the one in the lead. They're probably going to want to get that moto out of the way.
I can't see the number. We can't see the number on the rider, folks. We're very sorry. It looks like Mattia Gafuri's
let's get a look
course.
back and see what's going on behind him. Oh,
he's buried them. They are
took them right out.
This is going to be a solo win.
They went from 1 of 3 to 1 of 10. That is a powerful move.
Wow.
And he's coming right up to our finish line now.
Elvis has left the lead, kids.
Elvis won the scenario if there was no follow group. But unfortunately, there were a group of 10 behind him that just kind of gave him the tap on the shoulder.
And here comes our winner.
What a run. That is fantastic. We're going to have to find out
There we go. I
is.
don't have a number. I can't see a number, but 330, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a Team GFNY.
And it looks like Bruce just missed out. It looked like he was 7th.
That is too bad. But 3:30 being the winning time, 3:30 in a few seconds being the winning time for the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC in 2024. Dan, it's been one heck of a day.
What a pair of finishes today.
What a pair of finishes.
If we had known that group was right behind there, that would have been sort of a different scenario. But going through there, I thought that, it looked like maybe Bruce and Elvis didn't know how close they were. They were looking around, and we never did get a look back to see how close that other group was. So they had to gauge how much effort they were going to put in to try to stay away. And I guess they just said, all right, let's send it to the corner, and may the best man win. Elvis took a shot at it, and it just wasn't enough.
We have been guessing from the get-go in both races,
Sure.
everybody. We have just been guessing from the get-go, but summarizing the GPNYC results, we had that group that went at Gate Hill, and we had Tibor Del Grosso, who eventually won the race, joined that group late.
Yep.
Kept his head down, kept his mouth shut, kept his nose clean.
Waved to the camera.
Waved to the camera once,
Mm-hmm.
and basically quietly emerged, as we were so starstruck by Lotto and Medellin for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And, Tibor just played along, and
Tibor snuck
and
into
took
that
it.
move and took care of business, didn't he?
took it just, very quietly.
Mm-hmm.
We speculated, I think, probably for 20K about what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't, I'm sorry to say, we, for some reason, didn't predict Tibor there, and he took it.
Yeah, he took it.
He made fools of us both.
Yeah. Well, I did see a scenario where he could have taken it near the end. It was like if Zapato goes and then, Adam Entz follows, then Tibor's sitting right where he needs to be. But I don't know if that's the way it actually went. We didn't have the pictures near the end. But, yeah, Tibor, man. There's no arguing with that kind of win.
Yeah. So we'll start to see. I wish we had the name. I hope we'll get the name of the Gran Fondo winner. Dan, I'm going to sneak out, and I'm going to see if I can get that for us. Hang on.
Please do.
Do
We'll
I
find
see
out.
a couple of pros coming in? A couple
That-
of pros crossing the line here.
There you go. All right. The pros did get caught by a couple of these riders, these racers. We have a couple of, I'm assuming, friends coming across the line hand in hand. If they're not friends, they're friends now. So nothing wrong with that. And
So we're working on the Gran Fondo winner.
yeah, we'll get that Michelob Ultra GFNY winner. Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC winner.
Brought to you by BMC Bikes, Elite Bottles and Trainers, Ikoi helmets and sunglasses and shoes, and the title sponsor, of course, Michelob Ultra. So just 1 second, and it was Edwin Morel.
Edwin Morel
Edwin Morel
from New York City. Edwin, it's from the Dominican. I know Edwin.
Dominican.
I've raced against Edwin in
So
New York City.
Edwin Morel
Wow.
wins the race. Number
That didn't
74.
look like Edwin to me. Edwin's not blonde.
I was just told number 74. So,
74. Okay. All right.
So we'll have to look and see.
All right. We will confirm
We'll
that.
confirm that for you guys.
If there's another Edwin out there, it would
yeah.
be someone else.
Yeah.
'Cause, that is not the Edwin I know. I would have recognized
Understood.
Edwin.
So we'll get back to you on who that winner was, but we are at 3:44, almost 3:45, since the pros rolled this morning at 7 a.m. They rolled in a UCI 1.2 professional bike race, sanctioned by the Union Cycliste International and USA Cycling, and the race unfolded along River Road, where the peloton stretched out a little thin and then came back together. A couple of small breaks on the Alpine climb, but mostly the groups were staying together with a few breaks here and there through Haverstraw. And then finally the decisive break came as the climbing started in earnest after Mott Farm Road and Cedar Flats and onto Gate Hill.
Yeah, that's Gate Hill being decisive again. It seems like that's one of the... It's been a launch pad for so many years.
Don't do the crime if you can't do the climb is the way it goes. So Gate Hill unfolding. We had Team Alpecin in Tibor del Grosso, who eventually came on to win the race. Joining the break late, we also had Johannes Adamants joining his teammate, Milan Doni, number 84, who was the solo breakaway for a good 10 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
And was joined by Zapata from Team Medellin, who we had been looking at Team Medellin all day. Every time that Lotto went to the front, Medellin joined them.
Yeah.
Right? And it was really late in the game that we finally saw Alpecin get into action. In fact, we were so obsessed with where are the Italians that we forgot about Alpecin until Tibor del Grosso joined the group.
And he just played it perfectly. There's no other way to say it. He was late to the party, but he was the one that just ended up, winning the whole thing. So there's no way to argue with his tactics.
The group was very, very much a journeyman group that was. It was very much a journeyman group that worked together and really had an extreme sense of détente from what I saw, where they took turns. They took short turns on the front. I thought
that's a good idea. At that
did
point.
not seem to be very flick of the elbow. There didn't seem to be any circling fingers. It was always just sort of whoever was in the back was volunteering to come to the front. They'd peel off, and that would be that. They would go back. They would go back to the front, and they would start doing the work. Yeah,
there was no skipping of turns. They really wanted to put the top four, the podium, in the bag. So they did go. They did make a very good effort at putting it away, and especially when you have Milan Doni doing the work. You had those two Lottos up there, and I do believe that Doni probably did a little bit more of the work to make sure that everything stayed away, especially at the end.
And he also did the work that he did solo.
Yeah.
Right? You have to ask yourself, was that the plan? That to get Doni in the break so that he could be joined by Adamants, who was the captain of the Lotto team.
Right.
And so what we also found was there was a 6-man breakaway that included some of the Continental and Club teams, as well as Coratec, and that group never really made a mark on anything aside from getting ever so closer through Alpine. They never really made their mark, and then the peloton just sort of fell off the back.
Yeah, and then it was just sort of an explosion from the back. It was just that front group was just hauling it. It was just going so fast that there was just the chase group couldn't catch them. There was a group of 6 behind that couldn't catch them, and then the peloton was just it was it.
Over the first 2 hours, the whole peloton averaged 42.5 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
Right? So this is over the first hour of light climbing, the second hour of heavy climbing. They never really relinquished maybe a tenth of a kilometer in speed. Right? Which is unthinkable to me. It's unfathomable that they were able to hold that level of speed.
Yeah.
But it was that breakaway group that really punctuated how fast this group was going. I mean, that's close to 26. That's over 26 miles per hour.
Pretty extraordinary with the amount of climbing that you have today, and just a great effort from that 4 at the front. There's it's always a shame when you have that many racers, that group of racers at the front, and at the end of the day, somebody ends up not winning. It's like, we had such a good day out there today. Oh, it's so bad that somebody has to lose.
It's a long day in the salt mines to come home empty-handed, right?
It's almost, you get out there and you're just,
but
these
that's
are my
racing.
Buddies, we're riding together. Oh no, you're winning the race. Oh no, I guess I'm going to lose now.
But that's racing. I mean, we have to assume that Milan Doni was actually, putting himself on the line for his teammate.
I would think it was. It
But-
did seem to be the way that was going.
But for Tibor Del Grosso and for Zapata, not so much. They were solo. They were by themselves. So whatever detente was developed, three ways, let's say. Everybody did the work.
Yeah.
But you're right. Doni did do a lot more work at the end, and that was basically to put Adam Entz in the saddle for what would become what they probably hoped would become a defining move that got taken away from them in the last sprint.
And, Del Grosso could have been completely justified in just sitting on the back and never taking a turn the entire day. I mean, that's bike racing. It would have made him very popular.
I don't think that any bike racer wants to end up in a sprint on a course like this.
Yeah. Well, and he didn't. None of them were sitting in the passenger seat and letting everyone else work today. So that did cement, and it would have been a different scenario if you had one rider just sitting on. Then that would have taken a lot of the power out of that break, and maybe they would have been caught.
Right.
So they all did play to their interest by all working together when they were.
Do you think that was discussed? That if the four of us don't pull.
If it started to happen, you would have seen those famous gesticulations that you see in races.
Yes.
So that would have been the case. It would probably have come from one of the Lotto guys. So, once you start sitting on in a group of four like that, there's nowhere to hide that activity. So there would have definitely been... They would have noticed. Lotto would have noticed that right away, and they would have said something. So I can't imagine them not saying something. In that sort of scenario.
we missed some stuff due to the cellular issues that we saw with some of the camera work, but we did not see any of that. Mm-mm. I mean, it was almost you. I think you even said, Dan, at one point, team time trial, and it looked like that.
Yeah, and that's really what was going to be required to stay away from, and that's why they got so much time. They were working together and, just in behind. And in the peloton, you could have had Lotto, sitting fourth wheel or every once in a while soft pedaling through. Usually the pros won't soft pedal like that at the front. They'll, sit fourth or fifth wheel and let, four riders rotate in front of them. They'll do that way. So, but maybe you had, the Lotto rider here or there slowing it down at an opportune time. I'm sure when Doni went, there was somebody at the front from Lotto that was not working. So it would have really astonished me to not have somebody at the front kind of getting that whole arrangement working.
What do you think the conversations are in the Koratek and Bardiani hotel rooms tonight?
I think they're gonna console themselves with a glass of red wine. I don't know. It wasn't the day that they had planned. So
I mean,
to miss
they
out
brought
on
the
those
heavy
moves,
artillery, and almost like they never put anything in the chamber.
Yeah, and we might have, in fairness to those two teams, we might have missed a lot of activity that they might have had at the beginning of the race.
True story.
So there might have been some points where they had put themselves at the front, but also Gatehill has been such an animated factor in this race for years now. To not have somebody there with the awareness to know that something is going to happen there is a pretty big misstep. But, Alpecin missed it too.
Yeah.
So, Del Grosso didn't get there until after that. So he was not in the right place at that time either. So, maybe it was just Lotto set it up, burned it, really cooked it before that climb, and then that's the way that they were able to get away. That's the way Doni got his gap.
I mean, if you're
I like that we're making up the race now. We're making excuses and
we're just going to speculate.
This
for
could be all
everybody,
fiction.
But I'm thinking to myself, for Tibor Del Grosso to have put that effort in to bridge that gap means that somewhere in the last 24 hours, someone said to him, "Don't not be in the break."
Right.
And at some point in Haverstraw, he woke up and he wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think that if you have the little...
Or Stony Point.
Yeah, you have that piece of tape on your bar handle or wherever on your bike that tells you when the race is going to go.
Go!
Yes. There's a big underline highlight, flashing lights around Gate Hill because it is just such a decisive point. And all the races for the last 3 years, I think, have all had decisive moments at Gate Hill.
Certainly it's the make or break, and it's got both the steepness. It's got enough steepness that you have to be a reasonably good climber. Mm-hmm. It's got the length that you have to be of exceptional fitness to break away there.
Yeah.
And it's got the length that you can actually use to establish a gap. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
And then throw cheese coat right on top of it. If you're any kind of a good technical descender, you'll navigate that kilometer between the top of Gate Hill and the bottom of Cheese Coat pretty handily and be accelerating up the bottom half of Cheese Coat.
You're going to send it to Cheese Coat.
Yeah.
And you're going to get up that hill. It's almost, if you have a gap at the top of Gate Hill, you're going to hold it because you're going downhill. And then Cheese Coat, put another huge monster effort in, and then suddenly you're off the front of the race.
We're hoping that we can get interviews with the 3 podium placed riders. May or may not happen. Mm-hmm. They are over at Doping Control, and we will see what happens. I think the broadcast may actually end.
We might not get a chance. We have about 5 minutes left.
Them. But, man, I would love to know what was going through Tibor Del Grosso's mind. There's only one way for us to find out. That's to ask him.
He's from the Netherlands. He could have had, like, a little techno tune going through his head and bopping along, giving the peace sign to the TV cameras.
You didn't need tarot cards to know what was going through Matteo Cafori's mind last year. You really didn't.
Yeah. No, it didn't take... You didn't have to read it.
The only thing he was thinking was 2022.
He's like, I'm just going to grind and grind and grind and grind.
It is a big cross.
It ended up being a beautiful day out there today.
It is, clearish blue skies, sunshine. It's going to be a great party atmosphere. Mm-hmm. Again, registration is open for all of the GFNY races.
And it only
goes if you want to be a part
of it. Right? It only gets more expensive after today. So
correct.
Yeah, I would, if you're thinking about it, or if you're, if you can definitely do it now.
And if you just want to try it out, I'm just going to throw in a plug for one of my favorite races, which was inaugural last year, which is GFNY York. Mm-hmm. It's coming up in York, Pennsylvania. If you're in the New York area, it's a 3.5-hour drive away.
Yeah.
Is
it the Pennsylvania rolling hills that they're so famous
It is
for?
about as challenging as this race. In fact, there's a lot of steep, punchy climbs there that don't go on for very long, but man, they break your legs.
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania Flanders out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just on the new course last week or the week before, and I got to tell you, it's beautiful scenery. It's a challenging course, and it's a great day on the bike. So if you can make it, June 16th is the day. Give yourself that that Father's Day gift.
Yeah, within driving distance of New York City.
Yeah, and if it's and if you're not a father, then give it to yourself as a gift anyway. We don't have any results on the women's GFNY yet. We're waiting for that. We may not be able to bring it to you. It may have to be posted results later, depending on what time we end. I think we're probably coming up to about a minute left to go in our coverage, but I'm hoping that they'll let us extend if we can get the 3 boys out of Doping Control in time to be able to talk to us and tell us what happened out there. Mm-hmm. What was the deal? What was the deal that was made? Because it certainly looked like they all understood that they were together until the end.
That was definitely a break of convenience until it got to the end.
Yeah.
They could... everybody had something to gain from that move. So they were going to keep that moving as far as they could. And rightly so. And we're still getting some stragglers from the GFNY coming over the end.
Okay, so I think we have the proper winner...
And
from GFNY is number 317. Stand by.
Sorry, Edwin. Not your day.
Manuel Cadeo from Italy.
Manuel Cadeo from Italy. Now,
Is
is
the
this going to
winner
be
of-
another SWAT team member?
I
That-
don't know. I don't have the team name here,
Yeah.
but I will say that it's entirely a possibility.
The Italians and GFNY. That is.
Well, GFNY is founded in the Italian tradition of Gran Fondo, and it has always strived to be an Italian-style Gran Fondo. It was Uli and Lydia racing a Gran Fondo in Europe and saying, we have to bring this to the United States.
Right, correct.
So not a Fondo, air quotes.
Right.
It's not a food tour. It's not a, it's a race. It's a real race. It's a race against yourself, or it's a race against others. It's a chance for you to dig deep, find your best, and have a great day out on the bike.
Yeah.
And be a pro for a day. The racers make the race. I won't say it in Italian because we made promises that I would stop speaking in Italian.
The Italian's no longer with us.
So,
the Italian has left the building.
No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
But great result. Really, he played that right at the end, too. So that was a group that was coming up on the group of 3 and then the group of 2. And we did not see that they were closing, but they were able to close. Played it right, jumped at the bottom of the hill, and there it was. So come in solo, show them a fresh set of wheels.
Boy, that hill, that last hill, as far as a sprint move or a kill move is concerned, is a lot longer than it looks.
It is. There's a lot of race left after you hit that.
If you're
Elvis
just,
found that out today.
If you're just casually popping out of the park, riding back to Fort Lee to have coffee with the gang, it probably doesn't feel that long. But if you're in your sprint wattage, it probably feels like an absolute eternity.
Yeah. You're basically sprinting to the sprint from that point.
Yes.
Yeah. You have to get up that hill, you go down under the bridge, and then you have to go uphill again.
But that was where Tibor won it. Was
Yeah.
in that last 200 meters.
Played it perfectly. I got to think that Alpecin probably did the finish a couple times. They did go through that scenario.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure they probably reconned that pretty tightly. And it's pretty easy to do because you do go over it twice. So, any team is going to go over the finish pretty well. If it's not like because today, on a day like today, it's not a straight finish where it's just down or downhill or a flat finish like a sprint finish. Something like that takes a little bit of tactical preparation. So I'm sure they probably did some sort of recon of the finish. So
Okay, we're at 4:03. We're still seeing a lot of folks coming in from the Gran Fondo, which still great times. Great times. There's Whit Raymond out in the middle of the road. Watch out, Whit. Stop jumping, turn around. There are riders coming in.
they're coming right for you.
You're missing it, Whit.
Jump out of the way. There's going to be riders coming in for the next couple of hours, I
Yep.
would imagine. So, and the announcing will be going on the whole time. So as you come in, they're going to find out who you are, and we'll give you a shout out as you go across the line, I do believe.
Course summary again, 135 kilometers or about 85 miles. So it's about the right size for a Gran Fondo, a little short for a pro race, but actually I think perfect stage today for strategy.
Yeah.
And the climbing, about 2,000 meters, about 6,000 feet. So not something you usually do on a Sunday, right? 6,000 feet of climbing is a lot of climbing.
You're going to
right?
remember that.
On a day that you do 4,000 feet, or 1,200 meters or 1,000 meters, that's considered a pretty good day. You're up there doing 2,000 meters. That's a lot of climbing, and so it takes. Climbing is an ability that comes with all kinds of levers. Your weight, your fitness, your just overall aptitude and genetics for being able to do it.
Yeah,
and
your VO2 max, for
your
sure.
VO2 max.
Yeah.
So all of those things come into play with climbing, and so it can take a very variable amount of time for people to finish this course.
Yeah. But it looks like they're having fun out there. Especially when they finish.
Well, that's the festival atmosphere of this place. I mean, this place has probably already, outside this tent, Dan, started to light up with people that are in celebration of a great day on the bike.
There could be some Michelob Ultra being opened this Sunday morning.
I would measure a guess that there is definitely some Michelob Ultra being opened now.
When you start at 4 in the morning, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It sounded less appropriate when I announced them as the official sponsor at 6 a.m., but it sounds pretty good right now for a lot of people.
Sounds pretty good right now. Now it's starting to make a lot of sense. The sun's out, so yes, Michelob Ultra hit the spot right now. So hopefully we'll be able to get the winners of the pro race in here. We'll see if we can eke out more time on the live stream. And we will check to see if we can get them in here.
I believe the riders are still going through doping control, so we will see if we will get them here for a word. If not, we are delighted that you joined us this morning for what has just turned out to be an outstanding day of racing at both the pro and amateur level.
What a great finish!
I mean, watching some of the elite club teams, Hustle Pro, Team California, that the team from New Zealand, Mito Q.
Top 10 in a UCI 1.2 race is nothing to sniff at.
Nothing to sneeze at. So, I mean, just great results all around for, world-class competition, right? I mean, we brought, GFNY brought, for Gran Premio New York City, brought just top-notch competition into this. I mean, you had Lotto.
I have to think Lotto's going to bring everybody next year. They came so close.
Right. Lotto, Alpecin de Koenig.
We can't lose that race.
Alpecin de Koenig, of course, who won the race. And then also Bardiani and Cortec Vini Fantini and Medellin. I mean, just so much great talent was out on the course today and made for just a memorable finish to the inaugural Gran Premio New York City, which...
you couldn't ask for a more exciting way for that race to go today.
A thanks to everybody that helps make GFNY and Gran Premio New York City possible. There are so many volunteers out there. There are so many on the staff. Our producer, Matthias Van Aken, Uli and Lydia Flume, of course, for founding the race.
It's amazing.
And seeing through that dream of getting pro and Gran Fondo racing together to help build the future of pro cycling, especially here in the U.S. where it's had some fits and starts.
Yeah,
I could say.
Hats off. They've made a huge event here, and the Pro-Am race is just pretty extraordinary that they were able to get that going, get that working. So hats off to Uli and Lydia.
more Gran Fondo riders continuing to flood in as we're at about 4:10. For them, it's about 4 hours.
Yeah, at the 4-hour mark.
So, I mean, just outstanding times by some of these riders.
Mm-hmm. Nothing to sniff at when you're able to hit that. It's 85 miles in under 4 hours.
I've always said that the New York City course is exceptionally cruel to a rider that wants to get a personal best, because there's always that one kicker, that one hill, that one that you forget about, that you use so many places to burn matches, so many places to say this is where I'm going to make up my time. And as an amateur that's racing, for either age group placement or personal best, you want to make sure that you're conserving your energy the right way, because it is. I mean, these are great riders here that are coming in, close to 4:01.
That's 21 miles an hour over that course.
That's
pretty impressive. I would say that would be a good day for me on the bike.
I'd be hoping for 5.5. So
yeah, they'll be rolling in, and thousands of racers out there, thousands of people taking.
We've got thousands of people left to come in.
Yeah,
probably we've seen hundreds. We're expecting thousands.
Yeah, it's amazing how the scope of the event helps the rest of the event go forward, and that's really what keeps it moving. All the participation from all the riders doing their best, challenging themselves out there.
Come on in. We just had a surprise visit from Team GFNY rider Louis Lamus. He's unfortunately not staying. We would have loved to have found out how it went out there for Team GFNY in their first race together. Again, this was a team that was assembled out of the top 6 riders in last year's Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC.
So we'll be on for a couple more minutes. I do believe that they're doing the podium presentations for the top 3 for the pro race. So I don't know that we'll be able to get those racers here.
Well, if they moved on to the podium,
I do believe that they're probably going to be moving on from there.
That will probably be it for us. Again, registration for all races is open. Registration for next year's race is already open at nyc.gfny.com. The date for that race is May 18th, 2025. Register today before it gets more expensive in a couple of days. GFNY is open for anybody from beginner to pro. You just have to be 18 years old and have a bike.
There you go.
Right? I mean,
you're probably going to want a helmet, too.
It couldn't get more easy than that.
Yep, nothing to
be a part of something really special. We had riders today representing the United States, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, Canada, Italy. Those were the biggest concentration of geography that we had. Some riders today that finished all 9 GFNY long courses and are doing this in the 12th year: Alex Ostroy, Edwin Adams, Grant Johnson, Rene Villaruz. And birthdays today: Daniel Carrazzo, Alberto Rolando Ange, David Goldstein, Vittorio Pupo, and the oldest rider in GFNY at 80 years old, Robert Brandenburg. So special shout out to him. I hope that he'll be coming in soon.
Way to go, Robert.
So, again, thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us today. Michelob Ultra is the official beer of GFNY.
It is.
I think it's okay to say that at 11:15 after, 5 hours on the air and
we've been
4
up
hours
since
of racing.
4 a.m. That's an 8-hour day so far. So
Elite provides the official GFNY water bottle or bidon. BMC is the official bike. BMC is proud to be the official bike sponsor of GFNY, embodying high performance and premium Swiss precision. BMC Bikes designs bikes for epic roads, dominating cobbles, and conquering climbs. Boy, we saw a lot of conquering climbs today.
A lot of conquering climbs.
Visit their booth in the Expo to see the new road machine. Visit BMC, the official bike partner of GFNY in the Expo, and check out all the new road machines. Yes, it's road. Yes, it's gravel. Yes, it's lightweight. Yes, it's fast. Yes, it's road machine. Ekoi helmets are the official helmet, sunglasses, and shoes of GFNY. And if you've ridden GFNY, we hope that you will join us at the GFNY Pasta Party presented by Pasta di Martino. Enjoy the delicious GFNY Pasta Party prepared with the highest quality Italian ingredients like Pasta di Martino, a bronze die extruded pasta di Gregano PGI made with a 100% Italian cheese, plus fresh basil or high-quality beef sauce. The cooking is by renowned Italian chef from Il Gattopardo restaurant, one of the most incredible restaurants in New York City. Each GFNY participant will show their wristband and receive one free meal, and spectators are able to purchase a meal ticket directly at the pasta party. Dan, it's been a pleasure.
As always, Chris.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
And we will see you right back here for GFNY Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC 2025, as well as Gran Premio New York City 2025.
Let's see what they bring next year.
Let's
see what
see
these
what they
pros. The pros are out for revenge now.
All right, and we are out.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Information. So, guys, you can track at the GFNY.com app. Should be able to track your athletes. Luis Ramirez, Virginia, USA, 43 years of age, making it happen here today for our 12th edition of Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, New York City, May 19th, 2024. Big thanks to Michelob Ultra, Elite water bottles, the official water bottle, BMC, our official bicycle, Ekoi, official helmet, sunglasses, and shoes, Ekoi. And the athletes can enjoy the post-race pasta with Pasta di Martino in the festival finish line area. And that was Libardo from Colombia. GFNY finish, and one of our top overall women here. Congratulations, number 77. Yes! Oh, yeah. That is Ariales Otero, Puerto Rico, one of our GFNY champions, pre-race favorites. Ariales Otero, Puerto Rico. And Donelis Carino from Puerto Rico coming in together. Yeah, nice finish. Clifford Meyer, New York. Michelob Ultra GFNY finish for Issam Freya, a New York, 29 years of age, getting it done here. As it is heating up here, heating up now. Wow. And once again, the overall presentation for our Gran Premio NYC happening right now on the main festival stage with Steve Fleck. Joseph Brennan, New Jersey, 65 years young. Joseph, great ride for you, sir. 4:11 on the clock. 65-year young Joseph Brennan out of New Jersey. Welcome home. Well done, guys, bringing it in. Nice, strong finish. Oh, yeah, big smiles. Matias from Argentina with Diego. Matias and Diego. Argentina and Juan Miguel, Colombia. Yeah, we had Matias and Diego from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Congratulations, getting it done. 4:12 for race number 55. Garrett Knowles, Antwerp, Belgium. Oh, Colombia, watch out. Hernan Montoya. I think he's maybe got some Colombian blood living here in New York. Coming in to grab the flag, maybe kiss some pretty women. Whatever happens in Colombia and here in New Jersey is totally fine. It's okay. Yeah. You ride 136 kilometers, you want to kiss someone, go ahead. Sure, why not? Welcome back. Luis Gutierrez, Costa Rica. Ramon de Diego, Virginia. Yeah, Luis Gutierrez from San Jose, Costa Rica. Welcome back in. Great ride. Solo rider at your finish, GFNY. Dimitrios Pavlos, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Another rider from Brazil, and one of our top women overall, 58 years young, Susan Had from New Jersey, USA. Susan. And Luis Fernando, Sao Paulo. Another athlete from Brazil. And we've got Brett and Frank and Maximo and Tefolio and Carlos and Lawrence. We've got Dominican Republic with Pedro Santana Villa. And Paulina Allen. Paulina from Ontario, Canada. That's right. Her husband is none other than my co-announcer, Steve Fleck, who is doing the awards. The podium presentations now for the pro race. Well done, Paulina Allen. Always top overall and one of the top in her age category, if not overall. Jesper Meyer, Jerry Jacobs, who've got New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Michoacan, Mexico, Jose Roberto Ramirez Ochoa. And Lorenzo Medina, Mexico. Well done, Paulina. And you can just cruise right down into the main festival area and catch up with your hubby. He's doing the presentation there. He'll be happy to see that you finished, and you finished with a big smile. Silvio Varesi, Florida. Federico Palacardo, New York. Aha, more big groups coming in. Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship. Howard Goldman Andres Roman Ospino, Samuel Ramos, Frank Howard, Arturo Polamecki, Mexico, Carlos Delgado, Ecuador. Sim Trujillo, Colombia. Oh, and big groups coming in now, including another one of our top overall women, Yuri Beltran from Florida. Yuri, nice strong finish there. Yeah, number 854. Well done. Alexander Amy, right here in New York. Well, across the bridge in New York. Hector Garcia lives in Long Island, originally from Mexico, representing Mexico. Hector, David Ramirez, Joey Marti, Dominican Republic, David Ramirez, Maryland. Joey. Cecilia, oh, the lovely Cecilia Cayabed, Buenos Aires, Argentina. One of our GFNY champions many times, Cecilia Cayabed. Cecilia Cayabed, GFNY Colonia champion, representing Argentina 2021, 22, and 23. Well done. Here today, Peter Irizarry, Louisiana. Jose Mendoza, New York. Oh, we've got a Jose fan club. Cesar Garcia, New Jersey. Woohoo! Juan Pablo Cadena, North Carolina. Oh yeah, you did it. Unzip that vest. Yeah, Edward Del Orbe, Dominican Republic. Ryan Takas, New Jersey. Juan Pelandia, New Jersey, New York. Excuse me. And it is heating up. Spectators, friends, and family, let's remember to stay hydrated. It's getting very warm, so let's take care of ourselves as well. The athletes are staying hydrated and getting the post-race refreshments with Michelob Ultra and other beverages, I'm sure. Solo rider. Yeah, Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship finish. That was Jesus Manuel from Mexico. Jesus Manuel Aguirre. And Peter Sisti, New Jersey, 66 years young, with Sam Levy of New York. Working hard to make it into this finish line. The official presentation going on right now at the main stage in the festival area with our top 3 overall podium. The top 3 overall for the men in our professional race. Gran Premio NYC. Well done, guys. Big applause. Keep the applause going. Juan Carlos Alamada, Phil Travis. We've got Mexico and New York. Welcome back. Welcome to your finish. Oh, we see some great smiles here. Great smiles. Oh, yeah. Maria Francisca Gonzalez, Florida, with Mond from New Jersey, and Luis Felipe San Martin of Florida.
Go on, Nelson!
Nelson Gutierrez, welcome in. Max Desi. All right, Matt Serra, 28 years young, from New York. Well done, sir. Thanks for coming out to play with us at the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, New York City. Oh, yeah. Brian Coburn, New York, at the finish line. Nice work, nice work. Jared Ulster and Chi Chang Peng from Taiwan. Gongxi, Gongxi. Peng from Taiwan. Oh, Hsinchu, just south of Taipei. It's the Silicon Valley of Taiwan. Jonathan Lavieri. Orlando Rosario. Diego Brand, Todd Sinclair. Here they come, Michael and Alex and Josel. New York, New York, New York, New York, New York, and New Jersey. And Venezuela. Laban Moore, New Jersey. Yeah, that is a great finish. Carlos Roberto Williams Velez from Ecuador. Alvaro Eraso, New Jersey. And this guy is out for a Sunday ride. Yeah. Welcome to our finish line. Come join us next year. Hector Iribe, Mexico. AJ Merlino, Pennsylvania. All right, Stefan Jacobson, Norway. Marcelo de la Garza, Mexico. And Stefan Jakobsen of Norway. Welcome back. Over 90 countries, nationalities represented here. There we go. Number 198, I believe, was Patricia Beltran. Yes, Mexico, Patricia Beltran. Milton Peralta, Ecuador. Luis Arce from Costa Rica. Welcome in New Jersey's Oleg Beckerman and Alessandro Rueda, New Jersey. Palmer Campbell, also New York. Congratulations, making it happen here today, all the way Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, Jan Rothsmann. From Germany, okay, Bavaria. Rosada Rivera, New York, Rolando Hernandez, Puerto Rico. Oh yeah, we've got John Harold, Mariña Yaramillo, Colombia, Johan Guzman, New York, Eli Wiseman, New York, Grant Scott, New York. Well, Steve, welcome back. How was that presentation there for the inaugural Gran Premio NYC?
All was good. We had a good crowd there. The press was there. The media was there. Good crowd gathered around to honor our top three overall in the debut, as you had mentioned, win of the Gran Premio NYC. First place overall winner, the young rider from the Netherlands. Remember this name, ladies and gentlemen, Tibor Del Grosso. Because he's been so successful at cyclocross, I'm predicting a big future for him. He is following in the footsteps of greatness. Matthew van der Poel, the team leader for Alpecin de Koenig. A cyclocross, many-time cyclocross world champion, a world road race champion. Wout van Aert as well, the great Wout van Aert, riding for Visma Lease bike, also multi-time cyclocross world champion. Cyclocross, a great breeding ground for top talent in road racing, as it seems. More riders streaming in across the finish line for the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championships. Keep it going, folks, on the sidelines. You're far too quiet. You have to yell. You have to jump up and down. You have to ring your thunder sticks. You have to ring your cowbell if you have one and wave those flags for all of the riders coming on in. Yeah, well done. That's Melvin Galazza, Lars Lieberman coming on in there at the back of that little group, both from the United States. United States, the #1 represented country here at the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship. Other countries with great representation: Colombia, Mexico, Canada, Brazil. Those are the top 4 or 5 in terms of representation on the start grid. The nearly 5,000 riders on the start line this morning out on mid-span of the George Washington Bridge. We had the lower portion of the bridge completely closed down for the start. At 7 o'clock for the GP race and 7:10 as it was for the GFNY World Championship. More riders rolling on in up at that top little climb. Coming up the hill, Jean-Philippe Nollet from Ontario, California. And Brian Stitchfield from the United States and New York City. My apologies, Jean-Philippe Nollet from Ontario. It's Ontario, Canada. I'm looking on, they're denoting CA as Canada on our digital readout here. So, my apologies. Félicitations, Jean-Philippe Nollet, à Ontario, à Canada. Oh, another rider rolling in and across the line. That is Jeffrey Torres from New Jersey. Rafael Oretuski from New York. And just there across the finish line, that was Juan Carlos from New Jersey, riding for the Road Kings club and team. Look at this rider pushing a huge gear, dancing on those pedals, marauding away up to the finish line. That is Andres Gonzalez, Colombia.
Welcome to your finish. Congratulations. Beatrix Overhide in New York. 51 years young, Beatrix. Great finish there.
Come on, come on!
And Beatrice Vanegas from New Jersey. Lance Fofana, Virginia. Danielle Kovar, New Jersey. So we had Beatrix and Beatrice at the finish. New York and New Jersey, respectively. Cesar from Buenos Aires, Jorge Garcia, New York. Juan Carlos Zuniga Ruiz, Nicaragua. Sean McLiberty, New York. Manuel Sanchez, Colombia. Roberto Roson, New Jersey. Jorge Rodriguez, New York. Lance Rutkin. You keep popping up, Lance. What a day, but it is heating up out there. It is hot now on the race course. Hot now. So the thermometer says 20 degrees. It feels a lot warmer than that. Nick Bishop, New Jersey, couple coming in. Well done. Congratulations. Marcus Ryman, Goodison Ruiz, Enrique Lara, Lima, Peru, Andres Mungas, New Jersey. Well done. Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, New York City. Bernal Desal, Canada. Brigitte Sims, New York. USA 60 to 64 age category. Brigitte Sims, I believe we'll probably see you on the podium later today. Luis Diego Vargas Torres, Costa Rica. Franny Jewett, Ontario, Canada, with Nuno Borges. Whoa!
Nuno and Franny riding in honor of Bruce Patterson, their good friend who died a month ago. Bruce was hoping to come here and race. He had an unfortunate heart attack, passed away. Franny and Nuno here riding in Bruce's honor with. Thank you.
Wow. Well, here's to Bruce then. Oh, nice strong finish. Congratulations, guys. New York and Mexico and Rhode Island with Grant Pill from Rhode Island. Michael Ramsey, Texas. Esteban Romero, New York.
We almost lost it there. The two-handed celebration, the rider almost going down at the line. That was Juan Miguel Lizares.
You got that one, right?
Good recovery, though.
We also had Luc Grisset from Quebec, Canada, 70 years of age.
Wow.
Well done.
Félicitations, Luc Grisset à Québec. They're partying at the finish line. Hands up, celebrating that finish. The Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship finish. We don't know what their stories are with, but we know one story. They have battled hard over 136 kilometers to get here to this finish line.
Yep, we've got Mexico, Pennsylvania, New York, and Diane Soto just finishing there from New York. Well done, Diane. Congratulations. And Noela Pita, Ecuador. And she's waiting for her friend there, Lorena Pechaglia, Ecuador. Oh, no? Sí. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Hey. Christopher Mondigo, New York. Alex Lopez, Puerto Rico.
Riders, a steady stream of riders coming on in. Be a pro for a day. That is the slogan for GFNY. Anytime riders go to a race, we make sure they have an extra special day and they feel like a professional rider from start to finish. Anyanel Alfonso there across the finish line. Congratulations. Miles Robinson, Yannick Pro, À Quebec, félicitations, Yannick. Daryl Southwood from New Jersey coming on in. Great job. Jorge Cale, another New Jersey rider finishing up strongly. And Miguel Amaya from Colombia. Another rider coming on up. That is Priscilla Chamorro Vargas, one of our awesome women riders coming in and across. Pedro Alavira, Kiyosho Yamazika. Great job to all of our riders coming from all over the world, literally 90 countries strong to be with us here at the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championships. Riders over in the post-race recovery zone, hopefully enjoying a wonderful pasta dinner that has been prepared for all of our riders, as well as a Michelob Ultra or two with
Pasta Di Martino, our official wonderful fresh Italian pasta at the finish for all of our riders post-race. Get in that pasta, get some Michelob Ultra, regroup, rendezvous with the friends and the family, enjoy the festival area. We'll be doing the awards presentation for the overall Michelob Ultra GFNY at 1:30 this afternoon. Excuse me, that will be 1 o'clock.
So correction on the awards for the overall for the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championships. We'll be doing those with Raymond, my co-announcer, at 1 o'clock at the main stage. So if your friend, fan, or family member finished in the top 3, that is the spot to gather. It is over on the far side of the park, the north side of the park. Actually, it's the north side of the park. Gather on over there. More riders coming in and across the finish line. We had Guillermo Macarenas of Mexico. Pau Sabatar from Spain. Great job, Pau. Guillermo Macarenas, a 72-year-old. Goodness me. Amazing performances from some of our super seniors, 65, 70 plus. Walter Signuccia from New York. Great job, Walter. Jamie Reyes, also from New York, coming in and across. Carlos Medina from Colombia. Rafael Augusto from Colorado, or Colombia as well. Timonkin Alacanzita from New York. Drew Hagenstrom, another New York rider. Great job, Drew. Welcome to the finish line. Franz Hinojosa from New York, also in there. It was Franz across the finish line at the back end of that little group that came in.
Wow, that was a big group. And I've just found out that 1 o'clock p.m. will be the awards presentation for the overall Michelob Ultra GFNY. I had said 1:30. I apologize. 1 o'clock. But at 12:30-ish, right about 12:30, 12:40, we are going to do the multiple finishers special presentation. I'll pop down there for that one, Steve. Multiple finishers presentation at about 12:30, 12:40. The overall awards for our Michelob Ultra 2024 GFNY World Championship NYC, starting from 1 p.m. on the main stage in the festival area. So come join us there, but continue here as well. The action continues non-stop with our finishers: Juan Lazala, New York; Eric Perkins, New Jersey; Gerardo Laredo, Mexico; Ichiro Okata, New York.
Hopefully, you'll be recognizing some of the multiple finishers who have done all 12 of the GFNY racing events here in NYC and New Jersey. Alex Ostroy, Edwin Adams, Grant Johnson, Rene Belarus, as well as Bob Schoen. Now, we know Bob will probably be one of the final finishers coming in. Whit and I are always proud to be here right to the end to bring Bob Schoen home. He will probably come in the final half hour or so of the festivities this afternoon, but we do want to properly recognize those riders who have finished multiple versions of the GFNY over the years.
And there's so many of them that just keep coming back. Here's Matthew Tierney, Joan Bertrand, Florida, and Thomas Patterson, along with 70-year young Jorge Ramirez from Massachusetts. Another few coming in. Oh, but I do care. David Cohen, New York. Oh, well done. Paul Saxon, New Jersey. Jose Cortez, Virginia. Jeff Hudson, Gustavo Tovar, Ecuador. Checking the phone. He's like, Mom, I'm home. I did it. I'm at the finish.
Oh, there's a big smile on a rider's face coming across. That was Andrea Bergano coming on in. Great job, Andrea. Vitas Federico from Connecticut. There's another celebration of a rider coming in. That's Tim Godair from New York. Welcome to the finish line, Tim. Congratulations, you did it.
Bicycle for 85 miles, 136 kilometers, and I'm having fun. It's beautiful weather, and the crowds, we love you, the spectators. Yeah, Christopher Sadowski, New York, pumping it in the air, the double fists. Congratulations, Roidor, New Jersey, Jose Raz Guzman, Mexico. Oh, coming in together, these guys, hand in hand. Oh, yeah. Frank Lucia and David Landatelli, Ontario, Canada. Well done, guys. Big groups coming in. Junkie Hong, Vincent Housby, Igor from New Jersey, Fetterman Estrada, Ecuador. Vincent Housby of Quebec, Canada. Riders, they just keep coming here. Nearly 4,000 riders. Francisco Pepe from New York, just across the finish line. Congratulations, Francisco.
Microphone, don't stop. I'm not finished yet. It's not to eat. You wanna make it better? Remember this? Danger zone. I
Oh, yeah. We had Zachary Beamer of Connecticut, Ivan Pozo Montestoyo of Ecuador, John Rage is now New York, Moritz Lemons, Belgium, Moritz.
When I'm cooling on the scene, I notice one thing, I'm not back. So some games, he's cleaning myself. Better than average, I'm on the mic, wildly stacked. I'm in the violent state, I can't concentrate. I make a hit like chess.
Jorge Pincho coming across the line, and in behind him, that's Olga Torres of Bogota, Colombia.
Christian Foster, Island Stille, Germany, Jeffrey May, Jose Matos, welcome in from Puerto Rico, Maximino Quintanilla, New Mexico, Tyler Coyle. Well done, Tyler. Ontario, Aurelio Jose, New York City.
I smell blood and time for Max and camouflage in the green. I'm back.
Great job to all the riders. Be a pro for a day is the motto here at GFNY. It has been since day one, making sure that it is a professional experience for each and every rider from start to the finish line. That's what we're trying to do, celebrate all of these riders. Finish Esposito Santos coming in there, Martin Harari, Julian Carrera, Orlando Carrera, Team Carrera coming in there together. Dan Conroy, great job, Dan. Welcome to the finish line. You're awesome and amazing. Francesco Fuentes coming on in. Johan Frederick. Great job, Johan. Steady stream arrived. One of our wonderful women coming in there as well. Diego Zusso. Maria Castex from New Jersey, fist pumping as she comes across the finish line. Another rider celebrating his finish as he rolls on across. That's Christian Alea from New York. And also Carlos Castellanos from Tolima, Colombia.
I know.
Yonglun Lee was in there just across the finish line moments ago. That was Louis Balkian from, I believe that's Belgium. Nice job. They love their cycling in Belgium. Their cyclocross, the spring classics, the Tour of Flanders in particular. One of the biggest days of every year and all year is the Tour of Flanders in Belgium, typically the first weekend in April. A rider coming on in and across, that is Stephen Downing. He is another New Yorker, 63 years young. So many riders over 60, over 70. We had an 80-year-old who is riding with us as well. Somewhere out on the course. We hope we do get to see him here at the finish. Four riders rolling on in. We had Alero Meja in there, Frank Downing, Pedro Sanchez, one of our women riders rolling on through. That's Maya Meiti Santiago from Florida. A few more hills here with in New Jersey and New York State than they have in Florida.
Let's go, John!
Oh yeah, Sebastian Leon, New Jersey. Welcome to the finish, Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, Craig Goodstein, New York. Welcome home, Craig. Our 12th edition. 12th edition Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, New York City. Alex Johnson, New York. Well done to Carlos Mondono, Florida. Joel Rodriguez, New Jersey.
Oh, you got the cable here.
John Blanco, Connecticut. Ricardo Garcia, British Columbia, Canada. Coming from the west coast over here of Canada, Carlos Portillo, New York. Michael Micole, Connecticut. Juan Miguel Anzolo, Colombia.
Oh yeah, celebrate that finish. Great job, congratulations. Félicitations en français, felicidades en España. John Boutan in there from Massachusetts. Great job, John. Jared Carolyn just in behind him. He is from New York. Another one of our wonderful women coming across the finish line. That is Yarlu Roman from Florida. Well, we've had a few Floridians coming in and finishing there in quick succession. Some, what is RJ? That is RJBR. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Oui, c'est ça. Great job.
Oh yeah, the Brazilian fans are here. Brazil! Gabriel Vargas, Michael Lugo, Puerto Rico, Nicola Pisa, New York, Thomas Thomas, Brazil, Daniel Musi, Quebec, Canada, Federico Testi, Italy, Kevin Tufts, California, USA. Welcome Christopher Weldon, Connecticut.
Oh, dancing on the pedals, got the jersey unzipped, flapping in the breeze as he comes on up to the line. That's Jorge Garcia from Costa Rica. Or was that Lorenzo Medina from Mexico? I think it was Lorenzo who just got across the line with the jersey unzipped. Getting too hot out on the course. And it is indeed warming up significantly out on the course. Much warmer than it was at the start this morning, early this morning at 7 o'clock, way out mid-span on the George Washington Bridge. Antonio Guzman was in with a finish. Great job, Antonio. Alfredo Guzman, Team Guzman just crossing there. Otnio Dugazates, the Brazilian rider coming in and finishing up the GFNY World Championships, New York City. Grinding it out up this final last little gritty climb up to the finish line. That's a little bit of punishment for the body. That's Thomas Andeville and Aldo Bongiovanni from Italy. A cycling that Witt really enjoys. They're cycling the Giro d'Italia going on right now, even as we speak. Tadej Pogačar, the former Tour de France champion from Slovenia, currently leading the Giro d'Italia and doing it in impressive fashion. Going for the double, going for the Giro Tour de France double this year. Michael Quinones across the line. Great job, Michael. David Holmes in and done. Great job, Dave. You're awesome. More riders just pouring in. Alex Kolkush coming on through. Kevin Sunday coming on in. Great job. Tobias Limentien from New York. Enzo Morgona. Glenn Muskowski coming on through with strong finishes there. Solo rider making his way up the last little climb to the finish line. That's Jose Enrique Vere from Puerto Rico. Just a reminder, in about 15 minutes time, Whit Raymond, my co-announcer, is going to do a bit of a presentation to some multi-time finishers over at the main stage, the podium presentation area. Francisco Tacornal coming on in. Great job, Francisco. Two more riders rolling in and across the line. Andreas Duran. Great job, Andreas. And Alexander Crane just in behind him. Two Americans battling it out right to the finish line. And next to the GFNY World Championship finish line is Ricardo Dragano. He is from Queens, New York. Solo rider making their way up to the line. One of our wonderful women coming up to that finish line. That's Heidi Judowitz from New Jersey. Riders, so many riders, nearly 5,000 of them starting this morning. We're going to get every last one of them, we hope, across the finish line here on Hudson Terrace. Josefino Aranas, Ricardo Orina, Luis Frederick Boudreau, Sam May, Lin Yu Wen, Iago Vargas, Christian Walter coming on in with a finish there. Stephen Dukes duking it out right to the line. Great job, Steve. Julio Babecki from New York. Great job, Julio. Peter Kagan coming on in and across. He's a local from right here in New Jersey. Andre Cruz, Rafael Rodriguez. Yeah, Rafael Rodriguez getting some love on the sideline. Robert Castillo. Carlos Braga. Great job, Carlos. Welcome to the finish line. Stefan Rabauskas. He is from the United States. Michael Gacki from Texas, the big state of Texas. Jason Wong from New Jersey. And Roberto Panguta from Mexico. More riders, a little group coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4 riders crossing. Jake Hoffman, little sprint up to the line to get in front of that group. Joe Timplikin, Jonathan Villases, and Will Rose rolling in and across the finish line. Lauren Santiago, one of our wonderful women. Congratulations, Lauren, you're awesome. She is from New Jersey. Sebastian Kubrex from the United States also in there. There's a celebration with arms up in the air, waving around like you just don't care. I believe that was Matt Turner celebrating strongly as he came across the finish line. Camilo Ortiz, Matt Turner in there as well. Philip Chavarro, Andrew Spade, Michael Wilson across the line, Luciano Zapata, Gabriel Canova, one of our wonderful women, just 29 years old. Gabriel Canova, 27 years old, my apologies. Gabriel Canova, she is from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Amy Damaris is in and done. Great job, Amy. Gabriel Garcia coming in at the back of that little group.
Coming in right now, Jeff Coraz, New Jersey. Excuse me, Puerto Rico. Yeah, Nicholas Luco, New York. Sebastian Lasso, New York. Pavel Chesney. We just had Pavel as well from Poland. Yes, making it happen, getting it done today. Congratulations. Wellington Conseil, Brazil. Roberto Puente, New York. Oh, and non-stop right here, Michelob Ultra, GFNY World Championship, New York City. Cyril Iolini. Julio Jover. Michelle Arak, New Jersey. Well done. Oh, yeah, Julio Salazar. Congratulations. Welcome in, Louis Malavanek, New York. John Cahill, New York. Started off as a cold morning and it is warming up very quickly today. Ryan Dennehy, New York. Carla Contreras, Colombia. Oh yeah, arms up in the air. Congratulations, you did it. Oh yes. Andrea Chala, Unido, New York. Gustavo Rivera, Mexico. And Roberto Posada, New York. Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, New York City. Finish line for Joris Gallienne, Belgium. Yeah, Joris Matthew Hackman, New Jersey. Welcome Heinrich Martin, Sao Paulo, Brazil. And Danny Espinal, Connecticut. Raimundo Riojas, New York. Josep Codina, Massachusetts. And Nicholas Fabry of New York. Welcome back. Welcome to your finish. Cesarin Ceballo, New Jersey, and Arnold Sanchez. Antonio Nava Gomez, Mexico. La Ciudad de Mexico. Andres Caceres, Pennsylvania, USA. Well done. 26 years of age. Taking on this 85-mile, 136-kilometer course. Nice strong finish for this athlete. Yeah, arms up in the air, feeling good. John D. Alameda, Puerto Rico. Congratulations Luis Vargas, Lima, Peru, and Mauro Dancona, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Herman Andres Zamora, yeah, California. Brad Johnston from New York. Reinaldo Quintero, Ohio. Jose Santiago, Puerto Rico. Yamil Cintron, Puerto Rico. And big smiles for Flavia Muraro. Flavia. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Into your finish. Time to celebrate John Dwayne, California, USA. Congratulations. We've got ice cold Michelob Ultra waiting for you. We've got our pasta, post-race pasta feed. Take advantage, get some food and fluids back in you. Eduardo of Sao Paulo and Conrado from Brazil. Clario Faria, Sao Paulo. All 1, 2, 3. Sao Paulo, Sao Paulo, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Matt DeBoy, New York. Isidro Cruz, Florida. And right now, David Cordoba from New Jersey. Welcome home, David. Bergen Line Cycling Club. Well done on what is turning out to be a very warm day today. Very warm day. Thomas Signs, New York. Get some fluids, get some water before you start guzzling the Michelob Ultra.
Yes, get some water back in.
Get a little hydration back in with some water. That's Michelob Ultra. It's not going to, it's easy on the system. Enjoy some of our amazing Italian pasta, the post-race festival and celebration. Once again, we'll be doing an award ceremony for the overall Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship NYC at 1 p.m. Just prior to that, we will have our multiple-time finishers presentation on the presentation stage in the main festival area. Antonio Sanchez from New York, Ivanet Barreto. Puerto Rico, Eduardo Hurtado, New Jersey. Andrew Lott, New York. Welcome in from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Bruno Garcia. Yeah, and Karen Verdella, New York. Nice finish for Karen. Woohoo! Kosuke Nakadai, New Jersey. Kosuke, otsukaresama deshita, omedetou gozaimasu, yatta! In other words, felicidades.
Felicidades. Congratulations, everyone's a winner here.
Oh yeah, Milton Paredes, New York. Gustavo from Costa Rica. Gustavo, welcome to your finish here in Jersey at the Fort Lee at the park. Colin Keating, New York. Welcome back. So once again, the overall awards presentation, 1 p.m. on the main festival stage area in the Expo, where we had the presentation of the teams yesterday afternoon. And before the 1 o'clock awards ceremony, we have a special announcement of some multiple-time finishers that will present as well. Great big smiles coming in for these guys. Francisco Valenzuela Baltra and Diego Cordero, Connecticut.
And what's great about honoring those multi-time finishers with 12 years of history here, there is history here at GFNY in New York City. Here at GFNY in New York City.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, look at the smiles. Yeah. Dominican, so many, all from South America, Latin America, so many each and every year, and we love it from all over the world. Paolo Bruno, Paolo, Italia. Yeah, bravo, Seth Demon from New York. I don't know, Steve, this is definitely a hot year. We've had some wet ones. We've had some cold ones. It was cold on the bridge this morning. Roger Pierre, New Jersey with Artur Ferreira. A couple of Jersey boys coming in, 53 and 52 years young, respectively. And Ari Duval, New Jersey, 52 years of age.
I think the riders will only feel the ultimate way the heat is when they stop, because when you got the breeze on the bike blowing you in the face, it feels a little bit cooler. Big group coming in now with celebrating the finish with panache.
Wow. Aldar Franco, Dav Murphy from Liverpool, Great Britain. Hey, hey. Lex Pitney, Jolie Goldstein, New York. Reggie Forster, Virginia. Gianfranco Pedretti, New Jersey. Vanessa Dare, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Vanessa. Big smiles, Vanessa. I'm tired. Where is the Michelob Ultra?
Where is the pasta? Where is the Michelob Ultra?
No, we haven't had any yet. Don't worry. Chris Lee, New York. Jason Harris, Jasper Gertz, James Montoya. Where's James Montoya? Hold on, James. Stefan Lachance. Sorry, Stefan from Quebec. Kyle Palcom, New York. Oh, yes, you did it. Congratulations. Hugo Gomez, New Jersey, and Laura Villarreal Yaramillo, Colombia.
Coming on through the finish line of the 2024 Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship. Who we got across the finish line in the seconds with?
Oh, we got Rafi and Veselin and David and Hector from Barcelona. Hector Linares, Spain. Walter and Jairo from Colombia, and Michael Alexander from New York.
That was David Vitt with that nice bike throw across the finish line. Nice work, David, at the line to squeeze out that last microsecond.
Yoshihiro Seiki. Seiko. Yoshihiro, omedetou. Ya está. Seiko de shou. Seike. Julio Martello, Colombia. Richard Pagin, 70 years young, Quebec, Canada.
Félicitations, Richard Paquin à Québec.
And Hilberto Anaya, Mexico. Patrick Piacecki, New York. Sebastian Aparicio, Florida. Miguel Garcia, New York.
Riders, working their way towards the finish line here.
Well, Steve, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to have to head down to the awards presentation stage. We're getting ready for the 1 o'clock awards presentation of our 12th edition of Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship, New York City. You're in great hands with Steve Fleck here at the finish line. I'm going to pop down there. We'll do the awards and we'll come on back.
All right.
As the party continues here at the finish line.
Thank you, Whit. Again, Whit heading over to the main stage, the presentation stage for the podiums, and that extra special honoring of multi-time finishers. So if you want to catch that, head on over there. We'll hold the fort down here at the finish for the next little while Whit is working the main stage with those presentations. A whole bunch of riders just got across the finish line. Next across right now, that is Ana Karina Orelina, one of our wonderful women. Congratulations, Ana Karina. Great job. Sorry, Tippin in there. Ricardo Pichetta. Matea Magdali Librada Dela Cruz across the line. She is from New York. Look at this celebration of the finishes. Great job. Congratulations to all of our riders. You're all awesome. You're amazing. One of our wonderful women coming in there. That's Paula Vega from Colombia. Great job, Paula. Jerry Boyce was also in there. 4 Colombian riders. It is Paulo Gomez, Jeffrey Underhill, Maria Cuono from Lima, Peru, across the line. Parmesan Comprador from the United States. Javier Zapata from California. Harry Wang was just across the finish line. He's from Pennsylvania. Great job, great job. James Cahill from New York. Probably the state with the highest representation, maybe a competition between New Jersey and New York states for the state with the most number of participants in this event this year or any year since its inception a number of years ago. This is the 12th running of the GFNY race and event and the World Championships here in New York and New Jersey. James Cahill across the finish line. Congratulations, James, another New Yorker. Finishing on up. Vadim Apostolic was also across the line. Oliver Nato right there, another New Yorker. Coming in dribs and drabs, 1s and 2s. Luis Gustavo from Uruguay. Antonio Arimo from New York. Matthew Park from New Jersey. Jonathan David Naria from Colombia. Anna Garanci from New York. Ricardo Guerrera from Brazil, Sao Paulo, Brazil, to be precise. Look at these 2 awesome riders celebrating as they come across the finish line. That's Sabrina Tonso and Gustavo Danese. Joseph Laum is in and done. Great job, Joe. Nina Azevedo as well. And that lone rider just across the finish line moments ago, Joe Colin from New York. Great job, Joe. Welcome to the finish line. 65 years young, Joe Colin is. Riders battling it out. Look at these 2. They are going for it right to the line. Get the photo finishing equipment out for those 2. That's Zach Resnick and Nikolai Stern, both from New York State. Here comes a trio of riders. They're going to go right to the line together. 1, 2, 3. Big moments of celebration there on the far side. Francisco Chiquilo, Idar Cifuentes, and David Herrera, all across the GFNY World Championship finish line here on Hudson Terrace in Fort Lee, New Jersey. And they'll just keep coming and coming. Another rider in, that's Santiago Delgado from Mexico. Alejandro Del Castillo, another Mexico rider coming on through. Morris Crow just across the finish line moments ago. Robert Watson Well done. Horace Crow, 69 years young. Wow, that is amazing. We've got riders in their 60s, in their 70s. We even have one rider, 80 plus, who is riding with us today at the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship. Alejandro Betancourt was the final rider in that little group across the line. He hails from Mexico City. Solo rider up out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals. That's Mendy Yankovic from right here in the New York area. Coming across the line, celebrating that finish here on Hudson Terrace. That was Cesar Garduc from New Jersey, another solo rider. Got the finish line all to himself as he rolls on across. Relieved to see the finish and greeted at the finish line by friends and family. That's Alexander Vila from Georgia in the United States. One of our wonderful women crossing right there. Two of them, as a matter of fact. That's Stacy Beneke and Liliana Restapro. Liliana's from New Jersey. Stacy is from New York. Again, a reminder, the awards presentation for the amateur race, the open race here at the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championships will be starting at 1 o'clock for top 3 in their respective 5-year age categories. Riders at the finish line. Pedro Trujillo, Adam Cantor coming across there. Also in with a finish, Patrick Bisnago, 60 years young from New York. Great job, Pat. Welcome to the finish line. You're awesome. 2 riders pushing hard in big gears as they come quickly across the finish line. That's Matias Contador and Lincoln Crane crossing the finish line. All right, celebrate that finish. Yeah, you can do that. That is awesome. That's Peter Swark from the United States. Alejandro Ospina from Colombia. We also had in there Matty Dubuque. Great job to all of our riders. Bobby Clements in with a finish. He is from New York. Jonathan Glashow from Connecticut, 65 years young. Manuel Otto, another New York rider riding with us. Ronaldo Ruiz from Puerto Rico. Well done. Great work. William Lopez is in there. Ruben Valdez Romero. Alfredo Campos. Sebastian Lind. Karen Patterson across the finish line. Karen Patterson. Yes, great job. Karen Patterson riding in honor of her husband, Bruce Patterson. Karen, we love you. Thank you for finishing up in Bruce's honor here today. I'm kind of tearing up here on the podium. Sergio Pelez from New York. Israel Rodriguez in with a finish. Francisco Novares Rosario is in and done. Oslin Herrera coming across. Great job. Jamie Medellin from Colombia. Juan Camilo from Bogota, Colombia. Joseph Osler from Virginia, USA. Javier Marina Ellis from Colombia. So many Colombian riders coming on into this little group that is finishing up right now. Emily Bose from right here in New York. Congratulations, Emily. Great work. Richard Bokren, 67 years young from Indiana in the United States, of course. Rommel Asperer. Great job, Rommel. He is from Ontario. The Colombian flag being waved proudly across the finish finish line here on Hudson Terrace at the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championships. Omar David Pineda and Jessica Gonzalez were the riders flying that Colombian flag proudly as they came across the finish line. Chris Chen, another Ontario Canadian rider crossing. Congratulations, Chris, 52 years young. Sean Davis from New York also in there with a finish in that little group that just came across the finish in the last few moments of time. I can hear Whit Raymond over at the main stage. They're doing a special presentation for multi-time finishers here. In the 12-year history of this awesome event, a handful of riders have participated in every version, and they'll be honoring some of them over at the main stage. That getting underway right now. And then the podium presentations for the age group prizing at the Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championships to follow after that. Edward Kim just across the finish line. Congratulations, Ed. Josephus Santos also in there. Carlo Ferrolino from New Jersey with finishes. Great job. Hope everyone's having a great time. Spectators on the sidelines, if you're waiting for a special family member or friend to finish, this is the place to be at the finish line on Hudson Terrace. This is where they arrive. This is where the emotions sometimes start to come out. Merle Aros from New Jersey. Kuneki Kageyama from New York. Brian Shea, a New Jersey rider crossing the finish line. Derek Biley from Peru. And the rider just across the finish line, it is Joven Vispedes from the great state of Illinois in the United States. Just in behind him, just celebrating that finish, it was Dana Chris. Carl Loninger just in behind Dana. Great work, you two, working hard to get to the finish line together. A trio of riders coming in there together. We had Esteban Inga, Marcello Jacobo, and Marilis Ortez Espera, all with that triple finish rolling across the finish line. From Costa Rica, I believe, and Peru represented as they come across the line. Ilio Mino from New York is in and done. Great job, Ilio. You're awesome. Michael Go, just behind him. He is from New Jersey. Riders, this final little climb up to the finish. Camilo Hideglo from Florida. Jose Moya, another Floridian, just across the line. Great job, Jose. And Can Owner from New Jersey, finishing up strongly there. Great job, Can. Isaac Abelsham, à Quebec, à Canada. Félicitations, Vincent Gauthier, à Quebec. And Vincent Girard, two Vincents battling it out there for the finish line. They probably didn't even know that each of their names, two gentlemen battling it out, was Vincent or Vince. Marcello Earp in and done. He is from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Daniel Nickel from New York. Great job, Dan. Robin Rutkin and Nick Hoffman also in that group that just rolled across. A little bike throw there from rider number 524 across the line. That's Alexis Moro Sanchez from New York. Sarah Rose is in and done. I hope that's a smile on Sarah's face as she rolls in and across the finish line. Dan Capsum, Imram Halani, Patricio Gutierrez, Tyler Shaver, Daniel Capsum, Diego Jensen, Nelson Guerrero, Carlos Pantoja, Dario Mora Villegas, Dan Capson and Dario Mora Villegas. He'll get an extra shout out because he's so awesome from Mexico. More riders coming on in. Here we go as they roll in and across the finish line. Let's see who this is in this group. Coming in, we had Benoit Laforest, à Quebec, à Canada. Félicitations, Benoit Laforest. John Paul Antizia. John Luis Espinoza Soto from Mexico. Yes, Team Soto on the far side, cheering on. Jose Luis as he comes in and across the finish line. A mountain bike on the road course there. Coming on into the finish, that is Jose Bauza from Puerto Rico. Great job, Jose. Taking the mountain bike out on the road. Rodrigo Trina in and across with a finish. He is from New Jersey. Lee Richardson from New York, New York is in and across. Greg DiAlto from New Jersey, also with a finish. Abraham Aragonas, Marie Carolina Spencer, Anar Tagak Fio, John Damian Perrier from New York, Carlos Alberto Ortiz from Bogota, Colombia, across the line. Angel Santiago from Puerto Rico, Halil Vitar from Sao Paulo, Brazil, and Sam Welcher from New York, United States, of course. Miles Watson from New Hampshire. Great job, Miles. Welcome to the finish line. You're awesome. Jay Wilson Sanchez from Colorado. Almost all states represented in riders on the start grid from the great United States of America. Sergio Ballin from New York State just across the line. Kyle Geo and Felipe Prado in there. Team Prado crossing the line together. Grinding up that final little climb to the finish line proper. Solo rider coming in, got it all to himself as he rolls across. Hope that's a smile on his face. That is Carlos Uluri from New York. Couple of riders in behind him, chasing Carlos to the line. Vincent Maron and Perry Lee, both from New York. New York, New York. Great representation, of course, from NYC here at the home race for them. Miguel Angel Canesa from Lima, Peru. We've had a number of riders in from Lima, Peru. Also in there was Luis Rodriguez from San Jose, Costa Rica. David Wilson is in and done. Great job, Dave. Carrie Walker, one of our wonderful women, finishing up strong. Great job, Carrie. Andreas Mora, Claudio Torres, Toki Kawasumi from New Jersey. Great work. Fast finish there from that rider, just crossing the finish line very quickly. Might have been a rider just out for a ride on the course. No plate, so possibly that is the case. Next rider officially at the finish line is Mayogu M from New Jersey. And then Nadine Nixon, one of our wonderful women, also New Jersey. And a rider celebrating his finish with a hand up in the air. That's Mark Lee from New York. Welcome to the finish line, Mark. Looking amazing. Hands up in the air for the next finisher. That's Danny Diaz. And then it is Marcos Salazar just in behind him. Hope you're having a great time here at the finish line. If you're waiting for a friend or a family member, this is the place to be to cheer them on right at the finish line. A point of high emotion for many riders. Exultation, celebration as they roll across after their challenge of 136 kilometers on the ride in the race today. Herman Yu, New York, crossing. Thomas G, 73 years young, coming on in there. Great job, Tom. Welcome to the finish line. Hand in hand across the line. Wow, I think that's the tallest rider we've seen at the finish line. Thomas Vanden Spiegel and Laus Miespeller from Belgium. But Thomas, oh my goodness, how tall was he? 6'7"? Almost 7 feet tall. He must have had a custom-made bike. Thomas van den Spiegel from Belgium. Awesome stuff. Augustine Samatillo, another Colombian rider, rolling across the line. A young Colombian rider, just 22 years of age. John Ferrero, another New Jersey rider. Way over there on the far side, hugging the barriers, is Rafael Herrera from New Jersey. Teeth gritted as our next rider comes across the finish line. That's Rob Haggerty, another New Yorker, finishing up there. And here on Hudson Terrace, arm warmers pulled on down for Ansgar Simon, New York. Great job, Ansgar. Roger Linares, another New Yorker, finishing up nicely. Great job. The medals this year are awesome. Wow, they are huge, the medals. It looks good on your chest, sir. Congratulations. Well done. Two riders rolling on in there in simultaneous order. That's Paul Graves and Roland Antonides. They're both from New York. Paul Graves was just across the line moments ago. Great job, Paul. Three riders coming on in there together. Nicholas Rofistelli. And then we have Giovanni and Stefania coming in there together, arm in arm. Alexander Salem as well. Philip de Jesus is coming through and across. He is from Mexico. Daniel Carrazzo. Also with a finish in there, we had Alexander Salem. Big thank you to the volunteers. We couldn't do this without probably several hundred, maybe closer to 1,000 volunteers helping out the board during and after the ride and the racing. Look at this guy celebrating his finish as he comes across. Oh, hang on. That is Restalav Lamas from New York. Great job, Restalav. Coming on in. Three riders, a trio coming across the line there together. That was Brian Sheehan, Phil Hackett, and Francis Ho in that trio that just came across. Look at this guy dancing on the pedals. Yeah, with the salute and the celebration coming across. I love that. That was Jose Centeno from Puerto Rico. Jose Say also in there with a finish. Great job. Andres Uribe Gonzalez as well from New York. Jimmy Sanchez from Ecuador. Chris Davidson as well from Florida. Hope you didn't mind all the hills here in New Jersey and New York State, the riders from Florida. Giuseppe Enrico coming on in. Philip Pita and Giuseppe Oricchio coming on with GFNY finishes. Guillermo Nito from New York. Great job, Guillermo. Big smiles on faces as riders roll in and across the finish line. Yasmin Chavez and Gonzalo Meeks coming in there together. Tim Maristreva, Guillermo Ledo Tejeda, and Lucia Huerta coming in. They're from Mexico and the United States combination finishes there. Rolling in on the far side, that's Alex Adams, and with the purple helmet on, that's Mariana Gonzalez coming on in. She is from Venezuela. Mariana Gonzalez is. Felicidades, Mariana. Our group coming on in here. We got 6 riders all rolling in together. It is Ron Ignacio. First in, John Gilmore, Chris Greer, and Andrew Greer. Team Greer, that's a father and son duo Richard Frick is in. Steve Sorka just finishing on up from New Jersey. Great job, Steve. Congratulations. Michael Ofranides from New York. Look at the smile on our next finisher coming on in. Wow, that is Andrea Martinez of Mexico. I think Andrea had her best smile I've seen coming across the finish line. She was awesome. Celebrating that finish with a big, bright smile. There's a happy finisher as well, yeah. Kisses for the crowd from Danilo Morales from New York. Another big group rolling on up to the line here on the Hudson Terrace. Just bumping as they come on through. We have Giorgio, Carlos, Farouk is in there. Augusto, Geronimo, Jean-Claude, all with GFNY World Championship finishes. Everyone doing amazing and awesome. A combination of the United States, Mexico, and Italy, and Puerto Rico all finishing in there. Linda Cornish coming in across the line from New York. Great job, Linda. Wow, it's getting warm out there. At least it is under the tent where I am right now. A little bit of a breeze would be great to get a bit of relief from this higher humidity warmth that we're feeling. Keith Britton for our next finisher coming on in. That's Julian Isles. Great job, Julian. He's fist pumping as he crosses just in front of us. More riders in. They love the fist pump. That's Jose Panchero and Luis Roberto Garcia coming on in. Kelsey Becker, one of our wonderful women. She is from New York. New York. Riding for Cycle Psychos. Javier Solis from Mexico. Great job, Javier. Gabriela Risa, one of our wonderful women, just crossing the finish line. She is another New Yorker, riding hard to the finish. Marianne Maranusi, Huske Lin coming on into the finish. Carlos Arias, all finishing up. Over there on the far side, that's Regis Alameda, greeting the family and the friends at the sideline, getting an early bottle of water to quench the thirst. Great job, Regis Alameda. Take your time over there, Regis. You've earned it. How you doing, Regis? You having a good time? He's having a great time. More action at the finish line. Who do we have here coming in now? That is rider number 1823. That's Evan Kagner from New York. Great job, Evan. You did it. Congratulations, my friend. 51 years young and strong, crossing the GFNY finish line here on Hudson Terrace. Craig Henderson is in with a finish. Mike Dom, Felipe Hernandez Reza from Mexico. Mike Dom is from Ontario. Extra warm welcome to all our Canadians. It's Victoria Day, long weekend in Canada, Monday, tomorrow, a holiday, so maybe an extra day here in the NYC area to celebrate tomorrow for all the Canadians. Jeremy Foucher from Devonshire in the British, from England, I believe, Jeremy Foucher. Brett Clark, Marie Paruccio from Puerto Rico, Guillermo Chagney, another New Yorker crossing, Patricio Tomasini from Mexico, Trevor Cracker, all crossing in that group. Trevor's from New York. Yeah, you did it. Next rider across the finish line, that's Wes Rappaport. Great job, Wes. Alejandro Hernandez from Mexico is in and done. And Mike Wise just bringing up the rear of that little group, that trio that got across the line. He is from Maryland. Solo rider, one of our wonderful women, spinning a nice gear as she comes up to the line. That's some nice souplesse she has. That is Laura Luna from Mexico. Great job, Laura. Felicidades. 1, Van Kemper. Great job, Juan. Welcome to the finish line. He is absolutely gassed. Juan Van Kemper is. He can't even hold his head up on the bike. Congratulations, Juan. You're awesome. Brian Kelly is in and across. Bob Wee. Great job, Bob. Welcome to the finish line. You're awesome. He's riding for the Front Runners Club. Brian Kelly's riding for the Blue Bayou Club. Alejandro Palacio coming on in. Great job, Alejandro. Another New Yorker rolling across. He rides for the Naglinos Club or team. Another rider going fast on the far side of the course. Again, nice souplesse, pedal spin as he comes across. That is Fernando Uribe, a Colombian rider. Great job, Fernando. Just in behind him, it's Franco Muniz from New York, New York. Solo rider. Got the jersey or the vest flapping in the breeze there as he comes on up to the line with the cool shades on. That's Moises Oliva. Great job, Moises. Welcome to the finish line, my friend. Two more riders rolling across. Robert Brandenburg, where's Rob? 80 years young. There he is, right there, the oldest rider in the event. Rob Brandenburg, 80 years young, the oldest rider in the race. Extra special congratulations to Rob Brandenburg from Illinois, finishing up another Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championship. Bob, you're amazing. Pamela Abbott is in there. Sorry, I was kind of taken away with Robert Brandenburg's finish. Also in there, Brett Silcock, Ana Maria Baliz, Fernan Camila Aglado, Otiek Wong, and Jason Hahn and Carlos Portillo, all with finishes.
Let's make a beautiful world. Take my hand, it's alright.
Riders coming up to the finish line. That's John Anthony Yabut. Great job, John Anthony. Another New Yorker who rides for the Westchester Cycling Club.
It's so nice, and I'll do it all again this time.
A trio of riders coming on up to the line. First in, it's Tom Hadley, Diego Silgato, and Paolo Del Moso.
I like how it feels. I like how it feels.
Merle Campbell from Florida. How'd you like the hills up here, Merle? He's loving them. The Floridians, they must love the hills up here in New York. Oh, a bike throw at the finish. Look at that. That was awesome, you two. Great job. Those two coming in there together. Jeffrey and Michael Neves, Team Neves. They look to be brothers. Twins crossing the finish line with the bike throw at the GFNY finish line. That is amazing. Pablo Jorge Corniga from from Argentina. Jonathan Velasquez, he is from Ecuador. Jason Wolbran from the United States. Jeff Cabra from Colombia. And Amy Johnson just across the finish line from Kentucky. And the Kentucky Derby was just a couple weeks ago. That's big in the state of Kentucky, trust me. Javier Escamilla from New York just across the finish line. Great job, Javier. Nice spin on German Gomez. Coming on in. Couple of riders up out of the saddle, dancing on the pedals all the way to the finish line, romping up that final hill to the line. That's Mimon Ondel and Steve Panero. They're both from New York. Tim McMorrow, 64 years young. Great job, Tim. Congratulations. You're awesome. Always want to give a special shout out to our super seniors, 60 plus, 70 plus, as best as I can. Edwin Hernandez from Puerto Rico, in and done. Great job. Edwin, Michael Richardson also in there, and Santiago Silva from New Jersey with a finish. There's a rider pushing a huge gear as he comes on up to the finish line. Showing a burst of speed and a fist pump as he comes across. That is Juan Sanchez from New York. Congratulations, Juan. Look at the spin and the RPMs on this rider coming in. He's coming in like a track rider, bobbing and weaving all over the road. That's actually one of our wonderful women. That's Renee Wines from Connecticut. Renee, you are awesome. Great pedal technique as she came up to the line. Paul Rivera just in behind. Renee Wines and Martin Lynch in there in that group. Abraham Coraheto as well. Ian Bearden from New York. Ian Bearden. It's beer o'clock for Ian Bearden. A different kind of beer. Time for a Michelob Ultra or two. Hello. Carimismo was in that group that just came on. Richard Greenfield, one of our Super 70 riders, just across the line moments ago. Congratulations, Richard. Extra congratulations for you, of course. Barbara Gal, just in and across. Han Zhang, in and done. Congratulations, Han. Moderately large group. At least 6 riders all coming across in quick succession. Nicely done. Congratulations. Everyone fist pumping, flexing the muscles as they come in and across the GFNY World Championship finish line here on Hudson Terrace. We had Han in there, Jorge, Alejandro, Ryan, Sergio, Mark, and Michael. More riders rolling in at the back of this group as they come on in and across. Afolabi, who is it? Juanico! Juanico! Nicolas Boré, félicitations, Nicolas Boré! Un grand finale pour Nicolas Boré. Jean-Pierre Pepe, just in across the finish line. He rides for the La Solomania Cycling Club. Schaffer in and done on the BMC. We like to see the BMC bikes in the field. Diego Regato is in and done. Wilson Serrano. Great job, Wilson. Congratulations. It is Sebastian Reza coming on in. And Alex Waldman. Alex getting the hug and the kiss from the family on the sidelines. Alex Waldman from New York getting the medal from his daughter. Great job, Alex Waldman. Jorge Cruz from Florida. Welcome to the finish line, Jorge. Wow, look at all those medals on Alex Waldman's neck. Nice job, Alex. Yeah, fist bump pump, celebrate that finish. Riders coming in, it's Keegan, Peter, Patrick, Aaron, all coming in there with finishes. Team Waldman, see you Team Waldman, thanks for that. Love those special moments with the family on the sidelines. Patrick D'Souza just across. Yannick Passaman, great job Yannick. Welcome to the finish. Eric Nordell celebrating his finish. And just in behind him is Brett Southward. Great job, Brett. Hand in hand, coming up to the finish line. Here we go. That's the way you do it. That is Gustavo Calderon and Marcela Marin. Jamie Trujillo coming on in. Here's a happy group coming on through with the pink arm warmers on. At the line. Who do we have here? We're just coming up to the 6-hour mark. Gilberto Padilla. Sorry, we're past the 6 hour. The 1 clock is frozen over there. Is that the right time on the right timing? Sorry about that. The correct time right now, the run time from the scratch start at 7:10 is 6 hours and 14 minutes. Henry Weisberg across the finish moments ago at 72 years young. Great job, Henry, from New York. We got about 3 hours to go before we start to shut things down here formally. We've usually gotten all the riders out on the road who have still had a motivation to finish, get to the finish line here at Hudson Terrace every year I've been announcing here. We hope that is again the case today. We don't want to have to pick anyone up out on the course. So we're sending energy out onto the course to those riders who are still battling along wherever they may be. We want them to get here before we have to officially shut things down at 4 o'clock and get all of the finishers, all of the nearly 5,000 riders who took to the start line this morning across this finish line for the 2024 Michelob Ultra GFNY World Championships and this magnificent finish line at Hudson Terrace. Riders coming up to the line celebrating that hand-in-hand sportsmanship as they come across. Renato Einzelman and Mario Leo coming across. And just in behind them it is Danny Zedel and Roald Smith. Thank you to the Fort Lee Police. Number of police forces contributing to the on-course support and safety of all of the riders today, be they in the pro race or the amateur and open event. Appreciate the police's help and support. Up at the finish line. Hector De La Rosa, 70 years young, and Stephen Bush comes in just behind him from Bacon Cycling. Well, we'll do anything for Bacon, won't we? Right? We'll do anything for Bacon, even if it's riding 136 kilometers to get to the GFNY finish line. So there, they've adjusted the time clocks. We're at 6 hours and 7 minutes since the Open and the amateur race started. They started at 7:10 this morning, 10 minutes after the pro start that started right at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Willis G in and across the finish line. Willis, how you doing, Willis? No good. He's giving me the no sign as he comes in and across. Bernardo Hernandez and Klaus Frills is in. Kevin Tufts in tough at the finish line. Congratulations, Kevin. And Luis Rodriguez bringing up the rear of that little group that just got in and across. Another rider approaching the finish, momentarily up out of the saddle, dancing on the pedals, sits back down, grinds the gear as he comes on up to the finish line proper. That's William Harris. Congratulations, Will. Welcome to the finish line. And yet another rider sitting down, pushing the big gear, coming up the final few meters of the climb up to that finish line. Crossing, that's Richard Whitebread from Massachusetts. More action at the finish line. One of our wonderful women coming on in there. That is Grace Duke Areas from Queens, New York, and Jose Oncampo from New York. Jose rides for the Triangle Cyclists. There's some guys fist pumping as they come on up. Probably worked together, shared the workload to get here to the finish line together. That is Dario Leoncini and Giorgio Albiex. They're both from New York. Maybe they ride together with one of the cycling clubs or the groups here in the New York City area. Great job, you two. Congratulations. More riders rolling across the finish line. Angel Ravira from Puerto Rico just across. Great job, Angel. And just in behind him, another finisher over there on the far side. That's Carlos Duke from Florida. How are the hills here in New York and New Jersey, Carlos? He's not sure. His legs are going, I don't know if I like those hills coming from Florida. You don't have hills like that in Florida. Well, you do up around the northern part of Florida. Just north of Orlando, it gets a little bit hilly. Near Claremont. But otherwise, most of the southern part of Florida, pancake flat. Rider up at the finish, unclicking before we get to the finish line. That's Eric Belarus from New York. Welcome to the finish line, Eric.
12 times.
12 times? 12-time finisher right there, Eric Belarus. Congratulations, Eric. Thank you very much for your support all the years at GFNY. Eric Belarus, a 12-time finisher of the various GFNY events here in New York City. Curtis Smith was in there. Olere Odotse. John Lodono coming in and across. Sergey Kim and Johnny Solis, another. Actually, that's Florida. Another Florida. Yeah, you can celebrate that finish as you roll in and across. That's Gerardo Tapia from New York. Jose Garanja from New York as well. And Manuel Barbon Segal. 3 New York riders, all there in succession. There's a happy finisher, one of our wonderful women rolling in. That's Monica Ramirez from Mexico. Congratulations, de felicidades. Monique David Conklin is in and done. Moro Lucia Ramirez from Colombia. France Perkemeyer coming on through. Great job, France. Lorena Casabuano and Laura Asiquez. Laura and Marina, both from Argentina. Tamara Splitter from Ontario, riding for the U.S. military esports team. Congratulations, Tamara. Rene Belarus from New York and Rob McKierney from New Jersey rolling on across the line. Edwin Adams, walking to the finish line, Edwin. Looking awesome as he rolls on across, 65 years young. Edwin Adams is. Extra shout out for our super seniors, 65 plus. Finishing on up, Manu Perea also in there with a finish. Strong riding from all of our riders coming on in across. Fabio Cortez from Texas, the great state of Texas, coming across the line. Ryan Hernandez from Connecticut. And Fernando Orte from New Jersey, all finishing up in that little group that just came in and across. Who do we got next across the finish line? We have Carlos Mesa, Chris Robuca, Robacha is in there and done. Esteban Androvo, fist pumping, coming across the line. That is Rodrigo Garcia from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Joe Taylor is in and done. And Esteban Androvo in that little group that just rolled across the finish line here on Hudson Terrace. Bump as he comes across. That's Dan Ifram, another Canadian. Happy Victoria Day, Dan. Hope you have a great long weekend celebrating with a bit of panache and style here. Finishing up the GFNY World Championship. Tough 136 kilometers. Here's a rider pushing a massive gear over on the far side as he gets up out of the pedals, dancing on those pedals, coming in and across the line with a bit of a light throw at the line. Great job, that's Peter Fine and Alejandro Sanchez coming in just behind him from the Avrac team and Mexico. Coming up to the finish, making a little bit of a show of it. Who do we have in there? We've got Yoni Garcia. Welcome to the finish line, Yoni. Nice bike balancing at the line. Luis Chibaro and Don Perlisle. Benito Escamilla rolling across. And next in is Michael Cartwright. Mick Cartwright, there he is. So Mick Cartwright did the Tour of the Battenkill yesterday, 77 miles, and he did 80 miles of the Grand Fondo today. 2 big races and rides in 2 days. Mick Cartwright from New York. He's either amazing or crazy to be doing that amount of riding in 2 days. Mick Cartwright, I think you're awesome. That's what you are. Phil Walrab coming on in. Jose Aranita. Michael O'Hare from New York just rolling across there, checking out his GPS, see what's going on. It'll be on Strava later on. I'm sure many of the riders here racing today probably uploading their rides onto Strava. Michelangelo Raimondi and Claude Roux is in there. Claude, à Quebec, à Canada. Félicitations, Claude. Gina Kavash is in from Washington, United States. Giorgio Massetti, Giuseppe Tramarci, Giovanni Pelicardi. They are all riding for the Colavita NYC racing team. Joan Henscomb coming on in. How you doing, Joan? Yes, there's Joan from BMC, our official bike sponsor. Thank you very much to BMC for their support. Thank you, Joan, for being here and riding with us today. We appreciate the partnership and the support of BMC of Switzerland. Danielle Dacko, another Bacon cycling rider. Garth Williams from New Jersey. Wojciech Klumsta, a New Jersey rider. And Rex Davidson. They're going hand in hand across the finish line. Great work, you two. Mark Pells and Louis de Boot were the two riders going hand in hand there. They are from the Netherlands. Harry, Alicia, and Melanie Gonzalez from Puerto Rico. They're riding for Harry Molina's team. Ken Sewer from New York. Jesus Penelcoin from Connecticut. Coming on in, Connecticut, a lot of riders from Connecticut, one of the more popular states after New York and New Jersey for riders here. Speaking of great U.S. states, how about Ohio? Greg Berlin from the great state of Ohio, just across the line. Dan Musa from Brazil. Welcome to the finish line, Dan. Going old school with the toe clips and the straps on that light speed. That is Bernardino Lopez from New York. Chris Chestic, also New York rider coming in. Giselle Camacho from Chiapas, Mexico. Kisses to the crowd from Giselle as she rolls in and across. Who's next at the finish line? That's Michael Hudson from New York. Great job, Michael. Welcome to the finish. You're awesome. Giselle Solis Camacho getting some extra love from the family here at the finish. Always nice to see. Hands up in the air, waving him around like he just doesn't care. That is Joaquin Lopez from Mexico coming in. And then it's Chantal Mao from New York. Hector Velez, an American rider. He is from New York. And Robert LaForest, à Quebec, à Canada. Félicitations, Robert LaForest, and happy Victoria Day weekend again to all of the Canadians. It is a long weekend in Canada. Monday, tomorrow, holiday. We're celebrating a former queen, Queen Victoria. We do those sorts of things in Canada. Grinding a huge gear to get here to the finish line. Now he's fist bumping as he comes in and across. It's our next finisher, Nicholas Rosales from New York. Congratulations, Nicholas. Teo Torres is the next rider in on that beautiful colored bicycle. 65 years young. Another American crossing the finish line, a proud moment. Yeah, here we go. We're going to celebrate this finish. Rider with a nice little pedal spin as she comes on up to the line with a purple helmet on. Celebrating that finish. That is Pilar Solis rolling across. Another rider from Mexico. And Andres Este, also from New York. New York crossing right there. just behind Pilar Solis. Who is next in? At the GFNY finish line, that is Ricardo Alero from Brazil. Welcome to the finish line, Ricardo.
He said he was reading his monument. Then he called us where he is, and we said we already were here. He's like, yeah.
Three riders coming into view over there on the far side. And the full width of the road here, of course. On Hudson Terrace, full road closure for the finish. Pedro Mejibar, Angel Velos, Starly Orbe, Minho Kim, Carlos Ramos, all coming in with finishes. Great work. Angel Arnaldo Perez, Magdalena Honkla, and hands up across the finish line there for Alcibiades Jimenez from Panama. Another happy finisher rolling it across there. Right there, that is Yao Bennett from Brazil, from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Two happy finishers just rolling across the line. That is Luis Simbana and Ivan Peralta. Clock time, real clock time, is just 1 hour or 1:35 in the afternoon. Race time 6:25. We usually get the last finisher in sometime between 3:30 and 4, so about 2 hours of time to go here. John Hughes, welcome to the finish line, John. I hope you had a great time out there. Nice little spin with a nice low gear on John Hughes from New Jersey as he comes across the GFNY finish line here on Hudson Terrace. Two riders coming up hand in hand, one dancing on the pedals on the far side, the near side, coming on in. Peter Corbici from New York and the two hand-in-hand riders from Brazil, Maria and Luis. Maria Castro and Luis Flores. They're both from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Of course, Rio de Janeiro, the host for the 2016 Olympic Games. Anselo Leo Hernandez just across the finish line a few moments ago. Javier Di Castillo just across right now from Mexico, and Wakas Malik crossing. Great job, Wakas. He is from New Jersey. Lincoln Morgan, yeah, Lincoln, smiling as he crosses the line. Francisco Che, just in behind Lincoln Morgan. Lincoln's from Limon, Costa Rica, and Francisco is from New Jersey. Prince, we are partying here. at the finish line. We're partying like it's 2024 at the GFNY World Championship finish line. Harry Parkin and Bale Chile across the line. Great work. Angel Zamora. More finishers coming across. Dan Grover from New York. Welcome to the finish line, Dan. Ricardo Rodriguez. Christina Matti. Daniel Chipola from Buenos Aires, Argentina. David McCreary from New York, in the US of A. Who's our next finisher? Downshifting as he comes across the line. From Connecticut, that's Andy Green, the machine, coming across the line. Two more riders checking in at the finish. That is Jenner Laportier and Chris Etienne coming on into the line. They're both from the New York City area. Welcome, Chris. Welcome, Jenner. It's a steady stream of riders now on Hudson Terrace crossing the GFNY World Championship finish line. Sasha Kouvalis, one of our wonderful women, is in there. Sasha is from New York. Tim Trojan coming in with Sasha. Peter German as well in that little group.
I'll smile, what it takes to fool this down. I'll do it till the sun goes down, and all the night down. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Keep my sunglasses
in the drops, hammering hard to get to the finish line, rumping up that final little hill, and coming in strongly at the finish. That's Holly Kim from Connecticut. Did it. Number 61, a nice low number. That's Halal Dagobi from New York. Silvio Carbadillo and Alan Lee. Peter German also in there with a finish. Just across the line moments ago, Salvatore Focali from New Jersey. Focala, thank you very much, Salvatore, for that. Salvatore Focala from New Jersey. Mikel Norega from New York. Solo rider, one of our wonderful women, got the finish line all to herself. Coming on, that's Gracia Parini from Buenos Aires, Argentina, riding for the Sumi team. Everyone's unstoppable today. They will get to this finish line any way they can. Yeah, celebrating that finish as they come on up this final little hill. Pedro Menjivar, Raylan Reyes, just in and across. Martin Arango and Luis Hernandez, just across. Got the jersey unzipped, flapping in the breeze. The heart rate monitor showing a little sweat in the eyes there for Gustavo Lopez from New York City. Congratulations, Gustavo, on your finish here at the GFNY World Championships. Hope everyone on the sidelines is having as much fun at the finish as I am. I'm having a great time. Everyone likes the far side there, hugging the barriers on the right side as they come on up to the line. Leo Torres from New York. Gabriela Ponce, another New York rider for Stephen and Gabriela's team. Dylan Arango and Alejandro Arango, father and son duo, finishing up there from New York. Team Arango, Alejandro and Diego. Nice to see. winding up that final little climb to the finish line and then celebrating it with panache as they come across. That is Alfonso Dur from Colombia. William Navarro, also from Colombia, finishing on up there. And a third rider about to cross. That's David Goldstein from Connecticut. Great job, Dave. Welcome to the finish. Hope you had a great time out there today. Oh, low number. That's Henry Molonge from Puerto Rico. Great job, Henry. Welcome to the finish line. Actually, it was Edwin Hernandez. My apologies, from Puerto Rico. Los Ravantos is who he rides for. Neil Lafferty. That is an outrageous kit, Neil, to match up the jersey and the shorts. I love that. What a look. Solo got the finish line all to himself, taking it all in at the line. Congratulations. Great work. Four riders rolling on in and across. On the fancy bikes coming on up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Riders off in the distance, coming on in. Who did we have in there? Sorry, backing up on the results stream. It is Real Jose Locouture, Stephen Giraud, Frank Fries, Javier Ramirez, Ed Siri, Jose Mercander, Dominic Novicio, Rita Kim, Edwin Hernandez, Alexander Panzim, and Jean-François Laporte à Québec, à Canada. Félicitations, Jean-François. Joe Garofoli is in and done. Great job, Joe. Welcome to the finish line. You're awesome and amazing. Alain Plant coming on through, and Anne-Catherine McDuff. Big flurry of Quebec riders from Canada across the finish line. A big felicidades, une grande felicidades to all, or felicitation to all of them. Kieran Toby is in and done. Great job, Kieran. Welcome to the finish line. He is from New Jersey. Great work from those four riders, just rolled across the finish line. That was Byron and Jorge Vincente and Juan. Team Vincente coming across the line. Juan, Jorge, and Byron. And coming in with Team Vincente was Francesco Mentina. He is from Mexico. Team Vincente from New Jersey, USA. Look at this nice spin on the pedal stroke for this next rider coming up the hill and across the line. On the fancy bike, that is Armand Minassian from New Jersey. Welcome to the finish. Our next finisher coming across, that's Brian Choquette from New York. B for victory from Alejandra Rodriguez from Mexico. Our tandem coming across. Nice job on the tandem. That is Susan and Andrew Miller on the tandem. Team in Tandem is their name. Tandemonium here at the finish. Jorge Mea in there as well. Enrico Casillas, Martha Amila, Zachary Visconti, and Ignacio Gomez across the GFNY finish line. Errol Petafine, Susan Robinson also in there with finishes. Aziel Rangel. Sorry if I missed a few names in that bunch finish coming across. Beatrice Pancheo. Beatrice, how you doing? She's having a good time. It's a big smile on her face. Dennis Manning just in and across the finish ahead of Beatrice. Dennis is from New Jersey. Beatrice from New York. next rider grinding a big gear, coming up that final hill. The lactate maxing out as he comes on up the hill to the finish line. That is Jos Raga from Mexico, and just in behind him, Jarmili Figueredo from New Jersey. One of our wonderful women riding with us. So nice to see so many women riding. The women's numbers are increasing. It is nice to see that over the course of time. Two more riders off in the distance, coming up that final grind of a hill to the finish. Speaking of women, it's another one of our wonderful women crossing the finish line. That's John Garcia. Actually, it's a man. I'm sorry, Juan Garcia from New Jersey. Tofik Wakim from Connecticut. He's riding for the Sans Ego team. That's Craig Alexander's coaching service. My good friend, former Ironman world champion, Craig Alexander and the Sans Ego crew. Tofik Wakim being coached by them. Brian Cuff across the finish line. Kevin Grosley, John Oden crossing. Tommy Bruno. Great job, Tommy. That matching kit is outrageous. It's amazing. The matching 2024 GFNY shorts and jersey. Aurelio Jose across the line as well. Two more riders coming in and across the line. Together, that's Sean Carnes and Pat Kennedy. Welcome to the finish line, you two. Martin Stoltes is in. Great job, Martin. Yamalit Sanchez from New York, one of our amazing women. Here's this extra special finisher, Stuart Kershivsky from New York, 66 years young. Stuart Kershivsky. Great job. Excellent work. Extra special shout out for the super seniors, those 65 plus awesome and amazing riders like Stuart Kershivsky, riding for the Westchester Cycling Club.
Fly so high, I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.